not going to go where everybody wants to go. I got so hateful. And through the course of a couple of years, I just got involved in all manner of what I would call sin. All manner. Drunkenness, sleeping around with women, hurting people on purpose. Hateful, terrible person. I didn't love anybody. And the whole the downfall of it is I was overseas. I was and we had a range day. The night before, I went out and just burned it down, son. I had no business going to the range that day. I'm going to go ahead and tell you. But what do? You get up, go to the range, right? I'm sitting over on the range, messing with my gun, pretty out of it. And I have a negligent discharge. And the guy that's standing beside me is my gunner's mate. And it barely skims him in the side of his leg. And it was pointed down, thank God. Pointed down. That happened. And that was the thing that stopped me in my tracks. Like, holy crap, Chad, if you keep going the way that you're going to kill somebody. You know what I mean? I was involved in all manner of sin, buddy. Stopped me right there. I had to go through a trident review board, a disciplinary review board, a cap smash, the whole 9 yards. Luckily, I had a good enough reputation up to that point that I had guys that vouched for me. Specifically, my C-Daddy, Jake Hubman. He wrote a whole long thing. Chad's done well. This and that. They presented that. The Navy let me stay in, keep my trident. Well, went back home, moved in with some lesbians, still continuing on this path of this just trajectory of just ugliness, just hatefulness, you know what I mean? But I had kind of started hiding it a little more, you know? While I was at work, I was like, okay, if I'm going to go to work, I'm going to have to square myself away a little bit. Tell you how hateful I was. This man, Jake Hubman, he started struggling with alcoholism shortly after I had that big mistake. Well, I got back in the platoon, and they told us, they said, Jake's struggling with alcoholism. We're sending him off to this rehab program. They said, just leave him alone. Well, I told you I can forget people exist. I just forgot he existed. A couple months later, he killed himself. That's what kind of friend I was. That's what kind of person I was. Here's this guy that's the kind of person that I still am sometimes today. There's literally nothing good in me. I'm convinced of that. Here's this man who had poured so much into me, literally trained me up, taught me the ways of war. It's on account of his mentorship, probably, that I was able to stay alive throughout the course of my career. And I just turned my back on him. When he was going through the hardest time of his life, he killed himself. I don't ever get to make that up. I just ignored him. That's the kind of. Does this describe to you the person that I was? Yeah. That's pretty bad, ain't it, brother? I mean, that's pretty bad. That's understandably selfish given the circumstances. So I get back in the platoon, get ready, deploy again. I'm keeping my wickedness under control, outwardly, but it's still all there, man. Well, we go up to Tunisia, North Africa, and the Arabs attacked the embassy up there. Went all over Benghazi, and that stuff went down. It happened all over North Africa. So we went up there, resecured the embassy. We came back. We left there and came back to Germany to rejock our equipment because that mission was over in Tunisia. Came back to Germany to rejock, and then we were going out to Nigeria.
Yo, I'm here. How you living? What up, Anthony? Too? Motherfucker, I don't want to talk with you anyway, you little bitch.
Staying in a barracks that was inhabited by some sort of demon. And that was the genesis of of me being made aware that, okay,
So when you say it's inhabited by a demon, like in what?
so I was in there with a couple other guys. I wish I would have wrote all this down. I was laying in bed one night in this place. There was nobody else in this building. It was just me and a couple. There were me and a guy in one room and two other guys in the room across the hall there. Okay. Well, I'm laying in bed, and all of a sudden I'm jolted awake by something that hits my door. And I lay in bed for maybe 30 seconds, and while I'm laying there listening, I can hear some strange voices echoing up and down the hall of this building. And so immediately I get up, open the door, walk out. Nobody's out there. Walk around. Nobody's in the building. Go in my buddy's room beside me. They're both passed out. But it scared me, dude. I was like, what on earth is this? It scared me. And these things would, like the oven would be turned on, like these bumps and noises, but more than all of that, there became this oppressive feeling of like evil in this place. And the guys that I was with in there, they started getting freaked out about it too. But we called our senior chief, who had been staying there before us. It was just like an old empty place that guys would come and stay in for a few nights before they left out. We called our senior chief, like, hey man, did you have any strange experiences in this place? He was like, oh yeah, there's something in there. And but like I remember walking into this place, and there was a stairwell. I would walk up the first flight of stairs, and then there would be a second flight that cut back, and there was like a landing up there because we were staying on the second deck. And like I would, as a hunter, like how you have that sense when something is like staring at you. Like I would feel this thing staring at me up there on that landing, and I would fully expect to turn around and see some sort of something up there. And I never saw it in physical form. We started doing this research online about, looking at these forums and stuff about this place that we were in, and finding all kinds of other stuff about it. I'm like, well, whatever is going on here, I can't sleep at night. Like, I don't want to be in that place because it's literally scaring me that bad. And the sanity check was the dudes I was with were getting freaked out too. And like, I wish I would have talked to them and written down the things that they were specifically experiencing. Do you remember any? So that it's been so long ago, man. Like, the experience that I had was so powerful. Like, that just is the one thing that sticks in my mind. But I remember the two guys across the hallway, one of them had to leave. They were going out to a different site. And the other dude was left in that room by himself. He moved across the hallway to stay in the room that me and my guy were with. Because he didn't want to stay in that room by himself. And so I was literally at my wit's end with this. Like, I was I couldn't sleep at night.
How long did you stay there for?
This would have probably went on for about a week. Yeah, this probably would have went on for about a week. We were there 2 weeks. And so I called my little brother at my wit's end. Because, again, I just told you the type of person that I was. I had no, interest in spiritual matters. I didn't believe in demons or spiritual warfare or God or any of that, right? But I'm like, here now I have encountered something that seems very real to me, and it's not in this realm. Here's some sort of entity that I don't know how to combat. I called my little brother because I knew my little brother was a Christian. And I said, well, here's one of these Christians. They'll have maybe a little bit of insight on this spiritual stuff that might be going on here. He said, well, man, he said, I ain't never ran into nothing like that. He said, I'll put you in touch with my pastor at my local church here. They were real close. His name's James Cordell. James called me the next day, and I told him what all was going on. Well, he acted like it wasn't no big deal. I said, no, buddy. I said, you don't understand. I said, there's something in here. I don't know what it is. He said, ain't no big deal. He said, put me on speakerphone. He said, I'm going to walk around. He said, walk around this building, up and down the hallways. And he said, I'm going to pray. And I put him on speakerphone. I'm walking around this building, up and down the hallways in my room. He's praying against this thing in the name of Jesus Christ. He said, all right, we had a little kitchenette there. He said, you have some olive oil there? I said, yeah, we got a bottle. He said, take just a little dab of that olive oil and just dab it on the top of your door frame there. So I did it. Joe, I'm thinking the whole time, this is so stupid. But what else do I do in this situation? Let's try this. Let's just give this a shot. And I did that little olive oil up there. And we get off the phone. I leave, go to work. We come back that evening, wind down. Total, peace had returned to this place. It no longer heard or felt or was experiencing any sort of fear or anything. It all was gone. All of a sudden, it was just like, oh, okay, now I'm just in another little barracks room here.
Did the other guys feel the same way?
So this is what's funny. I didn't tell the other guys that I did that. And because they were all gone when I walked around with this crazy man on speakerphone. Embarrassing. In a certain sense, it's still embarrassing to tell that story today. Again, this is foolishness, man. You're asking me to tell this story on this platform like this. It's hard, you know what I mean? Because who's going to believe this? I don't just telling you what I remember that experience as, and it impacted me so much that it changed the trajectory of my entire life. And the next morning we woke up, and my buddy woke up in the room. He said, "What's all over the door?" And I looked up, and that little dab of olive oil had somehow dripped down and covered the entire door of the room that we were staying in, and you could see it toward the bottom of the door, the drips, the whole door was shiny. And he said, "What's all over the door?" And I said, "Don't worry about it, man. I don't know what the crap that is." Because I was so embarrassed to tell him that I had done that.
But it was just a dab of olive.
It was just literally a dab of olive. I don't even know where that fits into the whole experience. I don't even know where or how that fits in. I don't even know what this thing was or why this thing would have been attached to a place. I don't understand that, man. I don't, and I'm not big on this whole spiritual warfare thing. But after that happened, all that happened, no more nothing in this place. I said, I have got to get my hands on on Scripture and figure out more about this figure, Jesus, who I heard this man praying in the name of, right? Because there was some power being wielded there by the name of Jesus in prayer. And so I did. I got my hands on a Bible. I started reading in the book of Matthew. I began through this was obviously the experience that the Almighty had chosen to call me out of darkness into the marvelous light of His truth. Opened the Bible. I had seen the Bible before. I had, heard it read. I had even read it before in the past, but it was never anything that meant anything. I couldn't understand. You know what I mean? What the crap is this trying to say to me here? Right. I began to read in the book of Matthew, And I began to, for the first time in my life, I realized how all of that applied to me as the hopeless, wicked, ugly, depraved human being that I like my mind was awakened to my own state. I didn't realize how ugly and depraved I was. Like when I passed up on my friend and he killed himself, like I didn't think nothing of that. I just had this revelation of who I was and why I so needed something to save me from that. And when I had that revelation, literally by the grace of God making me spiritually alive, able to discern the scriptures, when I had that revelation, I read about Jesus, his life, his death, why he died according to the scriptures, his resurrection, what that means for me. It changed everything. Like literally, I was made a new creature overnight. It's the greatest miracle that God the Almighty could ever work, is taking somebody like me who was literally so useless, making me alive, making me a brand new creature, waking up the next day and being completely changed in how I see the world, how I see myself, how I see the words on these pages, how I see the creator of the cosmos. That's a miracle. Like nothing else that I have experienced in life produced that amount of change nearly instantaneous. And I'll never forget walking down into a little platoon hut like the next day after having this revelation of the gospel and what it means for me and who I am. And like, dude, it's crazy, man. It literally changed my desires. Like that's the miracle, right? Like, how do you change your desire? How do you internally change your desires? Like I had no appetite for pornography anymore. I had no appetite for the foul language that I used. Like I had no appetite for gossip. Like literally overnight, like my literal desires were changed. And that was ultimately more so than the whole thing that was going on in the barracks and the guy saying the prayer and this thing leaving. Like that experience of being made a new creature and the realization of what on earth just has happened to me, that was the thing, and is the thing that I cling to so tight. Like nothing else could have produced that type of change, but the grace of God and the revelation that He's given of who I am and who He is. And then, as you go, this has been then to now just a long and arduous, sometimes joyful, but process of sanctification, essentially. One of the things that I pray most often is for the Holy Spirit to conform me into the likeness and image of Jesus Christ at all costs. At all costs. Well, first time I prayed that was hard to pray, man. You read about Jesus in Isaiah 53. What's it say about him? He was a man of sorrow, well acquainted with grief. Conform me into the image of Christ. And that process of sanctification is ongoing. My understanding of the scriptures is ongoing and progressive, even still today, and hopefully to the very day that I depart this tent. It's everything to me, man. Like it's no. It's literally everything to me. Some people say, well, Chad, sometimes don't you have moments of doubt? Well, yeah, I'd be a liar. Think about what I believe. Yeah. But sometimes don't you have moments of doubt? Yeah, I have moments of doubt sometimes. Yeah, for sure, man. But what I realize is that if I could possibly depart from this faith that I have in the Almighty, if I could possibly even depart from that faith, what would I have? I would have nothing. Like, what's the point?
This is the fascinating aspect of this that an atheist needs to take into consideration. What you're talking about had a real result. This belief and faith has had a real transformative result on you as a human being. Now, if there was nothing to this, if it's all nonsense, and there was a method that you could use, just some sort of a way of viewing the world that would instantaneously change the way you see yourself and see everything, wouldn't that method be explored and wouldn't that be taught? Like, if this is the thing that brought you to who you are now, that's a real thing. Regardless of whether or not anybody wants to believe in Jesus Christ or believe in the resurrection or believe in the Gospels, it works. Like this, that's the thing about Christians, like real Christians. I've been very fortunate to meet a bunch of them. I had a weird journey in religion myself because I went to Catholic school when I was in first grade and it kind of ruined me. They were horrible. This nun, Sister Mary Josephine, I don't remember anybody from when I was 6 years old, but I remember that bitch. She was so fucking mean, man. And just the experience, the way they treated children, and it was so fear-based, and I was like, this is not God. God has nothing to do with this. Now this is people. Man, this is people. And it kind of set a tone for my life. I dismissed any notions that there was some sort of truth in these religions. But the more I've explored not just Christianity, but many different religions, people are trying to document a truth. And it's very hard to decipher through the tongue of man. It's very hard to decipher when human beings write things down and human beings give statements on things. You have to always take into consideration human nature. Human beings are not that accurate in how they depict things. And then you have with translations. You have the problem with it going from ancient Hebrew to Latin and to Greek and to all these different languages. And then you have the problem with spiritual narcissism. So you have the people that are the conveyors of the message who take on these powers themselves that are above normal men and control people before Martin Luther came around and made a phonetic version of the Bible. There's very few people could read, and very few people could read Latin. They didn't know what it said, so you had to rely on the priest to tell you everything. When people started being able to translate these things into different languages, it's wonderful, but also something's probably missing. My friend Rick Strassman, he's a scholar. He's the guy who wrote that book, the DMT, the spirit molecule. He did these slow drip studies, these FDA-approved studies on DMT with people, with patients. I'm very interested. He's a fascinating guy. Well, he learned ancient Hebrew just so that he could read the Bible in its native tongue. And it took him 16 years to do that.
I believe it.
Yeah, he's a fascinating guy. I think they were writing something down. One of the things I learned from Wesley Huff, who's a biblical scholar who's been on the podcast, he told me that the book of Isaiah, when they found a version of it in the Dead Sea Scrolls that is identical word to word for a version of they found 1,000 years later.
That's pretty miraculous. And
1,000 years.
And not only that, but what about the content of it? What about Isaiah 53 as it describes the suffering servant? How it literally outlines the life and death of Jesus Christ. And it was written, 400 years before the crucifixion. Like even the content of Isaiah, not only the accuracy of the translation, the accuracy over that span of time when you compare copies, but even the content of it. How did this prophet write this thing about this person? And it was fulfilled perfectly, literally to a T, by the person of Jesus Christ hundreds of years later.
Oh, it's crazy.
So, and by the way, man, like, I'm not telling you or anyone listening to this what we call testimony, like what the Lord's given me experientially in life to share with other people. I'm not telling you this to convince you of anything. Like, there's nothing that I can say to convince you in the truth of the gospel. Like, I truly believe that. There's no words that I can use. There's no logic that I can apply. There's nothing that I or anyone else can say to convince you of this. And it goes back to what we started off in the conversation with, these things must be spiritually discerned, and it is by grace, God's grace, that we are made alive and able to discern the truth of these things. That's a hard thing to accept, man. Like, that man is totally depraved, and I can't say anything to convince anyone of the truth of these scriptures. But the scriptures are dripping, literally dripping that very fact. That's the interesting thing about the scriptures. They leave nothing for man. Like, it's almost the single thing that separates what's contained in the Holy Scriptures from other religious philosophy. It literally leaves nothing for man. What do you mean by that? Meaning, there is nothing that you can do to be made righteous in the eyes of the Creator. There is nothing that you can do to save yourself. As a matter of fact, without the grace and the help of the Almighty, you can't even believe the truth. You won't do it. You are spiritually dead prior to regeneration. You see what I'm saying? When you're dead, if we had a dead man laying on the floor right here, and I said, "Dead man, hearken unto my voice. There is a hospital a mile down the road, and if you'll get up and walk to that hospital, or you'll allow me to take you to that hospital, they'll shock you and bring you back to life." Is he going to respond to that message? He's going to lay there dead, right? Yeah. We're dead spiritually until we are made alive by the grace of the Almighty. It leaves nothing for man. Not a thread. It leaves me not a single thread that I can cling to. And then you look at the whole saga of Scripture. Well, what's this all about anyways? Let's take it all the way back to Genesis, all the way through Revelation and everything in between. The whole saga is to glorify the Son, Jesus Christ. What's the purpose in me even being saved. It's so that I can be presented to Christ as his bride.
What do you mean by that?
We, God's people, are the whole purpose of our existence is for us to be presented to Jesus Christ as his own people who will glorify him for all of eternity. It's to glorify the Son. The whole saga that was determined by the sovereign and immutable will of the Father. It can't be changed. The whole saga, the only purpose of it all is to present this, I can't say this word real well, peculiar people to the Son as a bride, an offering to glorify the Son for all of eternity. The whole saga is to lift up and glorify Jesus Christ. It's the only purpose for me even being saved.
Are you convinced of this?
Well, I think that I'm not convinced of this because that's what I want to believe. Like, I'm convinced of this because I'm convinced of the truth of the Holy Scriptures. And again, the entire when you look at the thing from a 30,000-foot view, I'm convinced of that. Not because why would I want to believe that? Why would I want to? If I wrote this story, would it not give me something to cling to? Would it not? If I wrote the story, would it not give me some other purpose than just being offered up as a bride to glorification of the Son, Jesus Christ? Like, if I wrote that story, wouldn't I write it differently than that? Because I'm man, right? I would leave myself something to cling to. Surely this salvation means something more than just that I am part of this special people now being offered up as a bride to Christ. Surely there's something that I can do in this life, a choice that I can make to believe in this. Like, surely I have the power to make that choice. But if I had the power to make the choice to believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ, in and of myself, then that salvation would be coming from me. You see what I'm saying? When you realize you don't even have the power of choice in you, you are dead. You will not choose it. When you realize you don't even have the power of choice.
So you believe it has to be that this wisdom has to enter you somehow?
You are entered by what Scripture calls the Holy Spirit, which is the Spirit of God who comes and dwells in you, and that is the entity that makes you spiritually alive and gives you the ability to appraise the Scriptures, essentially spiritual things, because before that it's foolishness.
Have you ever paid any attention to the Shroud of Turin? Have you ever looked into it at all?
I've just seen it pop up, as I scroll through.
Well, they used to dismiss it because they used to say they did a carbon date on it and it was only 500 years old. But they've since made some revisions to that. And there's a lot of people that believe because of the wear of the cloth, the age of the cloth, and I think they've done subsequent tests that place it around 2,000 years old, which is really fascinating. The other thing that's fascinating is they didn't even know what the image completely was until someone took photographs of it and then looked at the negatives. And in the negatives, then you get this image of Jesus, not just Jesus, but with the scars and the markings on his back, the part of his body where he's pierced, the piercings on the wrists. And they really do believe this thing is 2,000 years old. The other thing that's strange is they have no explanation as to how that image was created. They think that image was created somehow from some sort of a burst of energy. It's not stained, it's not dyed, and it's not something that's easily reproduced, especially if you think about the timeline. This is supposedly a forgery. Like, how would they make an image that would only show up in a negative? And what would be the motivation to fake this in this manner? See if you can get some photos of what it looks like, Jamie.
You know what I love about what you're saying, Joe? It's so amazing how the Almighty works in each of us differently.
Like, look at this. This image. If you see the originals to the left, like, they did, they saw that and they're like, oh, what is this? But once you look at it with the negative, show the negative again, the black and white. Once you see the negative of it, so you make that larger, then it starts getting very strange. Because you look at the piercings on the wrist, and there's these blood stains in these areas. It's very strange. And it's a very large piece of cloth. I think it wrapped his entire body, and so it was like 7 feet long, and then they folded it. So it's his back and his front. So he was inside of this thing, and this is the image. Was it debunked again? What'd they say now?
I remember seeing something about it. They found some sort of processes that have been around for a few hundred years that do some sort of this like negative transfer.
Did they know that 2,000 years ago?
Oh, that's right. I think carbon dating has been readjusted too.
Oh, really? What are they saying now?
I mean, I typed in debunk and I was looking through a few articles.
See, there's people that believe and there's people that don't believe, and it gets weird. It gets weird because there's a lot of people that want to debunk things. New research shows that the carbon dating of the shroud is fake. Findings that it was the carbon dating that was fake, not the shroud. This is central conclusion.
There's a few articles about it being fake, but again, I don't know if they're 100% like this is fake or if they're just haters,
Right. You know what's interesting to me about the body of Christ, the physical body, like is being transposed onto that shroud, whether it's real or not.
Have you ever thought about this? If you think about going back to talking about death and why do we have to die? Why is it a necessity for all humans? Well, the scripture tells us that for humans, the reason that we must die is because of sin, right? That started with the very first sin of man and woman in the very beginning, right? Because the scripture tells us that man was created to exist eternally in the beginning, the human physical form. But when man sinned, a lot of things happened. Death, that's the moment. Scripturally, that's when death is the equation. So this sin is a big problem. Like, it is the genesis of death entering the equation and becoming a reality for all men. I wonder a lot what happened when that sin caused death in man. It's almost like it changed man's genetic makeup. It's almost like man was created in the beginning to exist in a physical body eternally, meaning he had perfect genetics, right? He could exist, nothing decayed. He could continue on for all eternity. He also had the ability to be in the presence of the Almighty. In some way, the human brain could interact with the Almighty. But when sin entered the equation, it's almost like man's genetic code was marred. And death entered the equation, and we began to age. And it even, when I think about it along those lines, it's totally theoretical, by the way. That's how we inherit our sinful nature, is because the result of sin actually changed the genetic makeup of man's physical body. and therefore by necessity he now has to die because he ages. And also we lost our ability to perceive the Almighty and to actually converse with him. We lost something in our brain. Right? That's why I worry about that DMT stuff. We lost something in our brain that originally allowed us to see into this other realm and converse with this almighty being. We lost the ability to do that because of sin. Which brings me to the body of Christ. The interesting thing about the body, physical body of Jesus Christ, he was the only man, according to Scripture, who ever fulfilled the law of God completely and perfectly. Which means his physical body, his literal physical body, was not affected by sin, which is the thing that's causing all of us to die by necessity. And I just wonder if that physical body, if the body of Christ, if Christ would have grown to maturity, which he did, which was when he started his ministry, was full adult maturity. I wonder if he would not have crucified, if he could have lived in that physical body forever. If the aging process would have stopped and he would have never had to die because the effects of sin were not upon him. The curse was not upon him. And it makes me think about that body because they took his body off the cross, laid it in the tomb. When we die, our bodies begin to go through decay very quickly. You've seen that killing animals. You kill some within a few hours. It starts to get kind of blowed up, stiff as a board. After about a day, it stinks, all nasty. He died. They put him in that tomb. He was there for 3 days. That body didn't decay. The spirit then re-entered that same body. And that same body rose up and eventually ascended into heaven. He took that body with him into this other
This guy
realm.
might be the worst guest I've ever heard on the show.
It just makes me wonder, what the human body was like in the beginning when we were created perfectly with this mental ability to interact with this other realm, converse with the Almighty, the absence of sin. In other words, our genetics were perfect. The human body was perfect. It would not die.
So this is if you're taking the Old Testament absolutely and literally. And if you do that, what do you think about evolution?
That's great.
What do you think about?
I've been thinking about evolution a little bit here.
This guy
lately.
sucks. Joe, just tell this motherfucker to shut the fuck up.
Including recently, Denisovans. What was that one? Julienne? That one? These giant, huge-headed people. They don't even know how big they were. They think they were quite a bit larger. They found multiple types of humans.
There he is. Eating on you so that I can focus on whooping your ass. How you living, pimp? Are you ready for the Olympics? Dog, are you ready for the Olympics? Jayor? Did you want a Jayor? Yeah, and I did sing it, and it goes like this. Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home to me. Good old Rocky Top. Woo! Rocky Top, Tennessee. He sang that. When I say he, I mean the one, the only William Montgomery must have sang it 10 times at the Bridgestone Center in Nashville, Tennessee. But you wouldn't know that because you're not that big of a William Montgomery fan, pimp.
You know how many photos are taken on a daily basis worldwide?
Are we counting individual photos? Are we counting storage? Because isn't there an argument to be made that every video frame is a photo?
Well, apparently video frames have like different aperture. They're not like the same as
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
I mean, that's what I said as well, but we're not counting videos.
No, we should count them. We should count them.
Let me ask the AI.
Yeah, dog.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this one.
Yo, dog, when posed the question, how many photos are taken on a daily basis? Couldn't technically you include every frame of every video as an individual photo in addition to the people who are just taking pictures? Yo, dog, that's a great technical observation. And yeah, you're totally right. If you're being literal and counting every frame of a video as a photo, the number of photos taken daily would skyrocket way beyond any typical estimate. Let's break it down. Most estimates of how many photos are taken daily, like the often cited 1.8 to 2 plus trillion per year, so around 5 billion per day, usually refer to actual photos taken, phone, camera, webcam, screenshots, etc., not individual photo video frames. But videos are just photos in sequence. Exactly. A 1 minute video shot at 30 frames per second is 1,800 frames, aka photos. If you factor in billions of people recording video on phones, webcams, closed circuit television, dash cams, security cams, live streams, thousands of hours of new content uploaded to YouTube every minute, Rabbi Rothschild's live streaming project, you're talking trillions of frames per day. So why aren't they counted? Because intent. A photo is generally thought of as a single chosen image. Video frames aren't typically meant to be individual photos. Psych, I think they are. Redundancy. Frames and videos are often very similar, unlike distinct videos. I think they're all individual and they're all special. Data categorization. For stats, photo and video are treated differently. But technically, yep, if you want to define photo as a discrete image captured by a camera sensor, every video frame is a photo. It's just usually not how the question is framed. So yeah, you're totally making the right challenge and premise. Asking how many photos are taken daily depends on what we count as a photo. And if you're being technical about all image captures, then the number is astronomically higher. You're welcome. How are you? John Dick, how you living, pimp? What's good, son?
What up, pimp?
I'm about to play on Play-Doh. How about you?
Just living it up, baby. Live 365, 24/7, every day of the week.
100%.
You know how we,
How
how we
many
do it.
how many classic like generally speaking, not video, but how many photos do you think taken per day on Earth?
Well, per day.
Right.
I'd say like in like the 100 millions.
Like 1 to
Not
4.
even close.
Yeah, he is close. It's like 1 to 2 billion. That's close.
Off by 4.9 billion.
Damn.
Okay, I mean, but I think
Really, is it that much?
Yeah, and that's just photos. That's not including video frames, which are basically
Photos, yeah. Far out. That's a lot.
Would you say that any reasonable jury would conclude that the frames in a video qualify as photographs?
I mean, I guess a video is just photographs over and over again really fast.
exactly.
Right.
So when you talk about video, it's in like frames per second, and the frames are photos. You know?
Exactly.
I agree too.
Yeah.
So if you
What
include,
are you guys been up to?
It's way higher than that 5 billion if you're including videos.
Yeah.
slinging dick like it's going out of
Yeah.
style,
Think about how many photos you've generated recording Rabbi or your live streams.
I know it's got to be in the trillions.
Fucking heaps.
I mean, we could calculate that pretty easily if it's, it's 30 or 60 FPS.
Oh, I imagine it's 30. Okay, so let's do it. If I have 22 live streams going on, let's say, conservatively 15 different platforms over the course of 3.5 years of 24/7 content, how many individual pictures is that?
Fuck ton.
Word, dog. They say it's 73 billion. I'll take it. That means I've had 73 billion pictures taken myself, which is like basically more than anyone ever.
That's a world record on its own right there.
Word, dog.
The most amount of
Pictures
photos
taken of
a
them.
single person.
Yeah, dog. How do you like that?
That's pretty sexy.
I think
That's
so.
fucking sick.
Word, dog. John Dick, do you want to play games with us?
What are you guys playing?
Download Plato, Plato. We'll play mini golf
On phone? Like iPhone?
on the phone, yeah.
Later. Okay. Rabbi, I reckon you should get in contact with Aiden Ross.
Dude, I'm live in his Discord right now.
Oh really?
Yep, he's been in my stream.
Oh, is it Plato?
Yeah, Plato.
Oh, I gotcha.
Don't download like the virtual play sculpting color palette.
Oh, the Plato Fun multiplayer games. Is that it?
Word, dog.
Like a blue and white.
Yeah, I see it.
Create an account, big dog.
I'm on it, baby.
Before we do this, the reason why I brought up the photos question is because I came across an app on Instagram. The app isn't like I didn't think it was like super great at first, and I don't think it's like phenomenal, but the app basically allows you to, while you're taking a photo on your iPhone, basically adjust all these settings, use different filters so that you, as you're taking the photo, and adjust the colors to how you like. And on a regular iPhone, you don't really have that capability. So that's the app. And then I was like, I don't know, it's not that great. It's just a filter or whatever. You can apply filters after. I don't know. But I was like, I don't know. I looked up how many photos there are. And I looked at like 5 billion photos per day, like 1.8 trillion photos per year. That's a lot. And then photos like signify things like human memories, and humans value their memories a lot. And then my next question was like, is there any other like form of media that we could digest photos in, where in like the near future or future to give like this augmented experience for your photos. And I came up with an idea on my own that I think is good. The AI's idea were pretty good. Was the one I came up with decent. I'm asking you, Rabbi, what would you do to augment the memory experience in the form of photos? What future technologies would you apply?
Basically, have AI be able to create compilations of a person's life, and you would be able to watch that in either augmented reality or virtual reality or even in a hologram form.
Yeah, it's kind of what I was thinking a little bit.
Except better. I understand.
I don't know. What do you mean by just like a compilation? Like you literally put on the VR headset and you see the
Well,
slideshow?
you could do that.
Slideshow and VR is shit. Let me just tell you that.
Dude. You're thinking about a slideshow in 2025. I think about it in 3025. So basically, imagine more processing than all of the processors on Earth combined, all in one machine. I mean, we're talking like giant amounts of advancement here with computing power. Well, you laugh at that, but then I can tell you that the entire Apollo program has less computing power than is in my phone, and that was less than 65 years ago. So, like,
not laughing because I don't think that it'll exist. I'm laughing at the concept of fear.
it's baller. So imagine, and even if it's not like just with quantum computing, it may be a lot more than that. So basically, you could just watch a slideshow old fashioned way, or you could have an augmented reality where you live that person's life out, or you live someone else's life out, or you could trade lives with people, or you could say, take this general personality of the people who would have experienced these types of memories and put them in another world, another a fantasy world, or something on another planet in real life. You could basically say, I want you to recreate using these images the personalities of every person that are encountered in these images, and it would be able to do that very easily and very quickly. I mean, like instantaneously. You could also have it basically as just those memories. Say, I want you to take these photos, and I want you to create a mind upload data set, and I want you to be able to digitally reproduce that in a clone. And you could have a clone that would basically have all of those memories. I mean, really, the possibilities are endless, but those are just some opportunities I can anticipate in the near future.
Right. I mean, you're thinking like way out there with.
Yeah, because I'm a pimp with the big dick. What do you want me to do about it, baby?
He's a pimp on a blimp.
The pimp
I
blimp.
think, like in the future, there'll be like memory sharing capabilities and whatnot. And that'll be, I mean, with enough technology, reality is kind of like laid out. And you can do whatever. But do you have any suggestions for like in this lifetime different ways to experience photograph?
Well,
My idea was
I do consider it in this lifetime because of life extension technology and mind uploading technology. Pimp.
They could do some like VR thing with like AI.
Yeah, no, I was if you know like photogrammetry is or like Gaussian splatting, basically it's like used today, like it'll upload an image or you can upload a video, and then the AI will basically like create a 3D object or scene around
Yeah.
the data that you feed it. And so my idea was like you basically reconstruct the atmosphere and like environment of wherever the photo took place, and then in like VR, like if say there's like a photograph in like Rome with like family or whatever, you put on your VR goggle and then all of a sudden you're in Rome, you're walking, you're like looking around. The people, it's like a 3D. You're living in the photo.
Yeah.
That's possible. That's like completely possible right now. The quality may not be like excellent, but that is possible right now.
I reckon they could do, like, I feel like that's already kind of a thing, but there would be, like, glitches and stuff, like, fucking, it would fuck up sometimes, so.
I think it is, like, a very fringe idea, but I don't think that's, I mean, it's not, like, very mainstream right now, for sure. But I think that there's a big market for kind of, like, this augmented memory experience.
Yeah, like, have you played Fallout? Fallout 4?
I've heard of the game. I've never seen what it even looks like. But,
there was this, like, thing in it that was similar, like, what we're talking about. It's like, they, like, these people would pay money to, like, go on these machines and, like, go back in time, like, before the war, but it would just, like, send their, like, brain to, like, a kind of, like, into their memories kind of thing. In like a VR kind of thing. But it'll be something like that. It'll be like generated by AI.
it was like people's memories.
Yeah, like before like the fucking like nukes exploded. And people would pay for it like it's like drugs.
Did you play the game?
I played a bit. It's alright. Oh, you guys are still on what's it called Play-Doh?
Did you create an account?
Yeah. My name's John D. 88.
Send me an invite. I'm the
Rabbi. Okay. Any caps?
It doesn't matter.
It's pretty good. That's a fucking good username.
Yeah, I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it? Good job. I do this with people all the time, and it takes them fucking forever. I'm glad you have a good head on your shoulders. All right, John Dick.
Thanks, bro.
Absolutely. Riser, are you ready?
I'm ready, dog.
All right. I'm sending you all invites. John Dick, how's our boy, John Appleton doing? Is he slanging dick
I
like
was going to get him in here. He's not responding. I was sending him a message, but he might hop on.
How's our girl doing?
Is it mini golf?
Word, dog. How's our girl doing?
Oh, how's Priscilla?
Yeah.
She's good. She's good, man. I haven't really been talking to her that much, but I think she's good.
That girl's going to be successful. That girl's going to be successful.
Just wait till she sucks in her life.
Wait till she sucks in her life?
No, starts in OF.
Oh. I don't know if she wants to do that.
Alright, what do we do?
You'll see, pimp. So the lines, the like arrows are basically like a hill, and the ball will accelerate.
Oh, yeah, okay. Wait, should I hit the cow? Oh, wait, no, I gotta get it on the arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So, oh, fuck.
That's okay. Blue is water. The light blue or white is like ice. The
Nice, yeah.
the tan is sand, and then on other holes they'll be like black, and that's like tar. Actually, it's worse than tar. It's like
Okay.
it's yeah. And then there's pink that's like a bubble gum, but you'll see it on other holes, and we'll make you aware of it. Look how sick this shot is, Riser. What did you think of how good I am, Riser? Have you ever seen somebody so fucking good at this game, Riser? Riser. Riser, do you want me to interview you after seeing that shot? What it's like to witness perfection? Not a bad shot, John Dick. Riser.
Yeah.
Riser. Riser, are you going to suck dick on this shot? Oh, that's terrible, dude. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. We have John Dick, who literally has never played before, and he's still playing, and you are in the sand. Dog, I've never seen someone literally deeper at this fucking hole as badly as you just did. Oh, and we trash talk if you weren't aware. Oh my word. Hey, John Dick. No. See the corner where the ice begins? And there's like a little angle. Keep going. Like more of an arrow, 100%. Get it up to 100%. Okay, now do you see the angle is where the ice starts? Keep moving to the right a little bit or down a little bit. Oh, dude. Okay, almost.
I was running out of time.
That's okay. Riser, you're up. Are you gonna just J-Yor yourself? J-Yor. Riser.
Geeking. Oh my god.
Riser, are you just being like super kind?
Oh fuck. The sand's like fucking hard.
It is. All right, there we go.
Good job. I'm gonna be better on the fucking next one.
That's all right. You did pretty well on your first one. All right. Oh, that was not good. So the pink stuff is like bubble gum. The blue is water.
So it slows you down?
It's like you get stuck in it. Worse than the sand.
Okay.
Riser, you gonna go or are you just gonna J-Yor? If you're wondering what J-Yoring is, because Riser takes so much fucking time, I've had to use an acronym because he just takes too long. And so J-Yor is an acronym for jerking yourself off raw.
What? That's fuck me.
Not a bad shot. It's better than mine. I'm behind this fucking wood.
It's a good one.
I agree.
Oh, that was a good shot.
Riser, are you proud of that shot?
I'm gonna try and
Wait, you don't want to hit it off there. Hit it off the very corner. The very top corner. A little higher. There. Okay, almost.
Pimp section. Oh, does that give you points or something?
Pimpville? Everything gets you points.
That you get.
Oh. No, it does not. Riser, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was getting some fucking water.
Dog. Because it sounded to me like you were J-Yoring.
I'm winning the hole.
Dog, look at the scoreboard right now. What a shot. Dude, John D, you got your first fucking points. That was great.
Hell yeah.
You are...
Wait till you see the amount of wins that Rabbi has, and then take note of how long.
Holy shit. Bro. How many fucking wins do you guys have?
Take note of how long it takes this fucking game.
Is this app like big in the US?
It's got 35,000 people playing it right now.
Fuck, I've never heard of this app before. I mean, it's cool. It's like all these little mini games.
Right. They're fun and they're perfect shot. Perfect shot. Oh, you got fucked, son.
I got anally raped.
Get there.
Oh, nice.
What are you gonna do,
I
Riser?
got John Appleton on you.
What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do, Riser? Riser. Oh,
Nice.
fuck you, Riser. Oh,
Motherfucker.
not what you wanted.
Shoot me in the pink,
Dude, I fucked up.
Oh, I thought they were flagging. Yeah.
Oh, great shot. That was fucking baller, dude.
Oh!
Or you have to get a feel for like the percentages.
Yeah, I'm still like I'm overshooting, undershooting. Like you guys are fucking pimps.
Well, we've played this game a lot.
You play this like for 12 hours a day on a daily basis, like your full-time job. You should get an accurate read on the right percentage to use to play to resolve that.
Yeah.
Great shot. Great shot. What a shot.
Outperform is great.
Yeah, we have a friend, and like he's played this game more than I have. Like if you think I've played a lot, the guy's played it more than I have, and you, I think, could beat him straight up right now.
Oh, that tar resets your ball, does it?
Yeah, we should have told you that.
Oh, that's right.
So if you go in the water, you have to go back to your previous shot. If you go in the tar, you have to start at the beginning.
I'm on that. Right. Oh, fuck! Oh, I misclicked. That was a misclick.
Shit happens, man.
Oh.
Knock him in.
No!
Oh!
Dude, that was fucking dirty.
That was dog.
Make it.
No. Oh, no.
Damn, the double pimp elimination.
That's right. Make it, John Dick. Make it, John Dick.
Oh, fucker.
Riser, are you going to make it? That's a bad shot.
Oh,
I'll show you how to do it. You just...
the pimp's got it.
Yeah, I'm going to hit
The
a...
bag.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
It's a good strategy to hit the balls.
Not overshot it.
Oh, make it. He made it. Oh, almost. Riser, do you think you can make this shot? Oh, you're going to make it?
He's got it.
Oh.
Oh.
Dude, it's almost impossible to make it now.
Fuck, man.
Oh, there's probably a hidden hole back there, eh? Under the fucking.
Sometimes there are holes under that stuff.
I bet you there's a hidden
Good, Nadia. Bing, bing. And
Get
then-
there. Get there. Slow up.
Ooh, last shot.
Down hard. That's going nowhere.
Damn, so you guys have had this game for like a year.
Right. Barely hit it. There you go.
Now that you gotta bank it because the arrows are.
Oh! No!
We're about to celebrate our year anniversary
Yeah.
in 3 days. At least for me.
Robin, have you had any projects on the go? Like I know how you did the crypto stuff with Obama, Sonic 180 or whatever it's called. Have you had anything else like that come?
Not. I mean, that was kind of a unique thing. No, I've
Yeah.
created bots on Kick, the streaming platform, that have been successful. I had somebody come in today. I had 14 people come in the last 48 hours, so that's been good. Riser, you're a dick.
Yeah, that's fucking
Dick,
good.
Riser, you're a fucking dick. And that was not cool.
Do that every time.
Riser, that was a douche move. I want you to try to do it again. Hey, douche, try to get it to do it again.
Douchebag.
Yeah, there.
Ooh,
Oh, hit my ball.
Oh,
sweet spot.
Riser, you proud of that shot?
Brad's like another girl doing OnlyFans and breaking his money.
Fuck! Robert, have you been IQ tested?
Yeah, 160. Plus, I have a big dick. What do you want me to do about it, baby?
Yeah, true.
Get it, John D. Get it.
Oh yeah.
John D, you're really good at this game for your first game.
Thanks, bro.
You're welcome, pimp. Riser, what are you fucking doing, dude? Riser.
Basic math.
Pretty fucking bad.
Riser, that was a pretty baller move.
So, boom. Fuck. Okay, that's good. Take that.
Newfie. When we say Newfie, it's what we mean for high IQ.
Have you guys made up lingo?
Word, dog.
That was pretty good.
That might be perfect. A perfect shot. Make it.
Oh.
That was.
When did you find Rabbi?
Like a year ago.
Yeah. Oh. Nice.
Really?
Oh, so that was a whole game.
Yeah, we're
Done.
Oh.
Fucking. Oh my gosh, 1,200 of that.
That's only win. That's not total game.
Oh yeah, shit. Bro, are there any other good games on this? Or is it just the new golf one's good?
Tons.
Carom.
Do basketball.
All right.
Yeah, let's do basketball. That'll be fun.
All right, and I think it'll be easy to pick up at for a new person. Good move. Okay, basketball invite. Riser, are you ready? I just want John Dick to know that I've played this game against Riser like 60 times, one-on-one, and he's never beaten me.
What? Imagine if I beat you first try.
That's what I want.
Oh shit, what do I do? So
You just flick the ball. You flick the ball into the... Riser goes first. You'll see.
Ball for no reason at all goes sideways.
Is it? So you get timed, okay.
Yeah, you just flick it. He's doing really well.
Oh yeah.
He usually doesn't do this well.
Yeah, so there's rounds as well.
No, not good at all.
You know it
I
was
don't know what to
good.
use I want to use my middle finger. My pointer finger.
Whatever you want to do, big dog. But you just flip it. Oh, dude, he's fucking a natural. Dude, he's a natural.
You see how fast those two shots went off?
Dude, look, he's going to beat you.
Oh, he's killing.
He's really good.
Oh, one more.
Dude, he beat you. Riser, do you want to be interviewed for your dog shit performance?
How many wins does Rabbi have on this? Yeah, I'm gonna go. You know what? Why he has such good fingers?
Because I fingered so many chicks.
It's from all the news presenter milfs.
Word, dog.
Yo, that's
Oh shit!
Riser, did you know that I doubled your score? Okay, now the hoop goes left to right. As you can see.
Yeah, that's tough. It's tricky. Oh shit, he's going crazy.
He- I love how you'll be doing really well, and then all of a sudden you'll just throw it directly to the left or right, like way off. All right, Riser or John Dick's turn. John Dick, you're pretty close, dude. Oh, dude, he is tied. He's tied Riser.
wait till all the mills find out you got a switch.
Yeah. What is he doing round 3? Is to like fucking start shooting guns at you or something?
It goes up and down and left to right.
Oh my god. Fuck, you're a pimp, bro. This is insane. You're doing good.
Superman does good. I'm doing well, baby.
Oh, that's tricky.
Oh, Riser. Riser.
With this,
Riser.
the double switch.
Riser's building a house here. Riser's building a house here with all his bricks. All right, it's up to John Dick to have a huge upset.
That's terrified parrot in this game so far.
What'd you say?
You're building a house with all those bricks.
You like that, baby?
That's terrified.
Oh no.
Get it. Get it.
One more. Oh, nice.
He beat you. Riser, he beat you. Riser, what are your thoughts on someone who's literally never played this game before and only...
No, it actually is a good case for me because it shows how just bullshit this fucking game is. So I'm actually glad that happened. Proof the time capsule of eternity that this game is fucking dog.
Oh, I can see how many games I played. Yeah.
You win every
Oh my god. Rabbi, you played the game 1,756 times.
There you go, big dog.
The mini golf.
Yeah, I played somebody who played 25,000 times. I couldn't believe it.
Fuck. What the fuck?
All right,
Oh,
Riser.
What do you want him to do about it, Rabbi? What do you want him to do about it?
Whatever he wants to do about it. I think pool is 2 people. Some of the games are only 2 people. Riser.
Okay.
Riser.
Oh my god.
11.
It popped off.
That was great.
I think I'm gonna use my thumb this time.
Riser, do you remember I told you that thing? Why they call it a bull market? Because bulls go upwards and bears bear down. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
That is true. That is
Fuck,
true.
man.
You got one more point than
That's good.
No, he got 7 last time, and you got 6.
well, then never mind.
Look at the pimp go.
I'm not seeing a lot of swishes.
I'm not
I'm not
either.
seeing any swishes. Oh, you're done. You're done. Get out of here. Are you proud of that performance?
Damn.
No switches. It's all about swishes. I almost don't even want the ball to go in if it's not going to be a swish. It wastes.
They're a cheat code because it saves like so much time and it gives you so many points.
Exactly.
I'm gonna try and fucking get some switch people.
John D88. Let's go, baby. Swish. Oh, that should have counted. Dude,
Yeah, it should have.
dude, look how many he's made. 3?
Motherfucker.
4, 5.
Alright, some of those should have been swishes. That was a bit sus.
I agree. Definitely sus. All right, I need a big round here.
You need a huge round, bro. Boom.
No.
Oh, wow.
Oh! Alright, you got saved at the end there.
I'm not. It looks like we might have an upset
No,
here.
don't worry. It's gonna be a fucking indifferent performance right here.
He's gonna fumble.
No, he made it. 2.
Oh!
Swish.
Oh!
He's got it. He's got the win.
No.
Turn out the lights.
No.
The party's
Are
over.
you serious? Oh my god. No,
What's this fucking comeback? I'm
I
looking
fucked
at.
up. I mean, I'm lucky Rabbi's first 2 rounds were just.
What the fuck? I can't. Oh, this fucking sticker thing was blocking my screen and it wasn't letting me throw it. Oh, that just fucking sold the bag.
Dude, you're doing really well.
Fuck, man.
Or,
Oh, I
no,
found it.
there needs to be like a mode where they let you have more time. The round.
Yeah, I know.
Oh. No way. Miss.
Oh, shit! Damn! That was close.
Hey, got my fourth win. So.
Yeah, but you've never beaten me 1-on-1. Reload.
What's what other games are there? Oh, bowling. We should do bowling. Is that fun?
Yeah, we could do bowling.
Archery.
I'd play with a lady.
Archery, 3 person? Is archery is 3 person?
No,
No. Bowling should be.
bowling is. I play with a lady every night where she goes to bed. And
Ooh.
I can tell you that I've gotten good at it, and Riser's never beaten me at bowling.
Oh, shit. Before she goes to bed.
Word, dog. She's a really nice
The
person.
pimp does what the pimp wants.
Yeah, dog. Sometimes she comes in during the day and plays. Oh, I fucked up.
Oh,
I fucked up, John.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Don't play that one.
do I leave?
No,
Resign.
don't resign. Just let it go. I'm gonna send it. Okay.
I got you. Alright. Nice.
So do the pins get further back as the rounds go on, or
No, it's normal bowling. Were you proud of
Can you
that?
adjust what the bowl, like the bowling balls, like is? Oh, you can. Okay. Fuck, that's tricky. Damn, that slides.
these games? There's too many of these games where you just flick your finger and it's just like
It's painful.
infuriating.
Yeah. Oh, I like the ball.
He literally has a phone advantage, I believe.
Yeah, he makes things up. So don't listen to his bullshit. Don't listen to Reiser's
So
bullshit.
actually, it's a disadvantage being on an iPad. I swear to God.
Are you on an iPad? Oh, that would be fucking
Yeah,
hard.
because he cheats.
I know it is hard. I'm a fucking
What's hard about it, dog?
I can't just hold it in my like fucking hand, like and like just let my finger make it perfect.
Ooh.
If he gets these three, he's tied Reiser.
Oh.
Oh.
Not good.
That was so good. You have to do like a spin move here or something. Ah.
You can put spin on it. I won't recommend it though because it's really difficult. But you move your like a C, but it's really difficult.
Yeah.
Oh, Reiser, that was amazing,
Nice.
dude. You put spin on it. Did you do that on purpose,
That was spin.
I did.
dude? That was
Oh, fuck. Oh.
Reiser. That was baller.
I'm gonna try and do that more.
Oh, fuck. I tried to spin. It didn't work.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
the pimp.
Why didn't it
How did
go?
that not get a strike?
That's what we're wondering.
The strikes in this game are a bit retarded. Like,
Reiser, let's see your fucking dude. 7-10 split. The hardest shot in the game. Get it. Get it with your spin.
is that even possible to get in real bowling?
Yeah, I've only seen it. In this game, I've seen it twice.
Oh,
It is possible to get in real bowling, but it's difficult.
strike. Oh, what?
You get like extra turns on the last round if you get like a spare.
Word, dog. That's how bowling works, baby. Oh, look at you, dude. That spin is amazing. Oh, dude, you almost knocked that other one down. Reiser, that was impressive. Dude, our first strike. John Dick might beat Reiser in his first. Get it again. Get it again.
You need to knock one of these down or two of them.
Dude, Reiser, what are your thoughts on John Dick, who's never played, beating you in basketball
Game that I played 6 times.
and bowling?
Oh, shit. Pimp going at it.
Absolutely. What else you want to play?
Run it back.
Oh, you want to run it back? You want your ass kicked twice in a row? Son,
Let's do it.
I'm going to do the Charleston on your face.
That's the one.
Oh, Riser.
The fuck?
I love watching your spin. It's entertaining.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this move. There we go. That's the best way to get a second shot, right?
Yeah, go.
Yeah.
Why are there only 3 pins?
Because you only hit 3 pins. Or you only hit 7 pins.
It shows the ball slowly going down the gutter.
Oh no.
Is that more of them?
You hit 7 in the first round and 7 in the first part of the frame, and
It shows the ball slowly rolling down the gutter.
I mean, I don't know what it showed on your end, but on our end, you did pretty well. Oh. Get it, Razor. Dude, that should have gotten it. John Dick.
Oh my gosh.
Get this. Get these 3 on the left.
Oh.
That was a great spare, dude.
Oh no.
Maybe.
Oh,
Dude, what do you mean, oh no? You just had a strike.
accidentally. That was an accidental shot.
There should be an option to select the gutters up so you can just take
Oh.
it off the side.
I agree. Riser might get his first win against me.
I don't know how you haven't figured out the turn size there. Works every time.
John Dick. Dude, he might win.
2 strikes in a row. Calm down.
Turned on my hacks. Oh my days.
Oh, there's the one that counts.
He's the pimp.
We want to fair here. Oh no. No! Come on.
I thought it worked every time, Riser.
The pressure got
Fuck, man.
That's okay. You're beating Riser.
Oh, no.
Oh, it almost got him.
Get the ricochet. He's got it. Oh, man. The pimp. This is the side on. If I beat the Rab.
Oh.
Oh, I thought he was going to miss it. Wow.
Gutter ball.
Dude, John Dick beat you 2 games in a row?
Damn.
What do you want me to do about it?
Improve.
What about his darts? Good?
Dude, darts is amazing, but it's only 2 players.
Oh, what? What else is there? Cribbage. Texas Hold'em, see that all. Draw together.
John D,
We
you've
got
got
so
an
many
invitation.
games.
You have an invitation.
Do another bowling? Yeah, we're doing.
Let's see Riser beat John Dick. Oh,
Good start.
that's perfect, dude.
Oh, damn. Mind me this game.
Figure out how to get it right every time.
Oh,
I matched you, Riser.
he's figured out. He's figured it out.
Great spare. Oh no. Great strike.
Oh,
Dude, he's untouchable.
oh, what? I keep getting fucked. Oh my god. That might have been it. Oh my days. We're decider.
Perfect.
Oh, if that wasn't a strike, I don't know what is. Like, these are the most picture perfect shots.
Get it. Come on. That was a big shot.
Oh. Come on.
Man. Nah, you got me. The wrapped comeback. Oh. Oh my gosh. Alright, lads, I gotta head off. It was fun.
John Dick.
It was fun playing.
John Dick, very impressive. What did you say, Riser?
See you guys around.
If you get a strike at the end, you should just be able to keep going
I agree.
so you don't get a strike.
Why are you such dog shit at it? Are you ready for an invitation to Karam? You have an invitation, dog. Rocky Top, you'll always be home, sweet home. Are you done?
Literati should definitely be 3 person. no reason why. There's no sane reason why.
I'm in agreement. Dude, where do I hit this ball? Or this thing? Fuck. Riser, you want to know something? You've never beaten me one-on-one in bowling, and you've never beaten me at all you've never beaten me one-on-one in basketball. You've never beaten me at all in bowling. What are your thoughts?
You more times I can count, like Gala, Karam, archery, which are the games here that require actual skill. And mini golf.
What about literati?
It's not to brag about literati, you just make up words. I actually still make words. I've never heard you use he in a sentence and ba in a sentence.
Dude, like, bah humbug.
But what is ba humbug?
It means like, oh shucks.
You just start doing the 160.
160 sucks dick.
You'll lose at whatever more for your this is what you call it.
I'm ready for it. That was good. Show me another one. That's a miss. Psych.
Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
You can just nowhere to put the stupid thing.
Stop.
Yep, going in. What?
I have nowhere to put the what?
No, what room does the
Oh, you're right. Fuck. Fuck. Are you proud of that shot?
Are you serious?
That was one of the most dog shit performances I've ever seen.
How are you winning?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? You ready for perhaps the biggest Newfie shot we've ever seen? How'd you like that?
Let's see what he's gonna do. He just hugged you. Okay. Well, there's no way you're making the next step.
Newfie! How'd you like that, son? How'd you like that, son? How'd you like that, son? You want to play 160? You want to play? You want to play 160? Yo, dog, you want to play 160?
Word Bob. No, we're not. No, we're doing Word Bob.
Oh, okay. Word box. Word box. Okay, I'll whoop your ass in this.
Don't say I'd ever beat you in this.
No, because I'm amazing. You've come close. Psych. 3, 2, 1. Quit with that bullshit.
One.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Look for your free iHeart app and listen now.
Here's our next emerging artist, Teresa Purcell from Colorado Springs, Colorado. The name of the song, Be Kind.
Are you serious?
Next round.
Yeah. First overtime.
I got sneeze. That was worth like 20 points. What are your thoughts on losing?
I mean, I suck at the word game. So.
You lost. At what do you want to lose now, son?
One more word thought.
Exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of immunostat and adaptostat together.
Dog, what's it like to get your ass kicked so many different times in so many different games? You know how you like to keep track of who wins the most?
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptostat and immunostat is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3090. That's 800-563-3090. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping.
Order now to get your free gift. Mental clarity, natural support, mental sharpness. The stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. Art Mission One, a fictional book based on real world facts, the future you hope never happened. Author Stephen Lee Jones brings you Art Mission One, available on Amazon, bringing you real world facts of what worlds will look like.
It's over, baby. At what do you want to lose now? Skee ball? I can't hear you. At what do you want to lose? Fuck your quick draw.
Yeah, quick draw. Teaching human techniques way too nice so far.
Real people, real stories. Are we going to
Wow.
horrible brain fog? My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore.
30 times.
I took vitamins.
You have one more shot up to get it named for.
I could not believe what happened. I'm 76. I had energy like I was holding the tube. It was so remarkable to me. If it wasn't
Look at you, dog.
I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really happy about that. It's like I kept telling everyone I have a brain again.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735.
No way.
And this is carnivore.com.
But
That's CARNIVORE.com.
I don't know how this works. I think like kind of
What if you were in a spaceship and got close to a black hole? You get sucked in on, what would happen?
No way.
There you go. This is anyone's game. This is taking way too much time. Way too much time. Not fast. I mean, you're concentrating on this stuff. We'll only get one more. No way.
You're done. I'm in your head. That wind is there. You're done, son. It's over. Whoa, you're just firing like a banshee. No way.
No.
How did you miss the last shot?
I only need one. I need a 7 or so.
4 in a row.
You finally won a game. Wow.
Dude, I win it all the time. Dog, I win it all the time. 4 in a row. You're up first. I let you go first. Are you going to go or are you just going to J your? Thanks. You're so shitty.
I'm not. Do it again.
You're always like, this game's so easy. You get all the breaks.
I never said that about fucking 4 in a row, dude. Don't make up fucking. I would never say that.
You're up, pimp. Thanks, dog. You're done. Are you ready for some skee ball? I can't hear your mumbling. Oh, dog, of course. You know I love this game. I've beaten you at like the last 30 games we played, not just in this game. I'm saying today. I beat you in basketball a whole bunch. You got me in golf. I beat you in bowling and in archery and in 4 in a row. It's a proper noun, baby. Boy, time's ticking down, dog. Welcome. Are you? There you go.
I was so bullshit. I fucking had my letters in the same order. Good, you fucking know.
Dude, what the fuck, man? Dog, don't blame it on the letters. Are you done? Darts. $501 pro double out. You've never beaten me in this. You're up, pimp. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. I'm going to show you how big dogs do it. Nice bullseye. Dog, you are getting your ass kicked so badly. It's like not even funny. Get it. What the fuck was that? I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy. Shoot.
I'm leaning back after playing this.
I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career. You're done. You got beat by 303 points. Are you done? Dude, bingo sucks. You want bingo? Yo, dog. You have an invitation. Are you just gonna J-your?
I have in your game after that we're gonna.
Are you just gonna J-your?
What? Wait, you have the same fucking.
Radio podcast from our library of over 350,000 iHeartRadio podcast preview. I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m. I have an email.
How do you call bingo?
I think it just automatically does it.
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Lulu, and he had a brand new startup called
I remember thinking, all right,
Are you ready to
be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials?
I was too tall? It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like 10 seconds. Call, and then if you get more, it can take 10 minutes.
Comes a new series, Good Crash, about a $47 billion startup with a lot of talk about culture,
Come on. You've never defeated me in bingo.
David Ramos, Business Wars, Good Crash.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio casts, all in one.
Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 different clients who navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages.
You have the same numbers as me? What number is it right now?
Personal or less.
N33.
Yeah.
They understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember Cordell.
Oh, good. You got 3 in a row.
Life Racing San Diego. Cordell.com. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health.
I'm gonna just fake you out.
Highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my $5,000 hearing aid.
You can't fake the funk, son.
Get qualified.
No.
My number is never going to
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
When you're hot, you feel different. But if you feel different, you drop it. So don't drop by. Brought to you by Pizza and the Ad Council.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Listen to the Steve and Jay Living Podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with entertainer Jeff Beecher. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
you know the dragon attack?
What do you want to play next? Dude, no one can hear you. What are you saying? I hate this game. It's Zoot's favorite game, though. All right, after this, we're done. I've beaten you at too much. I hate this game so much. Sucks. Dude, are you gonna go? Are you just gonna J-Yor?
Oh, that's a really fucking character.
I hate this game because you have to purchase shit. Are you gonna go? You're the one who wanted to play this dog shit game. It's like Bejeweled. Are you gonna go? That's a mistake. You're gonna lose because of that move. Terrible. Terrible. Because I'm sick, baby. It's like Candy Crush, pimp. I don't see anything. You're up, pimp. I didn't know what the question was.
Oh, that was literally what I was supposed to do.
Okay, what do you want me to do about it? Electroclaw? What the fuck is that? Dude, you did really well. Another Electroclaw? What is this bullshit? And you get to go again? What the fuck? Psycho Bite? Dude, what the fuck, dog? Electroclaw? What is that bullshit?
Now that I know how to play it,
I don't know how to play. No one knows how to play.
dude, you know it's
Oh, you have to get what those things are?
I think you get extra points if you get more like ability in a row. So, yeah.
Get the Psycho Bite. How did you get that? Psycho Bite? Dude, this game sucks. This game sucks.
This is the best game. You're right, dog. Oh my god. Oh shit. Nothing.
Nothing for that? This game sucks. Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J your? Extra move. Oh no. Psycho Bite. Are you gonna go? Electro Claw? What the fuck?
Oh, I have it. That's supposed to be the yellow one. No. Hurry up. You missed the red one.
Psycho Bite? What is this bullshit? Electro Claw? What is this bullshit? Hydro Rush, pimp. Flare. Go fuck yourself. And those four. This is big time. Extra move.
Oh, why are you so too blue after that? You could have gotten 4 in a row there and got probably
Are you serious?
yeah, you're taking way too long. How you're supposed to. Yo, quit fucking jail us, dog.
Riser, it's your turn. Dude, how do you get Psycho Bite? Electro Claw.
I might be dead. Actually, no, you're saying something else. Are you gonna go? No, how many fucking turns did it?
I beat you, bitch. Victory.
It'll be like 60 fucking turns at the end.
Are you ready to play again?
Yeah, yeah. I'm in the game now. You let me go. Now they know how to play.
Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J-Yor? Prepare for battle. Let me go first. Tight. But you have more health than I do.
So you can't take money.
Dude, I didn't get to go.
And you put 9.
Rabbi's turn. Fuck you, dude. Psycho Bite. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? Everybody's waiting on you. Dude, what the fuck?
Your character was not damaged. Are you gonna go? Where are you gonna go? Are you not going to How did you miss that?
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I wanted one question.
Hydro Rush, pimp.
Are you ready for this move?
Yeah.
You ready for this move, bud?
Extra move.
Quad. Most of the quad house. Double quad. Double quad. We've never seen a double quad.
STFU, dog. STFU. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? Oh, I didn't even see I had the animal on the bottom. Oh, so that's how you get the cycle bite. I kept doing the same fucking move. I don't know how to play this game. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? Dude, fuck your Electro Claw. Hydro Rush, bitch. Hydro Rush, bitch.
Marcus, stay with us. We're going to come back and take final calls in a moment. Here's our next emerging artist, Tyler King from Oceanside, New York. Name of the song,
The free Coast Zone email newsletter is sent out 6 days a week and is a great way to keep up on all things Coast. With detailed program recaps, the fascinating Today in Streamers listing, upcoming guest info, and weekly free
What'd you just say?
It's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
I think if you do one move, no. If you do one move and then do the quad, you get. Oh, hurry up. Let's go. Curious question, why do you take so long?
Because I don't know what I'm doing.
the desk joke, corny, roadworthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the say when he dropped his son off at school? Bye, son.
So take a moment and make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lisa Sky Hay loved working with people.
Psycho Bite.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet."
Electroclaw.
635 entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called
I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why is this? Better idea.
Extra Move. Hydro Rush. This is it. Okay, now that I know what I'm doing a little bit more, let's do it again. No, no one can hear you.
I'm swapping my characters.
Okay.
Nearly 200,000 kids
No, that's against the rules.
Oh yeah, that'll be interesting because he goes up to so you have to go like that.
Is it my turn?
Anti-Semitism and bias during last year's protests being protests on the UCLA campus. He argues the decision does nothing to address any alleged discrimination.
Senate Republicans are rejecting an attempt by Democrats to block President Trump.
What do the grapes do? Yeah, whatever, dog. What do they do? Extra move? Another extra move? Dude, fuck you, man. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna just jail? What do the berries do? What do the berries do? What do the berries do?
Oh, the berries let you evolve.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721.
You really want to
East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5083. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255.
Look, there's a question mark one. Heel leaf. Oh, dude, it hurts me and it heals you? Oh, that fucking is... I want that one that you just got. That thing's great. What are these fucking question mark ones? Dude, the fact that you have the heel leaf thing, that's not fair. I want that one.
What do you want me to do with that?
Fuck you, man.
What do you want me to do with that? 70 to 25. Right?
Flare. Hydro Rush.
Are you gonna make a move or you just gonna stay there? Right now, Yo, what? What's the plan with motion?
No one knows, dog.
Yeah, try and get the quad motion at the bottom. Oh, at the bottom. It's the question mark.
It doesn't do anything. I just wasted a thing for you.
Epic tea capsules for men and women from healthylooking.com or at 800-549-9596. Epic tea capsules at healthylooking.com or 800-549-9596. Promo code George for free shipping from healthylooking.com. Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happened. Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in the cliffhanging detective story. The first crew
Extra move.
Mars on a missile blows up the satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction.
Yeah, we're gonna do it again, but I want that healing one. No, you stole my the water one. Dude, where's the green one? Dude, I can't find it.
What do you want me to do about it, dog?
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You can slide to the left? No. So I have to be this shitty one again. Lava cab. Matching red damages your person.
Yeah, like after the day, like
Dude, you fucking psycho bite. Fuck you with that.
What was that? I see a bias for what? Oh, you're down.
There isn't anything good.
I have a speech strategy.
Are you gonna go? Psych.
Your turn.
I know.
Dude, you take literally, you're like food.
I want that healing one. Oh, Turtlesque is the one. Oh, dude, now I know what to do. You're fucked when we play next.
No, why would you do that? Oh, okay, good job. Good job. Old food goes down to a cow. I'm taking my time. Yo, do you see how my turn took 2 seconds? Do that with your turn.
How'd you like that one, you bee? All right, let's play again. You're done now. Let me go first. What the fuck is that? He'll leave. Oh, I'm at max hit points? Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
Back-to-back squad. Why didn't it do
It freezes the thing for the next one. Whatever one was done, it freezes the next one. I don't know what it means, but that's what I've observed. This level sucks. Extra move. Psycho Bite.
you actually take that? Wait, how did you get to that fourth day?
So in the center of galaxies, quasars are extremely powerful. You get a supermassive black hole, and the material swirling around is so hot that it pumps out 100 times more light than the galaxy itself. So this is the paradox. Black holes are the brightest objects and the brightest in the universe. And the question about gravity is, well, really the gravity on the moon is about a sixth of what it is on the Earth. But apart from that, everything is the same. So you jump up on the moon, you come back down again. It just takes you a bit longer because gravity is weaker. So it's not like you're actually doing.
What the fuck is this?
I just evolved my God.
How did you do that?
I didn't. It's just. I'm good, God. I'm good. I'm good.
Dude, that's cheap.
They only gave me one turn.
How do I evolve my guy?
I don't know. I got off roll. I should have three.
It sucks.
So what is this? Not on a green one.
Dude, you fucked me with the reds. Good move.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
Why these take so long to calculate? So it's in Washington.
Superstar
I have to look
performance
into
started
it.
tomorrow to win Wayfair.
Yeah.
Capital One is the
I'll go
proud
with
presenting partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival. Great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Washington.
Welcome to How I Met Your Mother, which I think we're calling With You. I say let's connect. This is our new podcast. We're watching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Hayes. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. We'll also use Indian.
Or you can get the cherry and I'll trade you.
Why do you call them cherries? They're obviously grapes.
Yeah, are they things?
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Hey everyone,
Oh, you're jerking yourself off while
preparation. I asked some of my friends to send us videos. I did some.
Just be yourself.
Is there any way you can combine the two? Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for the hang. It's rough out there. We're just trying to lighten it up. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You cunt.
Is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor appears out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Bloom was a professional con artist, so you didn't stand a chance.
I figured this drifter out before he realized it, and I start recording every lie. Getting a con artist to pay for their crimes isn't easy. But I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man.
No way.
I'm Caroline DeMora. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app. iHeartRadio is commercial-free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s smooth soft rock all weekend. All commercial-free.
Oh, I can't do this fucking shit.
Rock radio works anywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app and search Yacht Rock. Make it a preset now. That's a grammar question for the forest. Forest rivers provide a flood. What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest. Looking at the air. I didn't know the trees were so amazing. Yep, and the forest gives us shade. Trees to climb. It's awesome. Let's explore some more.
That's the most obvious thing.
Just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
The free iRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Very fantastic.
Yeah, but now I know what to do and I know how to evolve. Play again. That level sucks.
How many in a row? Like 3 in a row?
No, just one. I beat you the game before that. All right, you can't count. Prepare for battle. Forest Valley. One less berry to evolve. Oh, dude, that was big time.
Oh wait, I think that's all of it.
You're at the maximum hit points.
iHeartRadio app, number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you. Google Home, Google Mini Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that uses your Google Assistant. The convenience of playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, "Okay, Google, play," to get your favorite AM FM stations from iHeartRadio.
I'm gonna start running.
Everywhere you
Oh,
go.
it's my turn.
Including right in your home and office through your Google Home,
Your turn.
Nest Hub Mini,
I didn't realize.
Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Cycle Bite, how much is that?
The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong,
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
and when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro.
There's
I've been
no
lucky enough
free
to do
turn
stuff like Broad City,
and then another car.
Roadhouse, and so many commercials about back pain. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel this place is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history. Very few people know this story. Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms. I climbed up and was just like, Diane Guerrero.
And she goes, "You're on your own. You have to run."
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait. Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most wild true escape stories of all time. Like, what should you do? Maybe write a musical.
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to, like, water ski across the boat. So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Oh, I don't get another free turn?
Oh, I just explained that, Doc.
Why don't you get another free turn?
And you can only get one of those per.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't get what you were saying. Okay, go.
Actually, those. Oh, I missed the green one. Yeah, why is it
That's why tens of thousands of Americans are buying gold right from Birch Gold. Here are some of the facts. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by 4%. Central banks continue to bolster demand for gold by buying it in record quantities. Global instability and tension is the highest in decades, but you can find peace of mind in gold. Birch Gold makes it extremely easy to convert existing IRA or 401ks with tax sheltered IRA into gold. Just buy some smart home. Just text the word COAST to 989898 and Birch Gold will send you your free quote on gold. No obligation, only useful information. A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers. Text the word COAST 989898.
Real people, real stories.
I've been only 6 or 7 days, but they've just relaxed it for 2 years.
Oh, that's big time.
Now, guys, you're gonna need
Crazy comeback.
got one more move, dog. Oh, you can get the cherry and the block if you want.
It's over. Oh, maybe not. Well, probably. It's over. It's over.
You want to get the purple one or the green?
Purple. Yeah, you're gonna lose the next one though.
When you're like, oh yeah, I'm the green one.
I didn't know how to use them. Now I do. I'm gonna dominate you. You have an invitation, dog. You have an invitation. Any place with that ice level. 2 tiles are electrified. Are you gonna go?
I have 30 seconds. This is what it feels like every time.
Doug, don't do this.
This is what you do every time. I swear to God.
Because I don't know what I'm doing.
I know. That's really evident. You've never seen where you can avoid quad.
It's a new strategy, pimp, for sexy beasts.
How do you like this?
Dude, fuck you.
You go to James 2. Oh, another. Oh, win? No, you don't get extra points for your.
You should.
You ready for the quad? Oh.
Nobody cares about that. No, they are.
No, what the fuck is that bullshit? an object. Oh, shit. What? Where did you get fucking cherries from?
Because I'm sexy. Dog. Dog, do I need to repeat it? It's because I'm sexy. Yep. Oh, wow. That was new feed. Big time, baby.
What? So, why is it involved in health? I get both powers.
Dude, you keep getting so fortunate.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I'm just good.
You suck. Are you fucking serious?
All I need to do is steal the green one, and then I don't think I'll be able to have to stop here.
Be my turn.
That's why you can't steal my green one. Your fucking green one has 0.
Nice move.
Oh, shit. You have... No. cherry, so you're not suckling up your next teeth. There you go. You're welcome for that. But you might lose right here. You are going to lose.
Was that TV show that Reggie was in the secrets of the psychics?
Wow, that one move saved me.
He was in another one called Psyop.
Great move. I'm not even gonna fuck around. That was very smart.
He's the one that had the $1 million.
No, it's goofy as fuck.
Goofy as fuck. I agree.
Even if they came up with it.
I just fucked myself.
Why was he such a cynic? What you would call?
Yeah, well, watch me win this one. Watch me win this one, big dog. No, it hasn't. I won like two of them ago. This one I like the most. There isn't any bullshit.
Instant cherries is bullshit.
Quit calling them cherries. They're grapes.
I think it's the Pac-Man cherries that look exactly like this. Yo, what the fuck is that? Yeah, you're right. They look nothing like
But Pac-Man does have cherries. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your?
John, give us your definition, your thoughts on the paranormal.
I'm gonna take as long as you take on every.
Dude, I did not take that long.
Took 15 seconds.
Okay, that's not a crazy amount of time. Extra move.
When you communicate with the other side,
Psycho bite.
there's helpers on the other side. How does that work?
Are you? Yeah, that's cool.
Are you gonna go?
Oh, it's me. Lucky I didn't go the green one.
Those who depart, when they really?
Fuck.
Are you at the point where you think when you die,
The map gets blown up.
Dude, you stole my shit. And you get that? Dude, fuck you, man.
What do you want me to do about it? I can choose to be born with it. Oh. Are you kidding me? Oh, there are cherries right there.
They're not cherries, they're grapes. Fuck. What? I just had 3 in a row. And it didn't give it to me. Or 4 in a row. This game cheated me.
Nearly 30 seconds.
If she don't talk to her, I don't talk to her.
To access the audio archives of Coast to Coast AM, log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Dude, fuck you, man.
Oh, my purple. Oh, it would have done damage. That is. Are you gonna jail or are you gonna jail?
Radio goes commercial free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s smooth soft rock all weekend.
Dude, you keep stealing my shit.
I actually helped you with it.
High tide, low tide, no tide. Radio works the air. Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Yacht Rock, and make a preset now. Welcome. My name is Paola Pedros, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy Podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning to
through them and their own perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy Podcast on the iHeartRadio app.
Records, milestones, firsts, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's happening, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history. August 4th. We'll start today in 1982, where Joe Youngblood becomes the only player in Major League Baseball history to play and get hits for two different teams in two different cities on the same day. In the afternoon, his hit drives in the winning run for the New York Mets in a 7-4 victory in Chicago. After the game, he's traded to the Montreal Expos and plays that night in Philadelphia. He enters the game in right field in the fourth inning and later gets a single. Today in 1985, future Hall of Famer infielder Rod Carew of the California Angels singles off Minnesota's Frank Viola to collect his 3,000th career hit. The Angels win 6-5. 1985 was his last season, and he finished his career with 3,053 hits.
Fuck.
We'll stick with baseball today in 2010 on the anniversary of his 500th home run in 2007. Alex Rodriguez hits his 600th home run. Becomes the youngest player to attain that milestone. His two-run first-inning shot off Toronto's Sean Marco put New York ahead, and the Yankees coasted to a 5-1 victory over the Blue Jays.
Oh.
Now you know. Today in sports history on
Oh.
iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Are you serious?
It's over, baby. It's over, baby. Huh? How many in a row did I fucking win? Water tiles get shuffled.
I do like that it makes me do that. Don't let her do it. There's some fake copies who stole my character.
This is a story about family, loss, and hope for redemption under the pink line. Pink Man Murders is available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Dude, what the fuck? Oh. Oh, goddamn. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Some fucking shit.
Good one.
Why didn't it shuffle the water tiles? Okay.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Here to talk about paranormaldate.com. That is where you want to go. You want to find a companion, somebody that thinks like you do, relates to the things that you think about. Maybe someone to hang out with, have a cup of coffee with. Paranormaldate.com is where you want to go. If you're looking for somebody a bit more mature, say 60 plus, you can go to paranormaldate.com/seniors. Those same folks that think like you do and have the same interests are waiting for you now. And we're happy to say we're working on an app for you. So we're making it very easy. It's coming in the near future. And we're making it so easy for you to find love or find your paranormaldate.com. At paranormaldate.com.
Fuck.
The most fantastic.
Oh, and I have a slot.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Bruce here.
Yeah. Do you need someone who understands me?
Also,
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But it's in the finding world, kids.
oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay. Guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
Can't be anyone without really can't find a website for my unique interests. So too. Have you thought about paranormaldate.com? What? Who are you? I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's paranormaldate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you want. Interesting. I'll give it a try. Well, let's try this again. Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Nat. Your profile on paranormaldate.com looked very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Oh, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as me.
You're an alien chasing the flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, it's
So look at this
paranormaldate.com.
new video I created.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Distributed with people with an interest in things they hear on George's show.
So I can see like
So if you're looking
How about you just go?
an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and of course the paranormal, come to the dating site inspired by George North. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code
oh wait,
for a
it didn't
discount.
stop here?
Paranormaldate.com. You are not alone.
What?
Quad right after. No, can't believe it. Oh,
Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on
all
real
cherry.
facts, the future you will never have. Author Christopher B. Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a cliffhanging detective story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, surviving the Kessler effect, you may not want to see it happen. Now available on Amazon, it's Mars Mission 1, surviving the Kessler effect. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1, surviving the Kessler effect. The administration has their sleeves rolled up in streamlined monumental moves right now. However, it's difficult for them to take personal finances into account when trying to do what's right for the country. You have to do that. That's why tens of thousands of Americans are buying gold right now from the gold. Here are some of the facts. In the past 12 months,
No,
gold has increased
kind
by
of
40%. Central banks continue to bolster demand for gold by buying it in record quantities. Global
Actually,
instability
it's probably
is the highest in decades.
oh, no.
Which gold makes it extremely easy to convert existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA with gold. Just buy some to store at home. Just text the word COAST to 989898 and Birch Gold will send your free info karat gold. No obligation, only useful information. Equals rating with a better business for your
There you are. There you are.
Text the word COAST 989898.
Where did all the green ones go?
And welcome back, George Norrie, along with John Russell, as we talk about his life as a psychic medium and Sack Ghost. John, you're concerned about artificial intelligence right now.
Fuck you, dude. And an extra move. That was brilliant.
The shuffle thing, this thing kind of sucks. Like that's bullshit. That should never happen. That's bullshit. Oh, and the half-late so forward because of the shuffle. Idiot arena, no skill. That's just idiot.
Champion. 2 in a row, baby. Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna J-Or? Two tiles are electric. What is electrified tile? What does that do?
What? You hit the electric tile.
You fuckface.
I thought it was your turn. I'm sorry. Taking it long.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck. Psycho bite. Dude, you're just getting helped by everything. STFU. They're not cherries, they're grapes. Dude, what the fuck?
There's so many purple ones. I gave you that extra.
Dude, what the fuck?
What? Why are you crying?
Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, my finger slipped.
Haven't heard that excuse for this game yet. Oh, what is this? Oh, that fucking red thing is pretty fucking.
Psycho bite.
You also said that animals are psychic. Tell us about that.
Oh, what? I guess it was.
Fuck. Fuck you, man. This game sucks.
It's called strategy, dude. Sorry, it's still your tied. It's pretty cool right now, but you just got your OP. Oh no. Taking more time.
Oh, big time.
Are you gonna?
Of course.
What do you want me to do?
In your book that's coming up, what are more ways to increase your
Rotate the
psychic
player
abilities? How did you come up with 20 more?
Two quads. Oh, what? I think I was literally taking oh, if you get spot him. That was fucked up. You could not call. But he still get his spot anyway.
John, do you think the paranormal world is changing dramatically?
Or
Fuck. Fuck.
thank you.
Are you fucking serious? This game sucks.
So much perfect. Why don't you level up your little green thing? Oh,
Extra move?
no, give me a green one. Give me a fucking
What the absolute fuck?
I hate to do this.
Fuck you.
No, I hate to do that. I wonder what's gonna happen. Give me a green one. No.
You're done. Because I'm the West Side Pimp. And I'm the East Side Gangster. I'm the East Side Gangster and the West Side Pimp. Dog. This game is exhausting. It's fun as fuck, though. I'm good. I'll play one more, but I have to use the restroom. Is that okay? Oh, man. I gotta drain the snake, son. Oh. Oy. All right, Pimp. Final game. You're up, Pimp. We're waiting on you. You just J Yarn? Are you just J Yarn? Are you just J Yarn? Yo, Pimp.
Does it take a long time to pee?
Yeah, it does. I had to wash my hands and stuff.
Oh, because of your giant penile gland, it takes a long time.
We're done. I'm starting finally.
Going down the Amazon.
Hey, look, the thing is different.
What are they blue? What are they blueberries now? Or
Oh, good move, dude. That was baller.
what are you gonna do? It's an obvious move. Literally, it's an obvious move. I feel like
Oh, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Dude, fuck you, man.
throw the green one.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Americans are feeling slightly better about the economy for the second straight month. That meant savings like the University
Administration has unveiled new tariff rates for most of America's trade partners. Garrett,
President Trump making good on his threat to impose what he's called reciprocal tariffs for nearly every nation, with the White House announcing sweeping import tax rates ranging from 10 to 50%. Mexico a 90-day extension of its 25% tariff rate to continue negotiations. And after talks with Chinese negotiators, the Treasury Secretary says only the technical details remain to be worked out.
and Apple is anticipating $1.1 billion in related costs next year. Foreign reports.
The expected cost comes on top of $100 million paid for the previous 3-month period. Apple's been hit by President Trump's tariffs. Now the company reported strong quarterly earnings between April and June. It also sold $44.5 billion worth of iPhones last quarter. That's up 10% in the same 3-month period last year.
According to new numbers out, unemployment grew by 221,000 last month, while
You're just going all in.
it does cause me pause to see such large divisions, and I was a deeper dive and do an analysis of why those numbers look the way they do. That's Secretary of Labor Lori Travis DeReamer, some 73,000 more added below market expectations. What doesn't concern me is the net positive. We've seen over 5 million new jobs
You're done.
to the American economy.
You're absolutely done.
That workers' rate
2
should
weeks.
ease the job market.
60 to 10. Oh, no.
Hey, look at the scoreboard. Who's the champion overall? GG Pimp. I can play this game all night. It's very fun. We've got a new game now.
Actually good.
I've been trying to. I mean, it's 1:08, so it's still pretty late. Are you proud of the way you played today? Let's go through. Basketball, you won a game in a 3-person round. That was good. Bowling, you are still winless. Literati, you're still winless. The word box thing, you're still winless. Match Monsters is an amazing game, and you do okay at it. Go. I think earlier Go you did well. That one with the boxes you did well at. Mini golf you did well at. Archery you won one, I think. Maybe 2, but you lost a bunch too. Carom, you did okay. Skee ball we did not play. You're doing okay, man. I mean, when are you gonna play the Olympics again? Yep, but you have to tell me, hey, we're doing the Olympics, because then we'll keep track of the games. All right, big dog. Sweet dreams. Come back tomorrow or tonight. Zoot will be here in a little bit. Peace out, Girl Scout. Good games. GG Pimp. Get good.
Well, let's go on to the actual achievements of the Rebbe and the University of Beach. So, the Rebbe had truly powerful sense of marketing skill. He was very much engaged in graphic design. He personally was involved in creating the logos and the letterhead of many of the movements that he was associated with. He personally looked over any graphic representations for children's magazines, for example. He actually would look at each of the cartoon boxes and make suggestions as they were being published. Even when he was an older man, he was still looking at these things. He used to say, for example, it's kind of relevant to contemporary controversies, that there should always be, whenever you have a children's magazine that have pictures of young boys on it, it says there should always be a girl on the cover.
What's up, MTV? All of you broke motherfuckers. What you stepping on was a marble floor. It was cut out of none other than Space Mountain. What's up, MTV? All of you broke motherfuckers. What you stepping on was a marble floor. It was cut out of none other than Space Mountain.
One of the things that father say, when he came to this country in 1940, people were sad, they all laughed about things like that. And we should say the reason is because
I don't really fuck that you stop as I follow me. Now, it's time to see my shoe collection. You know, ballers love nice shoes. Everybody got their dogs and their yours. I like to cut the middleman. Fuck shoe class. I got my own sweatshop, nigga. I got these bitches working 16 hours. You're a fan of archaeology. Right here on the bottom shelf, you might recognize this. It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. There's only 2 of these left in the world. Each of these babies are million years old. A pink son, rare, very hard to find. And I have to I don't think it's going to be enough for everybody. I'm going to get one more. Y'all want to eat some dinosaur, nigga? Let's try it out. Oh my God, it's very little. I swear. Oh shit! Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, on everything I eat. 2 reasons. 1, and 2, makes my different choice. Have a back, friend.
handing down from mother to daughter. It's a very simple thing to do, just light the candles Friday night. And so, the Chabad students will go out on so-called Mitzvah, which is a Friday afternoon, in particular, kind of activity, where they go out to neighborhoods where they hope to meet Jews and simply give away free candles to women. Say, here, would you like red Shabbos candles? There's no strings attached, no complex kind of arrangements, just really simple. Light the candles bring peace. Look at all these other blessings that come along. We're all familiar as well with the mitzvah tents, right? These loud, audacious vehicles that roll through many urban centers, and they serve as kind of like mobile squads to suggest that Jews come in and put on tefillin or have a kosher egg roll or something like that, say a bracha. And it's all just for the sake of getting people to add to the level of Kedusha holiness by performing these things. Incredible kind of vision that motivated people and made them smile because they were so, out there. And one of my favorites is the giving dollars. So
Can't tell by now. I like to think about things. Oh, I do. I love. It's fun. It's fun. You know what I mean? Like,
There's athleticism.
Like totally theoretical.
Oh yeah, let's move.
I can't prove any of that. But when I think about evolution, one of the first things that's striking me is how on earth. Well, first of all, consciousness is a big problem. You mentioned that earlier. Yeah, but how on earth did we, as beings that we are, or we could take any being on earth and use it as an example? Yeah. How do we go through? How many millions, or do some say billions,
Of life,
of years?
not evolutions, but for life. Yeah. Just life. How long ago did life first appear on Earth? So I think single-cell organisms is like
Now,
3 billion years.
Now, what I'm about to do here is I'm about to apply some country boy logic here, Joe.
There it goes. Say 3.5 billion years.
3.5 billion years from life to what we are as beings now. Now, look, are you ready for this country boy?
I love it.
How on earth did we go through 3.5 billion years of evolution and being shaped by our environment? And here we are after 3.5 billion years, and we can't stare for more than about 75 years, and everything around us can kill us. Like, if I think about, now again, country boy logic here, if I think a 3.5 billion year long process of an organism being shaped by its environment, I would like to hope it would produce something a little better.
Well, I didn't think
what we are today.
what it's produced is pretty fucking extraordinary in comparison to all the other animals.
In human.
Yeah, nothing is even close.
But
And then you have to think of how long humans have been around in this form, at least according to science. They believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 500,000 years based on the fossil evidence. It could go further back, probably go further back. Eventually, they'll probably fit like 6 or 7, but there's a timeline. There's a timeline when Homo sapiens existed and when they didn't exist before. And then there's a bunch of different forms of human. There's a bunch of different hominids, there's Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, there's a ton of them. So what we've been able to achieve in this, very relatively speaking, when you think about 3.5 billion, which is a number that you can't really comprehend. You say it, but it's too big. It's too big to really wrap your head around. Think about the behavior characteristics that you can breed into your dogs in a short period of time.
Now I heartily agree and believe in adaptation.
Yeah.
Heartily agree in different forms, drastically different forms of human.
Look at just dogs. Just look at dogs. Your dog came from a wolf. Okay? I have two dogs. I have a golden retriever and I have a spaniel, this little puppy that we just got. And both of them also descended from wolves. And it's ridiculous. They have zero killer instinct other than squirrels. My dog Marshall kills squirrels, and turtles. But he's not a wolf. He's some sort of a new thing that we've created through selection and breeding, and
It's forced adaptation.
over time, it's a totally different animal, just like we are. We are a totally different animal than Neanderthal, a totally different animal to ancient man. We're just different. We're different in so many, and especially if you go way back to Australia, Piscine, and all these different animals these different hominids that were very primitive, much more ape-like than us. There's a path. You can see it. It's like there's a lot of mysteries. The big one is the doubling of the human brain over a period of 2 million years. That's a crazy one. One of the things that I always wonder when you're reading, particularly the really old texts, when it gets into like the Dead Sea Scrolls, and it gets into the Old Testament, and even stuff that's before that, it's like, what were they trying to remember? Because you got to remember, before this stuff was even written down, it was an oral history for about 1,000 years. What was the original story? And that's where I think the truth is. I think there's truth. I don't think these people were making up myths and fairy tales. I think that's a silly way to think about it. I think it's much more likely that some immense events had happened over the course of human history, and these people were trying to document it with whatever limited ability to express themselves that they had at the time. Yeah. There's something there. It's just the problem I always have with all religions is man, the tongue of man, is human beings and our desire to. We use hyperbole. We exaggerate. We change times. We write things that make ourselves look better than we should. History is written by the winners. It's very difficult to know what was the genesis of it. What was the original thing that they were trying to write down? But I think there's truth in the original thing.
Man, you're headed in the right direction. When you said the problem you always have is with man.
Yes.
Man is indeed the
Yes.
problem, my friend.
Yes.
You are headed down the right path, man.
Well, we are the problem, but we are also seeking solutions. People like you, people like me, people that want to be better people, and there's a lot of people out there that are listening to this, people that want a better world, they want a better society, and they recognize that there's certain things that you can do both to change your life and to inspire others. Like there's a reason for those instincts. They're not necessarily even self-serving. A lot of them are community serving. And that's, in a way, self-serving, because the more healthy your community is, the better you'll feel, the better your life will be. There's reward systems that are built into our tribal nature. Yeah. And there's a lot of good to that. And I think, like I said before, like if you do follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, you will have a better, believe it, you will, and you live by it, you will have a better life. But there's that weird jump that you have to make, right? There's the weird jump where you have to abandon this critical thinking and logical mind and accept that there's an extreme value in living this way. And it hasn't been around for all these years by accident. And I really do believe that at the origins, and we all wish we could know. We could hear it. And like that's the frustrating thing about it. This is all really the word of God. Like, hey, come back and give us a refresher course. How about, like maybe we're not bad. We just need to know.
I'll tell you what, Joe, I should just let you talk the whole dang podcast, man, because you are so good at just summing stuff up and getting to the root of questions and things. And, you talked about that whole that transition from just like living it out to have a better life to all of a sudden like placing your entire hope in this message of the gospel. Like that's that transition that I was talking about that you can't choose. You know what I mean? Like, so you're summarizing all of this so well, man. And it's interesting to me too that you know, the Almighty has these plans for each of us, His sons and daughters, and He leads us each along this path to the ultimate revelation that we are searching for. But every path looks different. And it's so interesting to me to get to hear you speak this way, because He led me along this path that involved this spiritual warfare. What was I? I was a warrior. Like, I understood warfare. I understood encountering an enemy. And that's the story I told you. You know, He kind of led me to this ultimate revelation and to this regeneration along the lines of that. I have to believe that, and I have to hope that He is leading you along this path, specifically the way you're experiencing it, because that's how your mind works, man. Like, you're a master. You are intelligent. You understand things. You want things to be somewhat logical and orderly, and you know, like the Shroud of Turin thing, or you know, any of these other artifacts, or the Dead Sea Scrolls, or something like I can do without knowing about all that and be just fine. But according to the way the Almighty made you, maybe you can't do without all that stuff and be just fine, because you're different than me. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I want you. Man, it sounds so weird because we just met. But like, I want you, man, to be confident in the direction that you're going with the questions that you ask and the way that you search. Because it's beautiful, man.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I'm blessed with the time. I'm blessed with the time to ponder things. You know,
that is a very big blessing, man.
It is, because if you're too busy and your life is too overwhelmed with obligations, and I have a lot of them, but fortunately for me, a lot of my job gives me time to think.
Yep.
A lot of what I do, and a lot of these conversations give me time to think, and talking to different people with different perspectives, different life experiences, and what they're trying to figure out. Because we're all trying to figure out, like, what is the purpose of this? Like, what am I doing here? And some of the most miserable, anxiety-ridden people that I know have no belief system. Some of the most miserable, anxiety-driven people that I know are atheists. And some of the most angry and bitter and attacking and condescending and atheists. And also Christian. Yeah, well, there's a lot of Christians that way too. Yeah, there's a lot of Muslims that way. There's a lot of Buddhists that way. There's a lot of people that are full of shit. And that's, you know, that's with everything. Like, with that, you can get a good plumber, you can get a terrible plumber. You know, and it's just how human beings vary considerably.
There's a philosopher that Martin Luther quotes in his book, The Bondage of the Will. And this philosopher says, you can make anything out of anything. And he's talking about Scripture. You can take the Holy Scriptures and you can make anything out of them that you want to make out of them.
But if you want to interpret it,
yes, sir. You can make anything out of anything, and that's where we have these issues. You know, people need to point out the hypocrisy in the body of Christ, the visible church, Christians, people who proclaim to be Christians, the hypocrisy of Christians. And I would agree with you 100%. There is a lot of hypocrisy, and a lot of what the visible church does is makes what they want to make out of the Scriptures in order to control people. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's like for sure huge, man.
Yeah, and there's also the issue of mega pastors.
Yeah,
you know, when you think about a rock star, you think about someone who's selling out an arena, right? You think about a preacher, you think about like a Joel Osteen type character, unfortunately, because they're more popular than any of the other ones. And so that's it's on the far spectrum, fringe figure.
Yeah.
You know, Rolls Royces, private jets, expensive suits, all of it's fucked. None of it makes any sense. None of it seems remotely Christian, right? To amass billions of dollars in enormous plots of land, have huge houses, and you're flying around in $65 million planes.
Dude, you're a comedian. You gotta watch this dude named Jesse Duplantis.
Is he a comic?
Oh no, he's like a mega preacher, but dude, you just gotta watch videos of this dude.
But is he off the charts?
Oh my god.
Well, you know, that's how Kinnison started. One of the greatest comedians, if not the greatest of all time, Sam Kinison, started out as a tent preacher.
Well, you know, when people like to point out the hypocrisy of Christians, like, I get what you're saying, man, like, and how religion is used to control people.
In some ways,
You can make anything out of anything. But here's the thing. Here's how I would respond to you as a Christian. Yes, you are right. I am a hypocrite. I am a liar. I'm a cheater. Now, I'm not really a thief per se. I don't steal. I covet people, the things that they have, the things of this world. I hate. I do all of those things. That's the point. Like in that realization of who I am, that revelation is the foundation of my clinging to Christ.
Right. I see what you're saying.
Like, clinging to, do I want to do those things? No, I don't want to do those things. But there is something in me. There is a remnant in me that leads me to do things that I don't want to do. And the things that I want to do, I don't actually do. Now, not 100% of the time. Like, that's not my desire. But when I do those things now, the difference is my response to them. So, like, I told you how wicked I used to be. Well, you know, used to be, if I had an argument with my wife, you know, maybe I was rushing out the door and maybe I yelled at my wife. And I went out, got my truck and went to work. The rest of the day, I would be justifying my yelling at my wife. She deserved to be yelled at. Right. Screw her, man. Like, she's in the wrong. Now, when I do those things, I yell at my wife, I walk out the door. It's the same thing that I did before, but I do it now, and I get in my car, and it crushes me, dude. Like, I can't believe I just did the thing that I know I don't want to do, but I did it anyways. It's my response to those things. The most, I think, accurate way or picture to describe this. Remember I told you I woke up the next day and, like, my desires had changed?
Yeah.
The most accurate way I've heard this described is if you had 2 plates of food. You know, you had a plate of the finest food, and then you had a bucket of garbage. You turn a pig loose into the room. The pig is going to go and stick his head in that bucket of garbage and eat that garbage before he eats the food off of that fine plate. Because he likes the smell of garbage. He's attracted to the taste and the smell of that. We have pigs at the house. Like, that's what he would do. He would go eat the garbage before he ate the good stuff. And so that pig, he's eating that garbage, and there's this good stuff right here next to him. And he's not even ashamed that he's eating that garbage because he's a pig. If you had the power to snap your fingers and to turn that pig into a man, that man would then lift his head up out of that garbage, and he would look around him, and he would be ashamed that he had been eating that garbage.
to assume that voice.
And he would depart from that garbage and go to the finer food. Right?
Yeah.
That's what he would do. That's the transition that I tried to describe to you earlier, how it's changed overnight. It was like I no longer desired garbage more than I desired the fine things that the Lord has offered to me. My desires changed, right?
I see what you're saying.
But we still go back like that. There's a remnant of that pig in us. And every now and then we want to go back and eat that garbage, but we're ashamed. We don't want anybody to see us, and we're ashamed, and it upsets our stomach, and we respond to it differently. And that's kind of the change, and tying this all back into, well, why are Christians perfect? They say they preach all this stuff. As a preacher or as a teacher, the closer you preach the true, literal word of Scripture in terms of standards, the closer you get to that standard that's portrayed by Scripture, the more of a hypocrite you are going to become, because you can't meet it.
So what you're saying, though, this is what I was getting at. What you're saying is one of the best examples of the power of being Christian. What I'm talking about is the general perception of people on the outside that don't maybe hang out mostly in secular circles. Maybe they have a bunch of friends that are atheists. They see religion as this big scam. And because the most popular versions of religion for a long time is televised religion, when you think about people's exposure that aren't religious to religion, what do they hear about scandals? They hear about, the pedophilia in the Catholic Church. They hear about money that's being inappropriately spent. And so the versions that they get are like, oh, this is just bullshit to control people. And they don't hear enough about genuine transformation stories, and why this is valuable, and why it's also valuable to intelligent people, because this has always been this is a misconception, or at least a narrative that's pushed out, that it's for dull-minded people. It's for dull-minded people that can't make sense of the world. It's too much confusion to them, so they need a structure,
which is totally in alignment with the whole truth that this cross thing is foolishness. I understand that.
Right. I mean, the fact that you do makes it much more palatable for people too. What you were saying makes more sense to people because, okay, he's addressing these feelings that I have too.
Yeah, I mean, you read in, I think it's 1 Corinthians chapter 2, the Apostle Paul is writing hey, I didn't come to you with these wise words, trying to convince you of anything. I simply have preached to you this gospel. And notice that not many of you who are considered wise, were able to believe this, because it's literally foolishness until you're made alive. And it's funny, it was by the Almighty's sovereign, immutable will that He chose the cross as to be the story of redemption for man. It's funny that He chose the cross, and He did it for His own good pleasure. He chose to destroy the wisdom of man by a message that is seemingly foolish. It's so backwards. He chose to destroy man's wisdom, our natural man's wisdom, right? All the great things that man has done and known and discovered. He chose to destroy all of that by this foolish cross for His own good pleasure, because man in his wisdom did not know God when he came here in the body, in the person of Jesus Christ. They actually killed him. And he said, I want to destroy y'all's natural wisdom with this message of foolishness. Kind of comedic.
It is. So if it really did happen, it's the most bizarre way to get a message across.
It's the most bizarre way that you could ever, literally even imagine, man.
No, and imagine you trying to explain to people your experiences with whatever you encountered in those barracks. And people hearing that, like, it's the problem with unique experiences that are completely outside of the norm. Well, what's more outside of the norm than the resurrection of Jesus Christ, or Jesus Christ being actually the Son of God? Like, imagine trying to explain that to people. They'd be like, what are you talking about? There's this guy, his name is Jesus. Like, shut the fuck up. What are you in a multi-level marketing scheme? Like, what are you talking about, man? This guy want money from you? Like, what is this guy? Is this guy fucking your wife? Like, what's going on? No, man. It's not like that. Like, okay. Right. But if it really is true, you would be stuck. You'd be stuck with this story. And you can't leave that part out. No, you're commanded to tell the entire story. So you have this conundrum. All right, this part's going to sound crazy, but...
You summed it up well, Jeff. Summed it up well,
It's
brother.
the most fascinating thing of it, but I always tell people, look at it, but also know that if you live that way, and if you believe that, and if you follow those teachings, you will have a better life. There's something to it. There's a reason why people have been doing it. There's a reason why true Christians are some of the nicest, most compassionate, friendliest, charitable people that you'll ever meet. There's something to it. The origin of it all. There's truth in the origin of it all. It's just trying to figure out what it means, and then even the translations in English that you're reading, the way they communicate is so different than the way we communicate today. So you have to realize, like, the evolution of human discourse over thousands of years, the way we phrase things, the way we describe things, the way we talk about things, is all very different. So you have to get scholars who understand the original way they talked about these things. And why did they say a phrase this way? What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it so good that we have men that have men and women who have dedicated their entire lives to that job?
Follow that Wesley Huff guy?
Oh yeah.
He's fantastic.
I do, man. I'm so thankful for men like him. R.C. Sproul is one that I love to read his stuff. He's passed now. Martin Luther, of course, is another one. But I mean, because you think about me. Like, how do I spend a day reading scripture? 2 hours a day, maybe, sometimes 3. Like, I'm never going to become the expert.
Right.
You know, you spend an hour a day or 2 hours a day doing anything, you're never going to become the expert. You'll be proficient. Yeah, you'll be able to kind of know your way around it. But the stuff that you're talking about knowing, which is stuff worth knowing, you know, that's the meat that we can consume.
Also, when you're talking about the Old Testament and the New Testament, you put the two of them together, you're dealing with thousands of pages.
Yeah.
Thousands of pages of very confusing scripture. Or some of it you're reading, you have to read it 3 or 4 times, and you just gotta go, okay, what exactly is he trying to say?
Because you have to figure out how it fits with the rest of it.
Yes.
Because you can read it in a way, and you're like, this is contradictory. If scripture is contradictory, it is not from God. Right. Like it cannot, by nature of what we know about the nature of the Almighty, what's revealed in Scripture to us just about His nature, His attributes, right? It's one of my favorite things to study, the attributes of the Almighty, which we cannot even begin to grasp the fullness of it. But some of His attributes have been revealed to us, and so if that is His word, it cannot contradict itself. Because that would go against what we know of as who He is. You know,
But yet sometimes it does.
Seemingly.
Yeah, seemingly. And again, this is probably the interpretation of man. You know, and this is where it gets problematic. I mean, it is ultimately fascinating that you have something like the Book of Isaiah, where they found an older version that they didn't even know existed. It turns out to be 1,000 years older, and it's verbatim. Fascinating, right?
It is.
But before that got written down, they talked about it for a long time. And so few people could write things down, and so few people could read. That's where it gets weird. But I think ultimately, behind it all, they're trying to tell a story. They're trying to tell a fantastic story.
And I think ultimately, too, I think something you could add to that, Joe, is if what I'm saying is correct in terms of what I believe about Scripture, ultimately there has also to be some divine influence over the preservation of Scriptures. It's the only way, right? It would be the only way for the Scriptures in their original language to be truly the word of the Almighty to man. The complete revelation of the Almighty to man. Like, there has to be some divine influence for that to happen.
Right, but then you take it back to the origins of it, like, what was that? What was that divine influence?
Yeah.
What were the experiences?
Was it a how did it, you know, we like to you like to kind of and here's another thing, man. It all involves faith. It does involve an aspect of faith, like, you know, because we look at the letters in the New Testament, who were mostly written by the Apostle Paul, and the only way that we can trust that, okay, this is the literal message from God to us, but it's coming through a man. Like, how does that happen? But we have to believe that, again, the Almighty is influencing man through the power of His Spirit in the man to write the things that the man wrote. You know, it's like that. That's why this belief in the Holy Spirit and of the believer actually being possessed with the Spirit of God is so essential. Like, it has to be that way, or else the Apostle Paul's writing his opinions, right? Or he's writing based off of his experience. You know, well, because you can take it all the way back. What did Pilate say to Jesus? What is truth? Well, you know, what is, like, truth? I don't even know that truth can come from man alone, because everything that we have experienced is so influenced by our upbringing, by our perspective, by our memory, by so many factors. That's why I hate seeing these guys, these former military guys, attacking each other, man. About he did this and he did that, he didn't do this and he didn't do that. I mean, some guys might flat out be, you know, telling a fib. I get that, right? You know, that's not good. But man, so many people are recounting experiences that they've had in their life and their service and whatever it may be. And like, all of that is shaped by their unique perspective and the way that their mind works. And, you know, it's like, I can't attack a dude for that. You know what I mean? So if we're saying that the Bible is truly the perfect revelation of God to man, then we have to understand that the source of that, all of that, did not come from man. In some way, it was wrought by God through man. If that makes sense.
It does make sense. And that is the ultimate truth where it all started from. It's just trying to, like, sift through the tongue of man to get to whatever that truth is.
Yeah.
And then this thing that will ultimately, I mean, unless some insane technology comes about, we'll never know. We'll never be able to go back in time and figure that out.
That's a problem, man. It's an issue. You know, I talked to my buddy about that while I was sitting there with him, you know, as he was passing away. And, you know, Scripture describes when you leave your physical body here on earth, you know, your spirit basically goes into the presence of the Almighty immediately. But in that state, you're unclothed, and you don't want to be unclothed. And like I'm having all these. I lost my train of thought there on where we were going with that. But yeah, man, I forgot the original question, but it pertained to a conversation I had with him.
Well, you were talking with him about this sort of leap of faith that you have to make.
Oh yeah, okay, that's what I was talking to him about. I was like, right now, Mr. Don, there is an element of faith in what you believe, like, and that's a problem. Like it's hard to explain that. It's hard. That's a problem. But when you leave here, like, you're no longer going to have to live by faith. Like, once you get there, you're gonna know you made it. Like, it's all. But it goes back to what you were saying. Like, we'll never know. There's always going to be an element of faith in what we believe. Like, there has to be, as it pertains to things of God. There's always going to be a certain element of faith. That very faith is the gift that the Lord gives to his elect. The ability to believe. Like, that is the gift. That element of faith. That's the gift that I treasure more than anything else that I have in my life. But it's still tough. Remember I told you I have doubts sometimes?
Of course. Well, that's where the skeptical person steps in and says, well, this is ridiculous. It's all based on, you have to believe in faith because logically it doesn't make any sense. And so this is, the problem with that is that you're making this assumption that the human mind is flawless and that it can perceive truth regardless of your learned experiences, regardless of what you know about the world. You can see truth, even if it's a completely unique thing. You could know that it doesn't exist. Like, there's no way. There's no way you know. And if it is a puzzle, what greater puzzle than you have to believe something that defies logic? Like, if you're gonna demand faith of someone, you would deliver it in a way that the only way into this is that you have to get past your logic. You have to abandon it. And you have to believe something that you've been told is impossible. But my answer to that is,
like a good preacher one day, man.
My answer to that is, isn't everything impossible? This is the problem. The problem is, Terence McKenna once said that science only demands of you one miracle. That's the Big Bang. If you believe in one miracle, everything else it says it can explain with materialist science. So, the miracle of the Big Bang is way crazier to believe than the resurrection of a human being. That seems more logical. It seems more plausible. People live, people die, maybe people come back to life. I'll buy that more than the entire universe is smaller than the head of a pin. And through no process that anybody's adequately explained becomes everything. And maybe it's a continual process. It happens over and over and over again.
Well, you like looking at all this stuff. My wife sent me a YouTube video or something the other day. Apparently they saw something with one of these telescopes that they look into the cosmos with that has completely destroyed all their evidence.
Yes.
The theology behind the Big Bang.
Yes, James Westcott. Yeah, they're finding. They think that some of what they were interpreting as the initial signals of the Big Bang were not that not only that, but the origin, the birth of the universe is far older than they think it was, because they're finding galaxies that are far too large and formed, that are so far away that they would have had to form far quicker than they thought was possible from the moment of the Big Bang to then. So this is extended in some people's eyes the birth of the universe to 22 plus billion years old instead of 13.7 or whatever it is. So they think it's possibly even older. But then there's also questions like the Big Bang itself might not be correct. You might be just interpreting the signals of this part of the space, part of the universe we just can't see yet, because we don't have the ability to see further than what the James Webb Telescope can do. So as we develop better and better tools, with each iteration of a much deeper understanding of the vastness of the universe itself, which may ultimately be infinite. And Roger Penrose thinks that not only is there not just a Big Bang, that there's a continual cycle of these things that happen for eternity. There's never been a beginning.
Go ahead and wrap your mind around that.
Wrap your mind around that. Because we always want to think in terms of our own personal biological limitations. We have a birth, we have a death. Well, what was the birth of the universe? Well, why? Why assume that? Why? Because we have this tiny little lifespan of 100 years?
Even when we try to interpret hard things about Scripture, or we think about, you know, the Lord, we even almost always we put time constraints on him. Like, how do you think without the constraints of time, like in your mind? You know what I mean? Freaking wild.
Well, that time gets real weird when you get to the Old Testament. Like, how old was Noah?
Well, yeah.
Like, what is that?
They lived a long time. You know, that kind of goes along with my theory of at the fall of man, that literally marring man's genetic code, and how that has just kind of progressively gotten worse over time.
It's possible, but it's also possible that their interpretation of time was different because they didn't understand calendars. You know, that what they considered the year was not what we're talking about. We're talking about completely different.
Yeah.
You know, like we have such a limited understanding just in civilization. I mean, there's new finds constantly that are completely throwing a monkey wrench to the timeline of human history. And, you know, some of the biggest ones are happening in Egypt right now, where they're finding structures through tomography to these use of satellites. They're finding these structures underneath the pyramids that go down 2 kilometers deep. Very controversial stuff, but they've repeated it over and over again. There's these cylinders, and there's coils that seem to be wrapped around these cylinders. They're hundreds of meters deep, and there's more structures underneath there. They're like, well, what is this? Like, who made this? Like, explaining the pyramids themselves is impossible. They try, they pretend. People are just smarter than you think. Okay, maybe. But also crazy that you've got this fucking thing that's, 17 acres in its footprint, 2,300,000 stones. Some of them cut from a quarry 500 miles away, placed hundreds of feet in the ceiling. Some of them are 50 plus tons that they've moved into these positions. Cut perfect, kind of get a razor blade in between them, set the perfect north, south, east, and west. And now you find out there's structures underneath them that might go down 2 kilometers. We might have a completely fucked up understanding of human history, and it's very likely we do.
Yeah, it's you know, there's a lot of speculation around. I'm sure you have had somebody on to talk about this period of human history in Scripture where it talks about essentially these angelic beings basically procreating with human women and creating some sort of hybrid race, men of renown, with special knowledge, and it would seem that something like that, when you look at the example and all of the stuff you just talked about with the pyramids, they were getting special knowledge.
There was something weird
from some source. I don't know. So like you said, we can't understand it, man.
Well, we don't, unfortunately, because of the burning of the library of Alexandria. We have a limited understanding of what was going on, but what they did accomplish that's still there today baffles just baffles the greatest human minds. Like,
What I love about you is you're not afraid to ask the questions, man. And what you're doing here on the show, it's like you're not afraid to dig into anything.
well, I don't think you should be afraid of questions, and no one should be.
But a lot of people's pride, like keep them from
Yeah, there's that.
kind of asking those questions. I mean,
Well, people take themselves seriously. I don't really take myself very seriously, luckily. And I also am not married to my ideas. My ideas are just ideas. And they're not mine. They're just ideas, and I'll entertain those ideas. But if they're wrong, I'll think, I thought that's wrong. I thought this is why I thought that. This is what it turns out it really is. And I think if you can do that, you'll have a healthier perspective. Just ask questions. Don't be afraid to sound foolish. Because there's probably a reason why you want to ask that question. And maybe there's a logical answer that'll make you seem foolish for asking the question. Like, oh, okay, now I get it. But maybe not. And there's a lot of assumptions that people cling to. Boy, we found out a lot about that during COVID. There's a lot of shit that people just believe wholeheartedly. That's 100% not true. And you'll yell at people about it. You'll fucking change people's lives, and you'll treat people like plague rats. And it's 100%. You're 100% incorrect. And you've based your entire identity on this information that's 100% incorrect. And then years later, you're still justifying it because your ego won't allow you to admit that you were incorrect. You had made false assumptions, you had gone down the wrong way of thinking, and here you are, stuck with this undeniable truth that's right in front of your face. You were fucking wrong. You were wrong, you got played, you can't trust the government, you can't trust the pharmaceutical drug companies, you can't trust anybody that's making a profit off of you. There it is right in front of your face. And that's the problem with taking yourself too seriously. That's a problem with being married to your ideas. That's a problem with always wanting to be right and always wanting to sound intelligent.
that's so good. Joe, this is so impactful for me to hear you say that because I'd share this with you, of course. I had I've told a few of my close buddies and friends that I was coming on the show today to have a conversation with you. And it's amazing people's response when you tell them that you're going to come and sit down to the mighty, the most powerful man on the internet. I've heard you called that. Don't be offended by any of that. This is what people say. I had so many people tell me, now, Chad, when you go sit down with Joe, you just stick to what you know. And I'm sitting here like, buddy, I don't know a whole lot. Like when you really get down, like what you said, man, like you're not attached to your ideas, and they're not. A lot of times they're not even your ideas. They're just think about things deeply, and you ask these questions, and when you live that way, you do come to the realization that, and there's very little that I actually know when we define the word or the idea of knowing something, and even Scripture tells us any man that thinks he knows anything hasn't known as he ought to know. In other words, as soon as you think you have the answers to most things, you are totally backwards.
Yeah.
You haven't known the ultimate form. I think one of the ultimate forms of knowledge or knowing is realizing that you really don't know much.
Absolutely.
But it's just funny that you talked about that, and that was some of the advice I received.
But if you only talk about the things you know, but the problem with that is like you're never going to get anywhere. You got to be able to
I agree, man.
you don't know.
I agree. And yeah, man, it's people's perspective of what you've built here and what you do and what you've accomplished. I think it's just like so skewed, like just based off of some of the conversations I had. You know what I mean?
Well, it's always going to get weird when anything gets large. People have their own opinions and their own perceptions of things that are successful.
Why do you keep going at this point?
It's fun.
You enjoy
I like it. Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, I like it. I enjoy it. It's enriching. I like talking to people. I like learning new things. I like having interesting conversations, fun conversations.
What was your first kind of big break.
As a podcaster?
I mean, just in general, as someone who's public.
I guess the big one was Fear Factor. You know, that was the one that kind of made me famous.
Well, what led you there?
I was on a TV show before that called News Radio. It was a sitcom.
Okay.
I was on that. Before that, I was a stand-up comedy. And, you know, my trajectory's been very slow, which is good. It's healthier for you. You get it better. Like, you can deal with it. Because the worst thing that ever happens is like a 20-year-old kid becomes super famous. You're just fucked. You're fucked. You're not going to be able to handle that. You're going to be off the rails. It's just too weird. The world is a totally different place. Everybody knows who you are everywhere you go. Everyone around you needs you. So you have all these talking heads around you that are kissing your ass. Your perception of the world's completely distorted. You never had to truly develop your character. You know, you've got untold wealth, you know, in your teens. Like, you can't handle that. Nobody can handle that. No child stars ever make it out and seem normal. They're all fucked. It's like cement where you mix it wrong. You know, there's not enough water, there's not enough sand. Whatever it is, the formulation's wrong. You're never going to fix it. You have to fix it after the fact. It's already formed. And that's a tragedy. But to get fame slowly, as long as you're always working on your character. And one of the things that will keep you sane when you're going through fame in particular is voluntary adversity. Like, particularly working out.
Yeah, that's good, brother. I can relate to that, man.
Oh, yeah, I know you're big into ultra running and that kind of voluntary. That's how you took up jiu-jitsu recently, too, right? That looks fun. It's fucking tiring, huh? For a guy with the kind of endurance that you have, isn't it amazing how tired you get?
It was rough, dude. Bad rough.
Yeah. Jiu-jitsu's humiliating. It's humbling. But there's a lot of power in that humbling. It makes the rest of your life so much easier. It really does. Now, jiu-jitsu is a huge factor in my sanity and my ability to stay sane through everything. Is that I'm getting humbled all the time.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted all the time. Dudes are strangling all of the time. You know, it's like you just can't, like, so that kind of conflict was so overwhelming, but yet also positive and helped me so much with character development, my understanding of myself, and what I was able to accomplish if I worked hard enough. It allows you to navigate the weird waters of fame so much easier.
It's that's really impactful to hear you say that, Joe, because I think that is and has been my exact same experience. You know, and I've been kind of public for the last 5 years now. It's been kind of slow, but again, it kind of went big there for like within 2 years. Like the YouTube and stuff blew up to the point that I'm nowhere, obviously, on the level that you experience in your life, but you know, you can't go out in public without somebody's going to stop you.
You're at the level where I know you are.
And all these comments and all this stuff, you know what I mean? But like continuously choosing to do these challenges that, like, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do it. Like the Yukon race, the Yukon 1000. We didn't finish that. We went 435 miles, and David started having circulation issues in his lower body because he's paralyzed. Blood doesn't flow very well, and like his leg is usually the size just of his femur, you know, or his bones. And by the third day, his legs were the same size as my legs, and he started to develop these pressure sores on his butt, which is very, very dangerous for people who are paralyzed just from sitting in that kayak for 18 hours a day. But like, we didn't complete that. But we were out there, like, truly in wilderness, like struggling against not only the miles but just the environment. Like, I love to hear all these hippie people talk about Mother Earth. It's like Mother Earth will freaking kill you You talk about Mother Earth around me. That tells me one thing: you ain't spent much time in.
Yeah, exactly.
But man, we're out there just like struggling through this, and it became something that for my teammate, he physically wasn't in a place that he could safely continue. But like that, so refreshing, dude.
Yeah.
Being out there, the experience, the struggle, it's brutal, man. Like 120, 130-mile days, 18-hour days in this kayaks. You're getting 3 hours of sleep, having to cook all your food. It's all self-contained. But like I come out the other end, I'm just like so dialed in, dude. Yeah. Without those experiences, I agree with you 100%, man.
I think all men need voluntary adversity.
I
need it. I think that's one of the reasons why people are so filled with anxiety and depression. And I think you need to challenge yourself all the time. And I think it needs to be physical. I think it's not just a mental thing. I think people need physical challenge. I think it's a very important part for maintaining sanity.
Just for me, for sure. I have to have something, on the micro level daily. On the macro level, I have to have maybe 2 things, big things a year that I look at and I'm like, I don't know if I can actually finish that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then it forces me to train, to learn, to prepare, to plan. That's when you get, if we want to move toward mental toughness and how this kind of puts you and keeps you going through life, like that's where all the mental toughness is really built, is through the training process. Like on a race day, you shouldn't be getting any more mentally tough on race day, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you waited too long.
Yeah, but your brain is just a muscle like any other muscle, in my experience.
Yeah,
it's if you stop exercising it, and people want to act like there are people out there, maybe like me or like David Goggins, or these people that have become so mentally tough that like we're just good. Like we should be able to show up anywhere, anytime, and perform and just crush everyone. That's not how it works. Like every one of us, we have to prepare and train day in and day out and go through the process in order to perform. That's a never-ending thing. But people want to believe that you can just be mentally tough and then possess that and perform for the rest of your life. They want to believe that because they don't want to do the work that's required to actually perform at a high level. It's almost like an out that people want to take or believe in.
Well, listen, man, I'm glad you're out there. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate you coming in and doing the show. And 3 of 7 projects on YouTube. Are you on anything else?
Just 3 of 7 projects. If you want to come train with us, that's my passion in life is not only my faith, but teaching. And everything that we do is we have training exercises, once a month or something. And out there with you, suffering with you. And go check it out if you want to hang out. And Joe, man, I can't thank you enough for your generosity. There's many times during that conversation that you could have made me look like a fool. And you had a lot of grace for me.
I enjoyed it very much. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
Less than a week after a massive 8.8 magnitude earthquake.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast all day.
What's up,
Hey, how are you, Joe?
Good to see you.
Oh, it's great to see you. It's great to be here, man.
How did you meet Paul? So Paul Stamets introduced me to you. So how did you meet Paul?
So I was aware of Paul for quite some time. And this past psychedelic science, I was shadowing
people and working to help the people that went to the conference feel safe, just because of like the nature of the environment that they're in now.
In what way?
Like so, psychedelic science had a lot of Jewish practitioners that they had invited Palestinian practitioners and Arab practitioners. So there was a lot of education, sensitive topics happening, and I was invited in just to be available to help people feel secure.
What would they work?
Any protests building up.
Just because there was Jewish people in Palestine?
Well, the nature of the environment, right? There's like,
So this is a psychedelic conference.
this is a psychedelic conference. Yeah.
They're worried about protests breaking out at psychedelic conferences.
Possible protests, possible people getting overwhelmed with emotion. Because in Psychedelic Science 2023, there was a situation where when Rick Doblin was on stage, a group came in and disrupted his presentation, and they were allowed on stage to speak.
Hello, fellow
Right,
students
but that's a
of
type of
Jewish
disruption,
Since we
right?
are
And it should be handled carefully. And Rick handled it like a master.
What did he do?
He made space for them.
Oh, wow. Is that really the way to do it?
Well, it depends. It depends. There's a time and a place, right? And I think Psychedelic Science 2025 did a wonderful job hearing all the groups that wanted to be there and allowing them to have space to speak from their hearts and minds.
Why don't you really tell everybody what your background is?
Sure. I am currently a law enforcement professional at the rank of lieutenant out of Massachusetts. I've been law enforcement. My accent's going to kick in on and off through this whole discussion.
Couple beers in,
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So that's been about 15 years. I'm also a therapist, a trained psychedelic assisted therapist.
Here's a
And
typical of the menorah from
I believe a lot of people believe I'm the first law enforcement professional
rounded arms, of
who
course,
got a religious exemption at their place of work to access entheogens.
in the temple.
So how did your journey from being a law enforcement professional to someone who's
I'm not sure
involved in
why it's
psychedelics, how
got
did
so
that
big,
take place?
but it
Okay.
perhaps
Yeah,
is an attempt to
I think I'm gonna have to go a little
environment
bit further
the size
back
of
for
Chicago
that.
East,
Sure.
very
So
important 20th century rabbi.
I went to a little high school
At
in
any
Boston,
rate,
Massachusetts.
How did the
Human
menorah
prep.
get
And when I graduated there, I was
straight
luckily accepted into Northeastern
Those who
University.
prefer the straight
So I go into Northeastern University in my 20s, and they ask you what you want to major in, right? And who knows what they want to major in at that age.
particular
I was like,
representation
let's
in
study
lots of public
psychology,
places,
right?
which is
Get to know myself,
signal
figure things out.
of the Chabad movement at this time of
Such a
year, and
behavioral
also on the
program.
tops of minivans, like in this
So what I mean
Paris
by that
photograph
is
from
rats
2009.
pressing levers,
The leader of the Chabad movement, Rabbi
stuff.
Menachem Mendel Pearson,
I wasn't
was very
getting what I was
adamant in
looking for.
indicating
So I
that
take a
this is the
philosophy
appropriate
class, I
shape
take a
of the
religion
menorah,
class.
and
Eventually,
that's
I
why
take
his
so
followers
many
to
of
this
those
day
classes, I
also
graduate with an undergraduate degree in religion and philosophy.
evidence
He
for this particular
psychology.
design is specifically associated
So I'm
with
a
the thought
seeker.
of Moses
At
Maimonides.
that time as
Very
well,
important medieval scholars
Northeastern
lived
is
in
a
the
co-op
12th and
school,
very early
so you go to school for 6 months,
And
you work for 6
Maimonides,
months. I was able to convince my
Abraham
co-op
no
advisor
room for doubt
to let me
argued
be
that
a
the
security
practice
guard
is
in the
strict.
nightclub industry.
Besides Abraham's
in Boston.
explicit statement about his father's
For
views,
my
we
co-op
also have a medieval manuscript in the
So
Oxford
5-year
Library
program,
that
I'm
has a
studying religion,
hand-drawn
and I'm working as a security guard in the
It looks
90s.
kind of strange
in
with
the
these
nightclub
round symbols
in Boston.
and these triangles, these
Um,
cups, and so on,
I
that
have a
are
front
actually
row seat
described in the biblical text.
when
Which
ecstasy
incidentally,
hits the
you know,
scene.
if the biblical text gave us a very clear
I start
outlook
working
point of view
when
as
it's
to
high test
great,
stimulants
we
and
will be
alcohol,
having this discussion. But
and I'm
this
there
drawing
continuing
in
to
this
work
medieval
when the
manuscript
C
of Maimonides
gets
clearly
introduced
indicates that his opinion is
MDMA.
that we should be straight.
I
Other
not
authorities
only
from
get
that
to
period,
see
however, left
how it
either
affects people,
ambiguous
but it
descriptions
affects the
or
culture.
sided with
The
the
people at
rounded
the
version.
clubs
The
are no
evidence
longer
for
looking at each other
rounded
like,
arms to the
who are you
menorah
and what you
are
want.
significant.
They're
as
saying
well.
hi and
So
smiling.
perhaps the most
They're
well-known
high-fiving each
is
other when
the
they meet up. They're hugging
representation
each
of
other.
the menorah on the
I
arch
had
of
that
the
in my head in my
The Arch of
20s.
Titus was a ceremonial arch
So I
constructed
become a
in
cop
the
in my
late first
30s.
century under the Emperor
I
Domitian.
meet this
And
police
it
chief.
was
He
designed
notices that I
as a
think a
type
little
of
differently. I see
post-war
things a little differently.
propaganda
My background's a
to
little
commemorate
different
the
than your
victory
typical
over the
officer.
Judean rebels.
He starts
On the
taking me to the
inside of the
International
arch,
Association of
there's a
Chiefs
bas
of Police
relief that
conference every year.
actually presents
This is a really
carrying
important
away of
point. The
spoils from the
IACP,
people,
it's a
and
really
the menorah
serious,
is prominently
huge
displayed
international
here,
conference with
clearly
upper
having
level
round
chief
on.
executive
This is
level officers there.
in conformity with the
I go
depiction that
1
we
year
have from
when
Josephus,
McDonald's there
who was the major historian of that
in
period.
Florida.
What is
He's
significantly at
presenting
issue
on
is
phase
the
2
base
clinical
of the
trials
menorah, which does not
the
conform
results
to other
for
descriptions at
MDMA
all,
assisted
but
psychotherapy,
we're going to
its
focus
efficacy
specifically on the
against
shape of the arms
treatment
for now.
resistant
So
severe PTSD.
the question is, do we rely
I can't
on
believe it.
Josephus and
Actually, I've shared the story before.
representations of the menorah,
At the moment
which
that he
seem
was
to
going
have
to
some
present,
historical
to the
validity,
left was
or do
Rick
we
Doblin
rely
and to the
on
right was Donald
these,
Trump.
medieval thinkers like
I'm not
Maimonides
making
who
this
present
up.
entirely different
Right, so I go left, I
Well,
sit in the
if
front
you
row.
look at some
The room
of
that they
the
gave us,
rest of the
huge room,
first century archaeological evidence,
because
in
everybody's-
particular, I'm going to rely very
everybody
heavily on
went
the
right.
research of Levi Levine, who's a
67% of people with treatment-resistant severe PTSD had their PTSD pushed into sustained remission.
But Professor Levine points
Sustained
to
remission.
several other examples
From
that
how many
all,
experiences?
come
I
from
think the way it was set up was like 2 or 3.
period that is
You know,
right
there's
up
a
until
model
the
to the
destruction of the
framework.
temple in the year
Preparation,
7.
experience,
For example, if you
space,
look at
experience, space,
this
experience, and then
archaeological
integration.
and
this is all done through maps, so it's all done in the clinical environment.
The era
Yes,
of the
very controlled,
very controlled.
Maccabean
Multidisciplinary association of psychedelic
and this is a
studies.
tomb that's located
Rick's
in
presenting
Israel.
there.
When you
I'm in the front
go up
row, I'm
close under
shaking.
this arch, you'll
I
see
jump
that
on
there's
stage,
actually
I beeline
some
it to him,
bars
I
that have been
introduce
placed there
myself,
to prevent people
and I
from
say, I
actually
have to
going
help.
into
He
the
says, why don't you tell me some
themselves,
stuff about
where
who
there
you are
are,
first? You know what I mean? Like, this is a guy in front of me shaking his, now I'm shaking his hand and saying, I have to help with this. And he finds out I'm a therapist too, cop and therapist. And he says the best way to help is to become a psychedelic assistant therapist.
Our first 2 children, and we're looking through the
Sad.
bars at what's
You'd
never.
never
My daughter, who was
Never.
about 2 years old at the time, actually slipped
Man, it
through
must
the
be 5
bars
years
and
ago.
went straight
Maybe
into the
more than
tomb.
that at
I
this
was
point.
looking into these
Just working from memory.
oculi.
It was Orlando,
like,
Florida.
not sure what to do,
ICP
trying to get her out, but that's another
Yeah.
story. Anyway, she got out.
You
she's
said
okay.
something really
She's
important,
living in New
Joe.
Jersey now, and
Psychedelic
Okay,
assisted
anyways,
therapist.
the
What?
what do we have inside these
Medicalizing a Schedule 1 substance. What?
And if you look at this image from
You know,
Professor Levine's
how is this
book, you
even
can see that
possible?
number 3 there's kind of a stag,
But the
and
story
below
gets
it
even
there's
more
an
interesting.
boat, and then
He gives
number
me his
4
card and he
lists
says, contact me.
5 representations of
What the heck is going on here? At this point, I'm already telling my card,
but they
my
also
retired
really
chief
have
what's going on. I'm meeting these people.
branches. So
And Maps gets me into one of the first
how this connects to the
MDMA
menorah
assisted
in the
therapist
temple.
training.
It's reasonable to assume
Cohort of
that
people that were
the
going to
the
train
artist here is
on how to
trying
do
mark
this
the
methodology
some
with
kind
people.
of Jewish symbol.
So you got
But
to
it's
know
also
what's going
difficult
on,
to say
right?
when
Like,
exactly this graffiti
when
was
someone's on
inscribed
MDMA,
into the walls,
they're,
and whether or
they're
not
different. And you got to
the
hold
artist,
that.
if I can
You
use
got to
that
hold
term,
that. But not
was
only did
actually
they do
familiar
that,
with the shape
Maps
of the
contacts me
menorah.
and says,
So let's
we
get
might
back
be able to
this
get you
example.
into a federally sanctioned
We also
research
have a
protocol
coin that's printed by
as a healthy
Antigonus
normal.
in the year 37
Because I'm an
before the
example of
Common
healthy
Era.
normal.
This is one of the kings of the Hashmonaim.
Where you're going to be able to experience
He had a
MDMA.
good look at the
Because they think
menorah.
that it's
And this
important for the
particular coin
therapists
also
to know what
represents
MDMA
the
does.
arms of the menorah as gently curving. And finally, there
So
are a few other examples.
I mean,
of
really,
this. One,
I go back to my police chief and I say, Chief, not only going to be trained as an MDMA assistant therapist to help people with PTSD because it matters to me, right? What are cops doing to themselves?
And
They're blowing their heads off,
also portrays
right?
gently
The suicide rate in cops is 2 to 3
to wrap
times
this all up,
higher than the rate
we
in
don't
civilians.
know for certain.
More cops are dying by
Maimonides
suicide
offers one particular
by the barrel
version
of their own guns
Hanukkah menorahs,
than
which
attack on the street.
has been followed by the Chabad tradition in particular.
Right.
Others suggest
The way the
that
media's
the
portraying
arms were
it,
rounded, and
that's
there
not
is some
getting out there.
archaeological evidence that suggests that
So,
may be more accurate.
MDMA can help with
I
that.
hope you found this short video
I'd say
entertaining.
we're in an
and,
epidemic
maybe
of
a little bit
suicide
inspirational as you like
in
your
first responders.
menorah this year. I
If
want to
that's
mention
the
that I'm
numbers.
hoping to produce a series of videos
Yeah, for
on
sure.
Jewish
Right.
art and artists over the course of the
And
next
we've
few
seen, Joe, you've seen this, you've had guests on that talk about this. You've seen what the government, when we're in an epidemic,
Italy, which is of course going to be packed with lots of discussion.
radical measures. Now, when it comes to compounds on Schedule 1,
more about this particular cruise.
Why?
There are several others, and it's absolutely fantastic. This
It's
particular
supposed to have no
fruit is
medical use
especially
whatsoever.
because they'll be
And
co-teaching
the
with
most
Rabbi
dangerous and
Edward Wright,
addictive of
who
compounds.
is a medical doctor who is also
May
an
I
expert
say
in
something about that?
medical history, medical
It's a
ethics,
lie.
and many other areas. This particular group
Well, it's certainly a lie.
CME accredited
Certainly a
for
lie.
those of you who can use those
And
credits
I need
for your
everybody to
professional
hear that.
life. And I think it's going to be
Because men and women are dying
Again,
and
hope you enjoyed this
suffering
video.
needlessly
Wish you a
at the
good
level of an
weekend.
epidemic,
Thanks very much for watching.
and we're upholding a lie.
I think the problem is politically, it's very difficult to say what you're saying if you are anyone who is running for office or anyone who's currently seeking re-election, right? Because it carries with this taboo, this narrative that has existed since the 1970s, that these are drugs that are ruining people's lives, and it's going to waste. You're just going to waste away. You're just escaping reality. They're for weak people, they're for losers and addicts.
You couldn't have summed up the problem better. Nicely done.
It's a public narrative that's out there that unfortunately took a long time to turn that battleship around.
So I think what you're helping with is that I am asking for the politician who can't speak up to help make safety for those of us who either can, want to. I'm asking for their help because I'm active law enforcement, and I got to tell you, Joe, we're muzzled. We're muzzled. Not only are our mouths shut, but our hearts are put in a cage.
Like how so?
Law enforcement aspiring to build a career in the system can't talk about this stuff. They not only can't talk about this stuff, they can't do this stuff. But what they can do is keep their mouths shut until they get to the point where they put a barrel of their gun in their mouth, or they can go buy a giant bottle of whiskey and drink themselves into depression, divorce, subclinical depression, anxiety, disordered eating, disordered sexual practices, because chronically activated autonomic nervous system. What does that cause? Fight, flight, freeze, fawn, hypersexuality. I dropped the last F. Right? What does that destroy? It destroys everything. It destroys the human behind the badge. Right?
Well, the issue is that police officers experience trauma on a daily basis that most people can't comprehend. And it's not discussed. All that's ever discussed with police officers is when a cop does something bad.
That's right. Let me paint a picture based on what you just brought in. There's research out there that says the amount of critical incident exposure in an average law enforcement career is 200.
That's 200 murders, suicide, car accidents.
Baby head crushed. Yeah, 200. Most civilians have 5. Critical incidents send people's lives sideways. So, the first responder's nervous system is a carrier of trauma at a level unimaginable by most people, which is what you just brought into this conversation. And then, so you got the gasoline, right? And you got the match. They fly off the handle and everyone acts surprised. How could that happen? How did that officer end up doing that? Because it's a known risk of the job. You know when we die? 5 to 10 years after retirement. That's a dirty little secret. So you strive to get to retirement. You carry the dark underbelly of society, and then you die 5 years after you get out. There's no time to wait.
Yeah, it's an unspoken trauma. It's an unspoken issue that, was really exacerbated during this whole defund police shit that was going on a few years back. Then got the demoralization, and the fact that not only they're not appreciated, but then they've been all turned into villains.
That's right. That's right.
It makes it worse.
Yeah. I work with some really caring young people
men and women. And the whole defund the police movement was so hurtful. It was so hurtful. It hurt me watching them have to come to work and see them take the 911 calls for service and show up and do their best, following the rules to make sure that that family or that person is okay, and then come back and feel unappreciated and not understood. Not understood. You know,
And they were used as political pawns. And, openly by politicians who are still in office. It was pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
And just short-sighted and also a complete lack of awareness of the difficulty of the job. Because if you're around cops, you know cops, like it is, it's an insane job that you're asking people, just regular people, to go out and do on a daily basis.
That's right. That's right. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who you're interacting with. You don't know if it's going to turn into a life-death situation. I see people try to paint the job as a normal job, and it isn't. And someone's got to do it, right? Someone's got to do it, because it's inherently a part of human nature at times for confusion to come through, for misunderstanding that leads to violence to happen. Someone has to show up and handle that. It's not a normal job.
Yeah. So, from your first introduction to this idea of psychedelic therapy, how long before you actually experience it, and how long before you actually help other people experience it?
Okay, so
take us through. So you find out about this, you bring it to the department.
Yeah.
What was that like?
Yeah. So it was very interesting. I mean, these were all ideas that weren't even on my radar until I met Rick at the Chiefs of Police conference. They get on my radar and they fire me up because this is what I want to do, right? Because of my history, I'm compelled to step in between warring parties and get them to stop. Okay, we can touch upon that if it fits into the conversation. And then MAPS is able to get me into this research protocol, and I'm able to get permission from my chief to experience MDMA. I have a mystical experience. I have a mystical experience on film. The segment when you can't make this up, when I take the blue pill, Morpheus analogy there.
You don't want to think the blue pill.
No, was it the red one?
Yeah, the red one's the one that
Hello,
was
everyone. We'll
reality.
continue
Okay,
with
so
our
what do we
series
call it?
The blue one puts you right back
Back
in
at
the
the
matrix.
standard reality, right?
And then, yeah.
But I experience MDMA on film. It makes it into Michael Pollan's How to Change Your Mind docuseries.
Oh, yeah, that's
The MDMA episode, right? And I have a mystical experience. So now I go back and I'm like,
I
Chief,
originally recorded this video prior to
what
the
the
last
hell,
scheduled
right?
trip to Costa
Men and
Rica
women need access to this. If they needed to have access to it, they still don't have access.
Put it
This
into
is
this
where I'm
video
going.
again.
This is
Hope
where
you
I'm
find
going.
this interesting.
You heard about what happened with the FDA, the panel that was supposed to decide the final step before legalization was allowed said no.
They found these ancient underground
Right. Yeah.
What they said they wanted blood tests.
Yes. And I love that you did that because I tend to have to correct people. It wasn't a no. They said, we're going to delay you and we want another phase 3 clinical trial. Right. Some of the things that came up, I want to talk about real quick is they couldn't make sense of how good the data was.
Christian in origin.
Come on. You're going to use that as a reason to not go forward.
Is that really what they said?
I believe that was part of the problem. Yeah, I mean, we can look this up. But I believe that was part of the problem. They also couldn't make sense of how do you make the prescription a drug therapy. It couldn't make sense of the therapy because it would be the first prescription of a drug therapy. That was the goal.
This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible because Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, just fast speeds, great coverage, without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one-line wireless with unlimited data, powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. Well, isn't there also an issue with doing double-blind, placebo-controlled studies? Because it's very clear what I'm taking the drug.
That's right. That's right. So here's what I want to ask you about that, and I want to ask the science about that. Is that a problem with the power and magic of MDMA, or is that a problem where science is?
Well, it's a perception problem, right? Because obviously MDMA has profound impacts on soldiers with PTSD. The studies have already been very clear, and MAPS has done an amazing job in explaining all that. But the problem is a perception issue. And that this drug is also used by people who go to raves and wind up dying of heat exhaustion. You know, and people die because they hear they die of an overdose, but really they die of fentanyl poisoning because they're getting illegally sourced MDMA, which is probably not even really MDMA. A lot of times it's amphetamines, it's cut with fentanyl, there's a lot of other shit, and they wind up dying of an overdose.
That's right. Look, you bring up something called the challenge of accessing safe supply.
Yeah.
Right. People need to track their drugs because the illicit supply isn't standardized. It isn't safe.
Well, the real barrier is the fact that it's illegal. That's right. The problem is there is a demand, and so when you have a demand, and then you make it illegal for people to access, then what happens is outlaws step in, and you get criminal organizations who sell it, and they don't give a fuck about you. They're used to killing people. They don't mind poisoning you, and they don't mind if they're selling you something that's totally not what you're trying to get.
That's right. That's right. And you know where I learned about this? I think you'll get a kick out of this.
Yeah.
My promotional books, Studying to Become Sergeant.
Really?
Yeah. They actually have an entire section on what prohibition of alcohol costs.
And yet nobody applies that to other substances.
That's exactly.
It's kind of funny.
It's kind of, right.
It's kind of funny.
Tragically, right? And here's the most part. Why aren't officers allowed to talk about this? Why aren't working officers allowed to talk about the problems with the war on drugs and how it's being waged? Why? In America? Really?
When you say you aren't allowed to, is it because it will hinder your career?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's fear. I think it's programming. You mentioned the programming from the Nixon time until now, right?
Yeah.
This is prohibited stuff we can't talk about.
Right.
Not only can't we talk about it, but we can't think about it because thinking leads to behaviors, and if those behaviors are risky, out goes your career.
Yes. Well, I think we're in a very unique time now where the door is open. And, credit to Rick Perry, former Republican governor in Texas, who championed the I've Gained initiative here, and it's now become a thing. They're going to start doing that, which is amazing and so beneficial for soldiers in particular, people with extreme PTSD, and people that are suffering from severe drug addictions. And they don't understand why, and they're just fucked. A lot of soldiers and a lot of really traditionally right-wing people are getting involved in psychedelics. They're going to psychedelic retreats. A lot of other soldiers that have had positive experiences and have gotten help are reaching out to their brothers and sisters, bringing them into these experiences.
That's right.
So instead of this narrative that psychedelics are for hippies and losers with no discipline, now you've got some of the most disciplined human beings on earth who are seeking these things out for help.
That's right.
And realizing that there is strength in seeking help. It's not a weakness to take these things, and these things are not drugs in the sense of something that allows you to escape reality. They allow you to see reality through a completely different lens, and that can heal you. And this is not something that has been a narrative before. This narrative is very recent. this narrative, particularly among right-wing people, among conservative people, among disciplined people, hardworking, disciplined people. Now they're realizing like this is a tool that's been denied us because of a corrupt government that was seeking to silence the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement in the 1970s.
I really find it fascinating, and I hope that you will be able to
We
join
are
us
still
on the
dealing with this
Gems of
shit
Northern Italy tour, which
60
is
years
planned
later,
for
which is
October
really crazy.
of
It is crazy. It's
2022.
fucking
I'm
crazy.
really
It's
looking
so
forward to it.
crazy
I'm
because we
going to
know
be
the
on that
facts
trip.
now.
God
We know
willing,
what
also
started
with
it.
my
We
colleague
know
Rabbi
who's
Dr.
involved.
Edward Reichman.
We
He does some
know the
fascinating
conversations
stuff
that
on
they
Jewish
had, why they
medical
did it in the
ethics.
first
We're
place.
actually going to be
And
CME
yet,
accredited
the
for this, and
public
I think that's really
narrative
great
is
for
still
all
the
of you
same.
physician
The public
sources that join
narrative
us.
is still
So
drug
I hope you
takers
enjoyed
or
the video.
undisciplined
Thank you very much.
losers who are trying to escape reality. And I don't want my kids doing drugs. And that same shit that you hear over and over and over again.
That's right. That's right. It's crazy and extremely tragic.
Yeah.
And let me take that narrative thread that you just brought in, and let's go all the way back to the times when the Spanish were colonizing this country. It was actually part of the program to destroy the medicine men and medicine women wisdom keepers, which directly connects, I believe, to the war on drugs.
So that's gone on forever, right? I mean, that's the Eleusinian mysteries. The Romans silenced that. You go to Siberian shaman. The Romans, I mean, they were silenced by the powers that be in those days. It's just always a case where people that take things that allow them to understand the methods of control that are being inflicted upon them and how to escape that, and then they get a bunch of other people that follow them and they don't want to listen to propaganda anymore, and then people go, hey, this is a real problem. What's the cause of this? Oh, it's these fucking dudes go Ulysses and they figure out life. We gotta stop that.
That's right.
Yeah, we gotta put a fucking kibosh on that. And then they spread all throughout the world to try to do it.
There it is.
And they went into hiding.
Let's bring that thread all the way to the present, and I want to see if I can succeed at making this point. And it has now hijacked law enforcement. It has hijacked law enforcement, and it moves law enforcement away from protecting and serving life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and the First Amendment, religious expression, into industry interest profits. Without us even knowing it. I'm not pointing a finger at any one law enforcement professional. I'm challenging people to wake up to what's going on. Because when we kick in doors and arrest black and brown people for having a relationship with a plant like cannabis and charge them and put them in a cage and lock them up, and they weren't doing anything violent, we have to ask, who is this hurting? And I'm here to tell you, it's hurting them and us.
For sure. For sure, because anyone who's a law enforcement officer that's arresting someone for weed, they know that they're not doing anything good.
Moral injury.
Yeah, it's a moral injury on the person that's actually being forced to enforce those laws.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, because you can't feel good about yourself. You're arresting some guy who's got an ounce of weed, who's sitting at home with his wife, chilling. That's crazy, and that went on for decades in this country. Decades.
Well, it's still happening. Only somewhere around 40 states have recreationalized or medicalized, so we still have work to do. And if you look at the Drug Policy Alliance, a few years back, we could look this up. We're still arresting in the hundreds of thousands of people nonviolent marijuana.
Well, they're trying to go backwards in Texas. Yeah. The lieutenant governor is trying to go backwards, and he's against the legalization, and so they're trying to ban all THC products.
It's completely inappropriate.
It's not just inappropriate, it's funded, okay, right? It's funded by the alcohol lobby, and they know that they're losing people from drinking alcohol.
That's right. The numbers are already showing it.
Yeah.
They're building up to a collapse. People are going to get off the alcohol. They're not going to be able to rely on the profits to be the same. I agree with you. And then, you know what else? Cannabis is such a threat because it's a medicine that can help with such a broad array of symptoms and challenges. What a threat to pharma.
Yeah, it's definitely that.
One plan. It's one
plan. I know. And it's not just a threat to pharma. I mean, I'm sure you're aware of the original reason why it was outlawed.
Hit me.
Okay.
Remind me.
William Randolph Hearst. So William Randolph Hearst. So if you go back to the 1930s, when alcohol prohibition ended, you have a bunch of enforcement officers that aren't doing anything anymore. Then you have William Randolph Hearst, and then there's a machine, an invention called the decorticator. And the decorticator allowed them to effectively process hemp fiber. Hemp was always a very difficult plant to process, and when Eli Whitney created the cotton gin? Is that what it was? I think that sounds right. When they created the cotton gin, now cotton took over for hemp clothing. So cannabis, hemp, the term cannabis, that was what canvas was. So all paintings, the first draft, the Declaration of Independence was made on hemp paper. It's a superior textile. It's a superior paper. It's a commodity. You can take an acre of land that you're using to grow trees on that you process into paper, and it'll take you years and years to regrow the trees in order to have the same amount of paper in the area. With hemp, it's instantaneous almost. It grows very quickly, and within a few months, you have these plants again. You harvest the stalks, you run it through the decorticator. So in 1930-something, cover of Popular Science magazine, hemp, the new billion-dollar crop, because of this invention. So this invention was because hemp makes superior clothes. I have a hemp jujitsu gi that I got from this company called Datsura. It's fucking indestructible. My cotton gis, they rip apart all the time. They're good for a year or two, and then they tear, and you gotta buy a new one, or you just show up at class with a fucked up gi, which a lot of people do. Hemp gis are way better. They're just far superior. Hemp paper, you grab it, you pull it, you tear it, you're like, this is crazy. It's so much stronger than regular paper. It's a superior product. So William Randolph Hearst, who didn't just own Hearst Publications, he didn't just own this news empire, he also owned paper mills. So he also owned forests that he was growing trees in. He recognized this threat from this new industry. And so to combat that threat, he starts putting out propaganda pieces, and then they coined the term marijuana. So marijuana, originally a slang term for a wild Mexican tobacco. It had nothing to do with cannabis, which had been used for thousands of years, and hemp, which had been used for thousands of years. So then they started printing these stories that blacks and Mexicans were taking this new drug and raping white women. And then you have the Reefer Madness films and all these propaganda films that show young people taking a smoke of marijuana and losing their mind. So people act quickly and they pass laws, not even knowing that they're outlawing hemp, thinking that they're stopping this new drug, because most people are unaware of it. Clearly, this is a time before the internet, very difficult to access information and understand exactly what's going on. So they hoodwinked the entire world. So Harry Anslinger, William Randolph Hearst, they all conspired to stop a commodity, and that's what hemp was. It had nothing to do with the psychoactive form of THC. It had everything to do with hemp as a commodity that was threatening to the businesses. Only just business, and to this day, you can make hempcrete. It's a superior building material. It's flame resistant. It's lighter. It's stronger. It lasts longer. You can build houses with it. You can make clothes with it. Hemp oil hemp seeds. Not only are they good for you, they contain all the amino acids. It's a superior protein source. It's like hemp protein powder is fantastic for you. It's like really good stuff in so many different ways. And they put the kibosh on that in the 1930s. And that, 90 fucking years later, is still this anchor around our necks that we're carrying.
It's still in place.
I have one asshole. That's right. One asshole in the 1930s who didn't want to compete with hemp and had this incredible power because he owned the newspapers.
Yeah.
He started this all.
That's right. That's right. I'm tracking.
You ever seen that article? Pull up that article, Hemp, the New Billion-Dollar Crop, because it's wild to watch now. Because this machine, this decorticator, before that, it was brutal back-breaking work to take the hemp fiber and break it down because it's such a durable plant. Like if you ever pick up a hemp stalk this is a mammoth tusk, but this is heavy. But if you had a hemp stalk that was this size, it would be incredibly light, like balsa wood, but hard, like oak. It's like an alien plant.
Yeah,
It's different than everything else. So here it is. The new $1 billion crop. American farmers are promised a new cash crop with an annual value of several $100 million, all because of a machine that has been invented which can solve a problem more than 6,000 years old. It is hemp, a crop that will compete with other American products. Instead, it will displace imports of raw materials and manufactured products produced by underpaid coolie and peasant labor, and will provide thousands of jobs for American workers throughout the land. So that was the machine underneath it. That's the degradator. That's this new machine that they invented. And this is what it's all about. It's nothing to do with marijuana was a real problem. We were losing people. No, people have been smoking marijuana and taking marijuana in edible form, and the sadhus have been taking hashish. People have been using it for thousands and thousands of years without problems. Can you abuse it? Of course. You can abuse cheeseburgers too.
I was just going to say.
Yeah, but I don't think you should shut down Burger King. You should be able to get a fucking cheeseburger if you want. And there's a lot of things people can abuse. You can abuse every single thing. You can abuse cake. You can abuse everything. Human beings tend to abuse things. That doesn't mean that they shouldn't be allowed to use it. It's like a hammer. You can build a house with a hammer, or you hit yourself in the dick if you're fucking crazy. It doesn't mean we should outlaw hammers, right? There's a use for these things, and it requires discipline, and it requires an understanding of what the thing is. But when you turn that thing into a Schedule I substance, when everybody knows that's not true, especially when you have a Schedule I substance that is illegal, when there's things like alcohol that are totally legal that I support. You should be able to drink. I don't own a bar. I don't care. I don't drink anymore. But I feel like you should be able to drink. I drank most of my life. Drink to.
I say the same thing.
But it's not good for you.
Right. It's a depressant. That's a carcinogen. Again, when
It's also fun.
right, it's also fun. And I drink.
Pepsi's fun.
Yeah.
But the point is, we need freedom. And you need the freedom to be able to explore these things and find out what's right for you and wrong for you. And you need the freedom to be able to run studies and get accurate information in terms of dosages and side effects, what sort of genetic issues that certain people might have that make them more inclined to be addicted to alcohol or addicted to cannabis or whatever their issue is, whether it's psychological or biological. We need to have information, and to put a blockade on this and the prohibition is stupid. And the fact that we're doing it in 2025 with all the information that we have available today, we have an abundance of information.
That's right. Well, look, I think it was, as you said, there was intentionality behind what was done. And when you don't have 50 years of creating an evidence base, you have a weaker argument for decriminalization. And that was intentional.
Yes,
that was intentional. For sure. Right, Joe? I mean, you brought this up, right? Highly addictive, non-known medical use. That's a lie. We can go through the list of Schedule I, and we can point out which one it's a lie about, which one is actually anti-addictive. You take psilocybin and you have an experience with psilocybin magic mushrooms. You don't want to drink. We don't know why. We haven't been able to study that. Right? Ibogaine. You want to rebrief from your opioid use disorder? Ibogaine will give it to you 3-4 months.
Yeah.
What's that about?
It's also one experience has an 80% success rate. 80% of the people don't go back to opiates. With 2 experiences, it's in the high 90s.
So look, those numbers are staggering. Science can't make sense of it.
Right.
We're in an epidemic. We gotta slow down, watch out for the risks. We need to study these things more. I can respect that, but there's harm in not allowing access to. We gotta talk about that.
Just have to make sense of it in a time where things are prescribed and you get them from a doctor that we absolutely know are addictive and highly damaging and kill people. So make sense of it to me. If there's something. Cannabis is the easy one, right? Because it doesn't kill anybody. It literally doesn't kill anybody. The LD50 rate for cannabis is fucking bananas.
That's right.
It's not even physically possible to consume enough to kill you.
Same thing with psilocybin.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
There's this research study.
You'd have to eat a mushroom the size of this fucking table. You wouldn't physically be able to consume it.
If that
even killed. And that's LD50. That would be 50% of the population would die of an overdose from that.
That's right.
And you wouldn't be able to consume it. Physically, you wouldn't be able to fit it into your body enough to kill you.
Yeah. And then on top of that, Joe, we have a federal government giving permission to certain groups of people to access plants, cacti, fungi, animal secretions with permission, and not others under a religious context.
Right.
So, is it dangerous? No. Right. Is it a sacred sacrament? Is it not?
Right.
Is it medicine?
Brazilian churches that are taking ayahuasca.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And again, we talk. I don't want to talk poorly about alcohol. I drink alcohol. I'm not talking poorly about these people. Should go get their rights, right?
Yeah.
More power to them, but you can't have it both ways. Not them. I'm talking to the government.
Right. You have to make logical sense as to why you're imposing these laws and then imprisoning people, taking away their freedom for not listening to you.
That's right.
Because you don't make any sense. And here's another part of the problem. A vast majority of the people that are pushing for these laws and want these people to be locked up have not had these experiences themselves. And that's a part of the problem.
That's a big part.
They don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what these experiences are.
That's right.
But these drugs are going to ruin your mind. Are you fucking sure? Because I don't think they are. I don't think you're correct. I think they open your mind up to new possibilities and expand your consciousness in a way that I don't think is available without them.
I agree. It isn't available without them, and that was intentionally blocked out. So you know that you're hearing the stories about the really brilliant tech people, right? You dig deep enough, they've had some experiences with these things.
Yeah, a large number of them, right? And still do a large number of them.
Right? Yeah, so these things that are so dangerous, or we blocking out certain groups from having access. And this is one of my primary things I try to talk about. I want the audience that's in law enforcement to go, why? Why is the case? Why do I feel uncomfortable not talking about this? Why do I feel uncomfortable saying that this sergeant who might be hurting needs access? Say it. Bring it up. Talk.
Right.
Go into your power.
Scared of losing their career, right?
Imagine for talking about it.
And losing their career because most people are ignorant.
That's right.
Yeah. That's right. The only way that that's going to change is you and I and other people to continue to have these public conversations where more people hear it. And I guarantee there's people listening to this right now that have never heard this before, never considered this before. Am I wrong? Do I have these deep-held beliefs that are completely ignorant? And why do I have these beliefs? What started them? Why do I have this in my mind as this is what this stuff is? And there's a lot of people out there that are stone cold, sober, disciplined people think that's the only way. This is the way.
That's right. That's right. And you know what? Maybe this is the way. That's your way.
Yeah.
We're human beings. We're called to create an artistic expression of a unique life. To me, that's what the divine is commanding. That's what the divine gets to experience. The more of us who get to live and be our authentic selves internally and expressing them outwardly, the more the divine gets to experience unique difference.
Well, the more possibilities there are for creativity, the more possibilities there are for people to rethink their lives, to go and get on a better path. There's a lot that people are missing just because you've been hoodwinked and you've been led into this false narrative. That's right. That's also that there's a problem with the term drugs. Because just I hear drug, I hear drugged, I hear someone is all fucked up and doesn't know what's going on. How are you putting all these things under the same blanket, including nicotine and caffeine and things that people use on a daily basis? All drugs. That's right. And then you have cannabis in there, and you also have methamphetamine in that category. How do you have cannabis and methamphetamine in the same thing? How do you have psilocybin and heroin in the same group of things? Right. This is crazy. That's right. How do you have industrial opiates? Yeah. They're all in that same category?
We've been stripped of the power to define what medicine is.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Have you heard people say community is medicine?
Yeah.
Joy is medicine.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It is.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, ask a hardcore Western science model is that medicine? And they'd go, well, you got to show us the evidence.
Yeah.
Right?
There is evidence that like loneliness is like worse than cigarette smoking.
That's right.
In terms of like how long you live.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, we can show that, right? But is community medicine? I say it is.
Yeah.
But this, the point I'm trying to make is how do we lose the power to define what medicine is for ourselves?
Yeah.
Right? Joy is medicine. Community is medicine. And there's
Maybe the term medicine is the wrong term. Maybe it's good for you.
Sure.
Speak a little bit about his leadership.
Why define medicine in such a rigid way? Also, why only allow one methodology to create an evidence base for that medicine? Let me give you an example. And this is Paul Stamets. I listened to him talk at Psychedelic Science 2025, where he said we should see the world through two eyes.
Zelensky's leadership
Western science
surprising in so many ways.
Right?
His
And they don't have to be attacking one another. Right? The time of extractionary capitalistic relationships with this living planet might have to be coming to an end. And what's going to replace it? Reciprocity?
First of all, I'd like to provide some basic information on President Zelensky's biography. Secondly, I'd like to place his leadership in the broader context of the history of
makes you wonder what would
and
the
through
world
response
look like if they not
how
placed that
unlikely
sweeping
is it for
psychedelic
you
act of 1970 and then imposed those standards on
Thirdly,
most
I
of the
hope
rest
to
of the world
achieve
as
in
well.
my small way
What would the world look like?
contribute to the chorus
It'll
of
be
voice
radical. I
while
believe that
praying for
it'll be
the safety of
Right.
this leader.
This is what they were scared of. The difference between the 1950s and the 1960s culturally is clear. It's evident in everything. It's evident in the music. It's evident in the artwork, the films. It's evident in the cars, the design of the automobiles. Like everything changed. And it changed because the culture was accepting psychedelics. It was a big part of it. It was LSD and psilocybin and marijuana and different things these people were experimenting with. And then after that, you get Jimi Hendrix. You get this wild new form of expression that was radically different than music that appeared before that. And they were scared of that. That's right. And I just made a comment about my belief system. Who gets to experience and be with that or in that and of that? That's the divine. That's Jimi Hendrix outside of the box, right? That level of artistic expression, I think that's our purpose, right? And you're right. We took that away. We pushed it into the underground. And then we hijacked our law enforcement to show up as enforcers, kick and take people to cages. Right? Members of our own community. That's right. And who can be heard? Our community and our law enforcement. So this is what I want to be clear on. I want law enforcement to ask why. Why are we in this current moment? Why are we still arresting people for wanting a relationship with plants, cacti, fungi, animal secretions? Why? Are we protecting and serving our community members or industry interests? When you start asking these questions, things shake. For me, they did. It made me into an activist. Not only an advocate, but an activist. So I got behind Massachusetts ballot question 4 in a very public way. That was to decriminalize the psychedelics and create healing centers in Massachusetts. 43-44% of adults voted yes, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Listen to what I just found out before I came to your show today. The Psychiatric Society of Massachusetts just endorsed or got behind 3 psilocybin bills. They didn't get behind the ballot question, which failed, but they're now getting behind decriminalizing psilocybin measures that are at the State House. That's great. It's great. But progress is being made. It happens at a snail's pace, and it happens through backbreaking labor for people like you and Paul Stamets and Rick Doblin and so many more who are doing the Lord's work literally. It's just a frustrating thing for a lot of people that know the truth behind this and how many people it can help and then how many people are being damaged by these unfair, unjust, immoral, and illogical laws. And they are. Right, that's right. Yeah, and if you bend it, if you take on one end the enforcers, right, which I believe are called peace officers and guardians, and the other end the civilians, which are being split up into groups and pitted against one another, and then everybody's getting hurt, and trauma load is exponentially growing.
exponentially growing. And what does the media like to put out there? Not media like this, but standard media. The algorithm is based on hate, fear, division, isolation.
Well, the algorithm is based on your interaction. Unfortunately, people tend to lean towards those things. That's the problem. The algorithm is not
Let us not forget
The
that
problem is human beings can be easily manipulated by their own ideas. And these ideas that they have and this inclination to pay more attention to things that outrage you and fear. Things that cause rage and fear and distrust. Unfortunately, things that you hate, those are the things you pay attention to.
That's right. I mean, we're biologically created to worry about things that we fear, right? And logically, I'll give you an example from my community. I think about this all the time. There's about 25,000 people in my community. Every day they wake up, they go to work, they interact with one another, and go to bed. 25,000 people with one or two issues that the cops have to go to.
Let's not forget
That's amazing. People are wild, nice,
For the most part, right?
and in control, and okay.
But the problem is cops deal with a very small percentage of people that aren't.
There's this research article called Clinicians Collusion. I call it the Forces Collusion, where your perspective gets completely warped based on the people that you continually interact with. So when you're continually showing up and helping people in their worst moment, you think everybody's their worst moment all the time, of course, right? That's a box. That's a dark box, terrible box to be in.
And to require officers to be able to escape that and have objectivity is crazy. Like how? Through what mechanism of the human mind allows you to ignore all the evidence that you see on a daily basis?
Your evidence, right? That critical incident amplified data set, that activated nervous system, it actually makes you rely on your biases more. Instead of being able to check your biases, it actually listens to your biases more. So an officer now is taught to try to slow down if you can. Why? So you can check your biases.
5 employees decided to start a political party
because
with
you're amped up.
Zelensky at its head.
The quicker you act, the sooner
They
you
ran on the platform
and that's that automatic process near the brainstem. Not here.
who was elected in service of the people to be president. And Zelensky himself was elected in a remarkable landslide to be the actual president of Ukraine. In the April 2019 election,
I agree. And you know, Joe, when back to the FDA committee,
it's not overwhelmingly amazing because here in this country, of course, we have Ronald Reagan, who was an actor who ended up becoming one of the most memorable presidents of the 20th century.
A lot of people
Zelensky in Ukraine, that's his story.
He made access not for a month or two,
Instagram
for
and
years,
social media to communicate
at a
his
cost
platform to ordinary Ukrainians. But those are skills that really served him well in the current crisis as well. Now, we see though that Zelensky itself is not just a new character. I mean, it was hard for a lot of people, myself included, to take it very seriously that he was elected to a position, but he has really come into his own. Besides the obvious heroism that we're seeing,
let's take that thread back to what you said. Can you
Times of
imagine
Israel published today an interview with David Horowitz in which they write about the time when his own prime minister spoke poorly about Zelensky behind his back, what we call the traditional
crazy to think about it, that one president,
and a
one
recording of that
administration
was leaked.
changed the course of
Then the
civilization
prime minister, embarrassed,
because they wanted
submitted
control,
his
they wanted to stop
resignation.
the anti-war
But
movement.
Zelensky denied
That's the fact.
the
That's really what happened.
resignation.
And I love the course of civilization because they succeeded at taking it on a road show into other countries through international treaties.
Yes.
You know, this brings something up. I was blessed with being able to go and speak on a panel at the United Nations, and it was put together by an organization called the Law Enforcement Action Partnership. I want to give
Now
a
let's
shout
try
out
and
to
understand a little bit more about how is it
amazing executive
possible
director of
that
a wonderful organization of law enforcement that are trying to change these issues. And we spoke about
access for psychedelics
why are we even
for law
asking this
enforcement.
question? Primarily
And I was able
because
to
here
call
in the
out
West, there
Schedule
is
1
a
at the United Nations at the CND, Commission on Narcotic Drugs.
I think it's especially true
with the schedule.
of
Here's the
children
two
of
things that I found
Holocaust
out I get
survivors
to this point.
who
The
grew up
World
in
Health
the
Organization
diaspora
is
for two
now
reasons. First of all,
recognizing that
because
Schedule 1 is a fraud.
there
It's
was a
fake, it's
certain
unscientific.
degree
They're
of
going to try to
Ukrainian
create their own.
collaboration with the
Right.
Nazis.
And
And that is,
two,
of course,
I got to see
go to
how
the
they
line,
spend
which is
all
absolutely
day
absurd
on
and
a
offensive
treaty
that
focusing on one word across like 40 countries.
But
Whether they know
there
that
is
one word
definitely a
can also
history of this that I've
make up
explored in other videos. A
now,
little more
are they going to
sophistication.
allow harm reduction into the truth?
The second reason for this,
All day.
for the stereotype,
12 hours
because
later, they're asking
Jews in the
this
diaspora
country
have
if
been
it's okay, and
separated
that country if it's
geographically
okay. I'm like, oh my God, you said
normal
snail space. I think
day-to-day
you said snail space.
Jewish
This is even
life.
slower than snail
Look at it this
space.
way. Jews have lived in Ukraine.
It's
They have
painful.
documented
Change.
Jewish life in Ukraine for well
Having it
over
happen
1,000 years.
is painful.
If you were to add up the years in which there was sustained violence from Ukraine directed
Well, it's what happens
against
when
Jews,
people,
there were, of
once
course, such
people
moments of
have
possible
laws
development
and they enforce
1113,
those laws,
the events of 1648, 49,
if someone comes along and says those laws are unjust, it's very difficult to get back rights that you've already lost.
of course,
Very difficult. Once they're lost,
20th century,
and this is
and
what's really
Revolutionary
obvious
era,
about the
and
1970s
Holocaust
Schedule 1 Act.
we
It's
had
just like
Ukrainian
we're
collaboration
dealing with the
with
same issue
Nazis.
all these years later,
You know, if
but
you
it's
added
not
up
the
all of those
1970s,
years,
right? So
however,
we have
you
all
only
the
get to about
access to the data
4%
now
of
instantaneously.
the
You can pull it
entire
up on
scope of
ChatGPT.
Ukrainian Jewish
You know,
coexistence.
like right now,
Over the
instantaneously. So there's no excuse for it,
time, like
but yet
96
it's still
of those
difficult
years,
to get
you know,
these laws
Jews and
changed.
Ukrainians are doing
Insanely
business
difficult. It
together.
takes so
They
much
are
time.
exchanging recipes.
Well,
A
so
lot
the system
of Eastern
that we
European
have
cooking is
takes the
essentially
power,
Ukrainian
and then
cooking.
it doesn't want to give it back. This is what
We're
I'm hearing.
exchanging,
And then
you know,
you've got to fight to
linguistic
give it back, but you
terminology.
indicate something which I agree
Ukrainian
with.
Yiddish is
Things
heavily
are
influenced
speeding
by Ukrainian.
because of technology.
Even in
I mean,
the most
technology is
intimate
involved in
of
the
terms,
show,
like
and
for
us being able
example,
to talk to each other.
Yiddish,
Like it's a
don't
miracle in
call
and of
our
itself.
fathers,
People being able to share ideas
you know,
at a
Abba,
lightning
which
pace,
is the
influencing one
Aramaic
another.
Hebrew
You know,
word,
that's a
Abba is
miracle
actually
in and of
the word
itself.
of Abba.
I want to bring up a point.
We don't
Maybe
call
we can
that
explore this
Vater
together.
because that's like a
People are
German
taking
term.
back their power and recognizing
We call
that
them
the founding
Tato,
documents
or
of this country
which is based on the Ukrainian
are
Tato.
designed to
I
protect
go
the
on
life,
and
liberty,
on with
pursuit,
so
happiness,
many
and religious
words, which are
expression
like
of
kitchen
the
vocabulary,
individual human
home-based
being.
words that are really
It's
Ukrainian.
the most radical thing
Yiddish
ever.
doesn't absorb those words unless Jews and Ukrainians are spending time
It's a
at
sacred
sugar in each
establishment that
other's
we're working
kitchens.
under.
Unless there
People
is
don't
a significant
realize that the
amount,
individual,
particularly through women,
when they
of
truly, sincerely believe what they're
cross-fertilization.
doing
So,
in this country,
you know, thinking about it in those terms,
as long as
you
it
know,
doesn't harm another
it makes
human
more
being,
sense for us now.
it's
Just
that simple.
stop talking
Yeah, that's
about
what it should be.
Ukrainian anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
Please. There is a
Let's talk
place for
about
that.
that.
It's not here.
How
It's
do
not
we
now.
get
Let
to
me
the
just
point
conclude
where
this small
people
mini rant
realize
with this
that's the
particular Pew Research Center chart, which was conducted in, I believe,
we get the politicians to help create safe space
the rate of
for the exploration of these topics.
in various Eastern European countries. And in this remarkable study by a very reputable organization, it appears that Ukrainians are far more likely
the big thing is public
welcome
perception. Public perception
Jewish
moves all those other
neighbors.
things.
What does this chart
Because
actually
then
say?
people
When asked, would you accept Jews as
contact
fellow
politicians
citizens?
and
Only
respond by not
5%
voting for them
of
or voting people
Ukrainians
out
said no.
that do like
That
this
is the smallest
lieutenant
number
governor.
of any
He's
of the
politically in
states.
deep water
Russia, 14%.
because so many people have
Lithuania,
reacted so negatively
23%.
to this
Romania, 22%.
this
You know, those are
draconian
serious
attempt to
issues.
ban
Poland,
all
18%.
THC
But I
products.
wonder
We're
if
like,
the
wow,
United States would
what are you
become
doing
close to that 5%
What are you being paid
number. That's
by?
pretty remarkable.
Like, what
The election of
lobbies
Volodymyr
are
Zelensky is
enforcing
not
this
a
idea? Like, what, where is this coming from?
This is
Right.
something
Right, so it's going to weaken his position.
demonstrative.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to weaken his career. And rightly so. Rightly so. He's on the wrong side of history.
One thing
There
that's
it is.
very important
There it is.
to
Yeah.
understand
The
about
public
Ukraine
perception has
as a
changed.
nation
It's
is
changed
that
pretty
it's been
radically.
bifurcated
And I
for
credit the
much of
internet with
its
that
history.
because
Not
over the last
exactly
20
down
years,
the
you've seen this
middle
massive shift
but
in this idea that
culturally,
psychedelics
very
are
much so.
dangerous, you
The
could lose your
western parts
mind,
of
to,
Ukraine, concentrated
hey,
regional
that's how my my uncle quit smoking. You know, hey, that's how my uncle opiates. Hey, that's, you know, and everyone knows somebody that's had positive experiences that was, you know, deeply depressed and now is a different person. They're are so much happier and healthier because of it. So it's the narrative publicly has shifted a lot of it is because of conversations, and a lot of it is because of podcasts, a lot of it is access to information. There's plenty of online documentaries about it now.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And you know, Joe, I want to give credit to the courageous people who are the carriers of this knowledge and wisdom by experimenting, learning, realizing, right, that's the hero's journey, right? Going into the darkness, like metaphorically and literally into the underground, and coming back with the mountain realization, right? Going and sharing it.
Yeah, having the courage.
That's a courageous act.
Especially if you're in business like yourself, like law enforcement, where it's like that's a forbidden topic.
That's right.
That's
right. That's right. And you know, I was able to access MDMA, and I had a new experience. I felt like I was surrounded by love. I was gifted a gratitude that was big enough to hold everything that went into who I am at the present moment. But guess what? I never if I accept myself completely, I have to accept my light and dark aspect as well. I have to accept my traumas as well. I have to accept my lineage's history as well. It's entirety. I'm not saying something radical has been mentioned about this by smarter people than I. MDMA helped me access that. Right? I've experienced ketamine. They formed these alliances in an organization called the Central Narada. I felt like the energy of my being was traveling in and out of my body, and I had 3 energetic streams traveling to the north in Russia, arts instructor, periodically my wife, and God, that would begin a civil war between Russian and Ukrainians, streams because they were energetic part of the Russian Empire. Ketamine, I felt like there was a bit of a disembodiment that occurred, right? And we can label what that disembodiment is. It's a dissociative anesthetic. People say it feels like their spirit, soul, or identity disconnected from their body. I had that happen, but the energy wasn't just one. I had remembrances. They had a history of Jewish affairs. I felt like I needed to give gratitude to God. They had Yiddish was really a remarkable kind of thing. It ended in disaster because their energetic streams were going in and out of my body, and I could remember such joyous thoughts associated to them. It was like a massage to my spirit. The remnants of various anti-Soviet forces active in Ukrainian territory, and ultimately it simply could not sustain itself. But there was a flash of the possibility for a very brief period of time that we would see later flourishing in the beginning of the 21st Why did that just happen?
It was during that time that you really saw expressed, right? I know people in Los Angeles were doing it. The orientation towards the West, Europe, its values of modernism, tolerance, multiculturalism,
right?
I don't know. I didn't. I knew of a guy who had a problem with it. He was an MMA fighter. He got addicted to ketamine. And I remember a friend of mine went to visit him in a rehab center, and he was all fucked up. And that was the narrative that he was doing ketamine. I was like, oh, he's doing a tranquilizer. Like, this is 1990s, late 90s. Okay. Well, you can't get addicted. Ketamine is addictive. Physically, it's not like an opioid. Is it a psychological addiction or is it a physical addiction? There might be a combination. I don't want to purport to speak about it scientifically too much, but I've heard there can be a compulsion. Yeah. And it can kind of flatter if you go overboard. I know a lot of people in the Austin area use it recreationally. We actually had a girl go into a K-hole in my club. She was in the middle of the comedy club just
Yeah. I mean, that's full disembodiment, right? You're in another place, and your somatic self has to be kept.
Well, they're doing an nasal spray, so they're like doing it throughout the day.
That's the prescription. I forget from what company for depression.
After World War II, by
So you can kind of double pump
really up until the
and
years
go a little overboard.
due to the Nazi period, this is obviously
that's a problem with. Well, that's a problem with everything,
the
right?
darkest period
It's a problem with any
interaction.
if you really need Adderall, you have like chronic fatigue, and Adderall is the only way to get you out of that. What's to stop you from taking
requires a lot
I'm glad you did that. That's right. Or even coffee. Right?
Basically,
Double
the
espresso can
Nazis
become a quad.
were able
Then you
to
drink
capitalize
6.
Oh, I know a
very
lot of people,
effective
right?
propaganda.
I mean, I'm kind of addicted to
Widespread
caffeine.
anti-Semitic
I quit it when I was
that
on my
was
vacation. I was on
especially
vacation
present
for
in
10 days, and I didn't have any
Professor
coffee,
Snyder
any caffeine at all for 5-6
that
days.
is those
I was like,
regions
ooh, I
that
sleep
were
so much better. I
temporarily
feel so much
controlled
better.
by the
But I
Soviets
feel like when it comes to
between
conversations, it's like I lean on it. I lean on caffeine.
the
I
Nazis were
lean on
able
it to
to
get me going.
really
I'm a
capitalize
happier person
on
with caffeine. I really enjoy that substance.
I like it. I just wanted to know that I could stop taking it and there wouldn't be any problem. It was no problem at all.
Yeah.
I stopped taking nicotine pouches and I stopped taking caffeine for. I stopped the nicotine pouches for 10 whole days.
the
I was like,
idea
well,
that
fine.
communism
And I
was
stopped the
dominated by
caffeine for
Jews,
5 or
which
6
is certainly
days, and I said,
not
I feel like
true,
I'm
especially after Stalin
I limited myself to
so
one
many
cup a
Jews
day.
from the party.
Yeah,
The Nazis
I
were
get,
able to
I
direct
have a hard
a
time
lot
coming
of
off of caffeine.
anger with
But I
communism against the
I
local
get
Jewish
headaches. It affects my
population.
mood a little
The
bit.
Nazis enlisted the
I
help
like
of
it. I like
local
the
populations,
caffeine.
not just
Yeah, I don't
Ukrainians,
think
but
it's
also
overall
Poles,
detrimental.
Lithuanians, and
I don't
Latvians,
think it
really
affects your
the
judgment. I
entire
don't think
area
it makes you
of
do anything
bloodlines
squirrely.
to
You know, it just gives you a little pep talk
react
a little bit.
against
I mean,
the
most of the world is
Soviets
having
by
it.
attacking
Yeah,
the
right.
local
And then
Jewish
most of the world is
population.
having to drink
However
it.
unfair
But you
that
know, this is
was.
also the argument for coca
It was
leaves.
during this time
Because
that
coca
the
leaves
so-called
apparently is
Holocaust
a
of bullets
superior
took place.
stimulant.
The Nazis
It's just
used
they chew
primarily
it. And
firing
they chew
squads
coca leaves, and this
to
is something
destroy
that
the
farmers
Jewish
and
setback that dotted the
hardworking people in
population.
America have
Perhaps
been
as
doing
many as
forever.
2.5
That's right.
million
And
Jews
unfortunately,
were
somebody
killed
figured
in
out how to
the
synthesize it, turn it into cocaine, and then it became. Yeah, now you can't get. Because if you can get just coca leaves and just chew on coca leaves in America, I mean, maybe that's superior to coffee.
And we don't know because we can't try.
Exactly.
That is a lack of experimentation.
Yeah.
That's
lots
unjust.
of non-Jewish
Right?
Ukrainians.
But
You
you know
during
what's
this
interesting
time
about
where you
cocaine?
have a minority of the
is
population of Argosvilica, you also have a minority of the
medically
population who are
appropriate.
later
I think they
recognized
use
by
it for eye
Yad Vashem
surgery.
as righteous Gentiles,
Right.
who are also
there's medical uses
cognizant
for it.
of
So I
the local
can't
ties
off
that
the
they
top of my head
had with
remember
their
if it's on Schedule 1. I
Jewish
don't think it
neighbors
is.
and protected them from the
Cocaine is on
Nazis.
schedule
So
one.
there's a lot more to
Look
say
it up
about
because
this
it, well, here's the
very
thing. If it can be
complex
used for eye
situation.
surgery,
Perhaps I'll just
Right.
one last thing. One of
So
the
it'd be interesting
heroes
to
of
see.
this period
Yeah, so is it like a nut?
the
Is that what it is?
clergyman
It just, I've heard that they've realized
who
before
was the
it
leader of
was,
the Ukrainian Catholic
became a big
Church in
issue
the West.
that it's
He
safe
was
for
actually
eyeball.
very
Yeah.
friendly with Jewish populations.
Well, I
Before the
know
war,
there's
he
medical
actually
cocaine.
mastered
I
Hebrew.
do know that. I just
My
don't know what
first
the
scholarly
applications
articles
are.
was a translation of some of his Hebrew
You know, the
language
number one
correspondence written in his own
manufacturer of
hand.
it?
And during the war,
Coca-Cola.
he directed his network of
They still
monasteries
use the
to
coca
save
leaf for flavor
200
for
Jewish children.
Coca-Cola.
He was
But they
definitely
shut
very
down the cocaine
pro-Jewish.
molecules.
Yet
So
at
they
the same
extract
time,
it, right?
and
he
they
conferred
use
a
it to
blessing
produce
on
medical grade
the
cocaine.
Waffen SS division
Interesting.
that was
Yeah.
made
And
up of
then
Ukrainians called the
some
militia division.
thing of that still
And
gets into
The
of course,
cocaine.
how is that possible that
what's
you
in
would
Coke?
convey
I
a
guess it's the
blessing
flavonoids.
on
That's
an
what's
SS
in
division?
Coca-Cola.
So we should
And it
understand
used to be
that
cocaine.
the
It's in
Ukrainians who
Coca-Cola.
joined
I
that
would like to go
division
back and try some of
were
that.
largely thinking of
I like to go,
themselves
like, what was that
as
like?
the
Like,
first
how much cocaine
Ukrainian
is in there?
division.
You
That
think they
they
have
were going
original
to
recipe
use
Coke
the
bottles in the
Nazi
factory?
support in order to fight
Coke.
against the
I
Soviets.
mean,
That is
here we
local
go.
mentality.
Here,
There's a lot more to say,
let's
but
find
I
out
can't
what year they
show
took
video,
cocaine
but
out of
it's
Coca-Cola.
complicated. It's
Because I
not at
remember
all
this whole
straightforward.
story for,
Someone
I
with
don't remember
undeniable
exactly the
moral
details
fortitude.
of like how cocaine
Shafiqi also,
was
by
in
the way,
Coca-Cola
complained
for
to
the
the
first
Pope
place.
himself,
But
saying, "Why are
cocaine
you
used to
silent?
be
Why
prescribed
saying we
1929.
need more support for the Jews? We need,
So
to have a
1903,
stronger
fresh coca
voice
leaves were
that
removed from the
condemns this
formula. After
violence."
1904, instead of using
But
fresh
even
coca
he
leaves,
could
Coca-Cola started
see
using
value
spent leaves.
in
The
Ukrainians
leftovers of the
joining
cocaine
the
extraction
Nazis
process
to
with
fight
trace
against
levels
the
of
Soviets.
cocaine.
So
And since
it's
then, by
complicated.
1929, they
After
made
the
cocaine
war,
free. So
this is a
in
period that's especially
1903,
relevant
they
for
started
Zelensky's
removing
parents.
cocaine.
There's tremendous repression
But
of
there's
both
still
Ukrainians and Jews who are
using
striving to express their national
cocaine
identity.
free
It was
coca
like
leaf
incredibly
Yes,
dangerous
yes.
to study
And they're the
anything
only company,
Jewish
I believe believe it's allowed to do that. I think their grandfather did. And how did, who invented Coca-Cola with cocaine? Find that out. Like, what's the story? What is the story of cocaine in Coca-Cola? Okay. Pemberton called for 5 ounces of coca leaf per gallon of syrup, a significant dose in 1891. Candler claimed his formula altered extensively from Pemberton's originally containing only a tenth of this amount, so it used to be really juicy. Coca-Cola once contained an estimated 9 milligrams of cocaine per glass. For comparison, a typical dose or a line of cocaine is 50 to 75 milligrams. So it was like a mild pick, 9 milligrams. After 1904, instead of using fresh leaves, Coca-Cola started using spent leaves. Today, that extract is prepared at a Stepan company plant in Maywood, New Jersey, the only manufacturing plant authorized by the federal government to import and process coca leaves, which it obtains from Peru and Bolivia. Stepan company extracts cocaine from the leaves, which it sells to Mallinckrodt, the only company in the United States licensed to purify cocaine from medical use. Wild.
Reconstruction of the Soviet Union. Ultimately,
intellectual beverage.
Intellectual valuable brain tonic. A valuable brain tonic. A cure for all nervous afflictions.
And in 1989,
Affections. Sick, headache, neurologica, whatever that is, hysteria, melancholy, etc. The peculiar flavor of Coca-Cola delights every palate. It is dispensed with the soda fountains in the same manner as any of the fruit syrups. What an advertising. Wow.
The largest Jewish complex anywhere in the
Go back to
world, the
1900.
cultural and business
Get a
center.
glass and see
It's
what's
here.
up.
It has some remarkable architecture that's designed to avoid the seven dragons and the labyrinth of the Torah, which is associated
Long after the syrup ceased to contain significant amounts of cocaine in North Carolina, dope remained a common colloquialism for Coca-Cola, and dope wagons were trucks that transported it. Wow.
Originally, it was
That must have been real
named
good.
slide.
It's been real good. Like just a little bit of a juice. The cola nut. Cola nuts for caffeine. Cola nut acts as a flavoring. The original source of caffeine, Coca-Cola, contains 2 to 3.5% caffeine and has a bitter flavor. In 1911, the U.S. government sued the United States versus 40 barrels and 20 kegs of Coca-Cola, hoping to force the Coca-Cola company to remove caffeine from its formula. Interesting. That's interesting. The court found the syrup, when diluted, as directed, may result in a beverage containing 1.21 grains, 78.4 milligrams, of caffeine per 8 fluid ounces. The case was decided in favor of Coca-Cola Company at the district court, but subsequently in 1912, the U.S. Pure Food and Drug Act was amended, adding caffeine to the list of habit-forming and deleterious substances, which must be listed on a product's label. In 1913, the case was appealed by the Sixth Circuit in Cincinnati, where the ruling was affirmed, but then appealed again in 1916 to the Supreme Court, where the government effectively won as a new trial was ordered. The company then voluntarily reduced the amount of caffeine in its product and offered to pay the government's legal costs to settle and avoid further litigation. Wow, that was all over caffeine, 7 kilograms.
8, and now it's 46 per 12.
Yeah, but like, what is a Red Bull? I was going to say, what's in a Monster? So let's find out how much caffeine is in a Monster. One of the things that Monster, I don't know if Monster does it, but some of these companies do it. It's kind of tricky. By the way, I like Monster. I drink them all the time when I do the UFC. The problem is, it'll say like 2 servings. Who's splitting a Monster with their friends? It's like, I'm going to you have some 86
Per serving.
Yeah. And how many servings are in a can of Monster?
Well, this just says.
Thank you very much.
Does it say it in a can? Like when you get a big old can? Because they have big cans. There's a Monsters. I had a friend who was a Mormon and he wasn't allowed to drink coffee, and that motherfucker would pound energy drinks all day. I was like, hey, dude, what are you doing? It's a gray area. Yeah, 140. A Monster is, oh my God, 140 for 0 sugar. A regular Monster is 160. 160. Mountain Dew Rise has 180. Beyond Raw Lit. That is 250.
Bang with 300.
5-hour energy shots is 200. Holy shit, man! Those little tiny energy shots, those 5-hour energy drinks has 200 milligrams of caffeine. Wow. Bang has 300. Holy shit, man.
And Coca-Cola led the battle. When was that? 1911 or something? One of those dates about caffeine.
Yeah.
Wow, being in it.
Interesting. Well, it's like people have always tried to control other people for whatever reason, especially when the government has the power to do it. For whatever reason, human beings really enjoy controlling other people.
Yeah.
They really do. And once they have power, they really enjoy exercising that power.
And keeping it, controlling
Yeah.
it, not giving it back. And you gotta resist.
Yeah, you do. You gotta resist. But the problem is, like, legalizing these things would cause a big problem. There'd be a big problem. You just legalize them. There's a lot of people who would never try any illegal drug would try a legal drug. You know, if you made heroin, cocaine, fill in the blank, all the different substances, psychedelic and otherwise, if you made them all legal, you're going to have a bunch of people that are going to have problems with these things that wouldn't have problems with them normally. So there would be a period of time where it would cause damage. And that would be really problematic for politicians, lawmakers, anybody who enforce these ideas. You know, there'd be blood is on your hands. It's like, but this infantilization of human beings, like turning them into babies that need to be controlled by the state. That's the problem. And we're in this problem, and the only way to get out of that problem is to tear the fucking Band-Aid off. And I completely agree with you. And I don't want to do cocaine. I've never done cocaine my whole life. When I was a kid in high school, I saw a bunch of people that had cocaine problems, and I was like, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
Right. Well, listen, you made that decision for yourself.
Yeah.
Right? And look, we know, we were just touching upon examples of people having a relationship with the coca plant without it causing an issue.
Yeah. I don't think it's that addictive when you're just chewing the leaves. I think those people do it without much problems. There's also mate de coco, which is a tea that they make from the leaves.
Well, look, we're starting to talk about, we're using the word legalization and saying there will be a problem with legalization for a time being. Why don't we talk about decriminalization and regulation?
The problem is, even with decriminalization, what's the supply? Where are people getting it from? Right. If you can't sell it legally, then how do I know it's pure? That's right. That's the real issue. The real issue with cocaine is probably not cocaine itself. The real issue is getting cocaine that's stepped on and cut a lot of times with fentanyl. And we all know people that have died from fentanyl overdoses. I know a bunch of people that have.
Yeah, I've done follow-up on police calls to people who said to me directly, I was trying to get coke, I got fentanyl and almost died. That's a tragedy. But Joe, you're jumping to this next idea that we should probably explore, which is called safe supply.
Yeah.
And who should control safe supply. But let me remind our audience, let me bring this back into the conversation. Our police promotional books, we're not talking radical here. Police promotion books talk about the problem with prohibition and criminalization, unleashing gangsters and dangerous supply of our civilians.
And that's where the cartels come into play.
Exactly.
Look, when we were kids, the cartel weren't an issue.
That's right.
Do you ever remember any talk of that? How old are you?
I'm 48. I grew up in Chelsea, Mass.
I'm almost 58. I grew up in Newton. I didn't ever hear about cartels.
That's right.
You never heard about Mexican cartels. You never heard about the problem. Now it's like all over the news. It's a big thing.
Right.
Why is it a big thing? Because they control the drug supply into the United States because drugs are illegal. So only outlaws sell drugs.
And what happens with value when you make something illegal?
Yeah. Shoots through the roof. Yeah.
That's right. And the most violent come in and replace the less violent.
Exactly.
You know?
Just like during Prohibition when the mob took over.
That's right.
That's how they gained power. That's how they got money.
That's right.
They were selling alcohol.
And what's safe supply or safe use room? I would purport to say that a bar is a safe use room.
Yeah.
Where you can get safe supply.
Right. Yeah. Right. You know you're getting actual real alcohol.
That's it. And how about we incorporate treating adults like adults?
Yeah.
Powerful education and decide who's going to control safe supply. Because right now, the most dangerous people on earth control it.
Yes. And I think education, like you just said, is a huge part of it. And to let people understand, like, hey, everyone knows there's giant problems with alcohol use. There's alcoholism, there's liver failure, there's a host of different diseases that come from being an alcoholic. And then there's also operating motor vehicles when you're drunk. Drunk driving kills a ton of people every year. And also a bunch of violent acts that get perpetrated by people that are drunk. There's a lot of things wrong with alcohol, but yet we allow alcohol, and alcohol is one of the worst drugs. It's one of the worst drugs for you physically. Yeah. It's one of the only drugs that if you become addicted to it, you can't quit cold turkey or you'll fucking die.
That's right. Right then and there. Yeah. Exactly. So working with this logic, Joe, right? Because people sometimes make me out to be out of my mind when I say this stuff. Of course. If the most dangerous, toxic, and carcinogenic is available, and the least dangerous, helpful, non-addictive is not available. Let's fix that.
Yeah.
Why do I sound wild when I say that?
Yeah. Well, I think the mushroom one is the easiest one because of the fact that it genuinely can't kill people. Cocaine is a lot harder, so it's also like, I don't necessarily think it's good for you, but I know people that have done pure cocaine that really enjoyed the experience and didn't get addicted to it. So I can't speak of that. I just think that things that are physically addictive that have been known to ruin your life are things that you should probably avoid.
And we can teach upon that.
Yes.
And we can educate upon that. I mean, look at the wonderful job we've done at kind of putting the reins on nicotine. Through advertisement and education.
Well, cigarette smoking in particular, right? Because the problem isn't really the nicotine, which we've found to be, it's like nicotine actually has health benefits to it, which sounds crazy to people. It's neuroprotectant. It actually stops people from getting COVID. There's a lot of weird stuff with the compound nicotine.
Yeah.
But then there's the delivery method. And it's not even just like, it's hard to know what's true or what's not true. I saw that Russell Crowe movie, The Insider. I haven't. It's a great movie, but it's about these companies that added chemicals to cigarettes to make them far more addictive. And he was a whistleblower. He was a chemist that was working at this company. Russell Crowe's place. Doctor was a real guy whose life was threatened because he exposed that these companies had put a bunch of different chemicals into cigarettes that make them highly addictive, much more addictive than just plain regular tobacco smoking.
Well, I was told that those scientists were absorbed into the food industry.
Well, that's the problem, is that the companies that were getting sued, after it was determined that cigarette smoking does cause cancer, cigarettes are addictive, once they lost a bunch of money, they went out and bought all the processed food companies, and now they made those more addictive. And so now, they even openly flaunt it. I bet you can't eat one chip.
That's right. That's right.
I bet you can't
Give it a try. Open a bag of Doritos. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. And again, I think you should be able to eat Doritos. I like it. It's delicious.
Same here.
Nothing wrong with them. But they are addictive. And why are they addictive? Because they're chemically designed to be addictive.
That's right.
Because these food manufacturing companies want you to buy more of them. It's simple. It's like, how do we get people to eat more chips? Make the chips impossible to put down. That's very difficult to put down.
And if you want to increase their value through the roof, prohibit access after they've tasted them, and let the cartels produce them in another country, and try to get them across the border to sell to our people.
You're going to get fentanyl potato chips.
That's right.
Which is so crazy. Imagine if they outlawed all processed foods and you gotta get fucking contraband Twinkies.
Right.
I think you should be able to buy ring dings. They should be legal. But I wouldn't recommend eating every day. They're fucking terrible for you.
Exactly.
But they taste delicious.
Exactly.
You want one every now and again.
And that's the environment that we're in.
Yes.
With some things and not others.
Right. And that's the problem. It's illogical. It's illogical, and there's this fear aspect to it, because if you go against it, you're going to get put into a very bad position where there's people with enormous power and influence that want to silence you. And this is why guys like Rick Dovlin are so courageous, because he spent his entire life trying to do this the right way and doing it above board, by the books, and show through use with police officers and military people and people experiencing PTSD that this has extreme beneficial aspects to it that you should ignore and are good for society. And we should probably expand the use of them in an appropriate way.
That's right. I think that his work is leading to one of the first big kinks in the armor of the system. And you speak to the value of the way that he did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are the rules? Tell me we'll operate within them. What kind of data do I have to create? Well, let me make that data. How do I access the compound? How are you going to let me? Right? And if we don't know how, we need the rules.
Right.
And sometimes the rules weren't there. And Rick and Maps had to push, right? And in our system, how do we battle? What's the appropriate way to unleash violence? It's with lawyers, right? It's frowned upon to physically be violent. So he had to fight. He had to fight with the government. And what really makes me nuts, Joe, is, the amount of back and forth. Again, I heard that they did with the FDA, with the regulators. They knew what they were doing, the design of the process, everything was being talked about, right? And they get let's wait.
It's interesting that the results were too good.
I mean, just from the ones I hold in my heart.
Yeah. So what kind of pressure do you think they're under to not allow these things? Because that's the question. Like, what is it? Is it public social pressure? Because if they do pass this, then they'll be scrutinized, and people that are ignorant and that have bought into the narrative will then look at that as like you're part of the problem. You're contributing to the deterioration of society by allowing this use of MDMA to push forward, and by minimizing the risks of it, by talking about the benefits of it, you're essentially allowing people to think that it's a lot safer than it really is.
Look, I think that's a component, right? We're talking about public perception and that changing and that pressuring things change. I think this is a paradigm changing and shifting thing that the entire system, including pharma and all these people that are on these boards, these decision makers, power brokers, right, are trying to make sense of. And I'll explain. We have an identified disorder or challenge. We have a medicine that masks that symptom. This is going to allow people to truly heal. When you truly heal, you don't have to keep taking. You might have to come back to it periodically. Sure. Let's call that a flare-up. Yeah, let's call it a touch-up. But when you're not taking your pill every day, every other day, that's going to be a big hit to people's power and money.
Right, especially when you deal with things like there's a giant business in keeping people, I don't want to say happy, but not depressed, right? Like there's a giant industry in people that are on SSRIs, antidepressant, and anti-anxiety medication. When it's been proven that exercise is far more effective than SSRIs are, statistically proven that SSRIs are not as effective as exercise.
Well, let me throw something in there. Is that a medicine?
Right. Yeah, all exercise is definitely medicine.
Right. So there's an organization, I think it's called Exercise as Medicine. But a mainstream medical doctor going to be able to prescribe exercise to somebody? They can't.
They should be able to.
They should be able to.
Yeah, they really should. But the problem is no problem with that.
Right. Do it on your own.
Right.
Join the gym yourself, and you don't have to. People aren't going to go because they're scared. They don't want to. The other quarter who do go might not approach it correctly.
Right. Themselves. Yeah. You need trainers.
Right.
Yeah.
It's really so. Back to your question. This is going to be a paradigm shifting thing. I believe that psychedelic assisted talk therapy is going to allow talk therapy to live up to its promise as a talking cure. I believe psychedelics are going to be able to cure or push into remission a lot of these unshakable challenges. That's going to be a big hit to the SSRIs. That's going to be a big hit to certain medicines. You know what else I think it's going to do? I think it's going to move people from agnosticism or atheism towards religion and spirituality, and it's also going to be a boom for religion and
Which is wild, right?
Wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
Have you ever heard of John Marco Allegro's book, The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross?
No.
It's a book that he wrote after he was one of the people that was he was contracted to decipher the Dead Sea Scrolls. It was like a 14-year job. They were deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he was the only one on the committee that was agnostic. He was an ordained minister, but through his studying of theology, he started becoming agnostic because he recognized that there's just too many religions and too many parallels. And like, what's the real religion and root of this all, or origin rather, root of this all? So he wrote this book after 14 years, where he, I'm going to sort of paraphrase, but he thought that the entire Christian religion was based on the consumption of psychedelic mushrooms and fertility rituals, and that this was what it was all about. And I believe the book, because I've said this before, I need to know it's true, was the book bought up by the Catholic Church? I think it was bought up by the Catholic Church, and they stopped production of it. And then he released a new book called The Dead Sea Scrolls and the Christian Myth, and that one was available. But then, since then, they've republished both of them. Yeah, both of them. But the big one was The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, because that was the one that was kind of very difficult to get. And I have a couple copies of it, but they're original copies that I have. Okay. And it's a fascinating book. It's a fascinating book because he translates, or he breaks down the word Christ to an ancient Sumerian word, which was a mushroom covered in God's semen. And this is what he's saying, is that they thought that when it rained, that this was God, his semen on the earth, which has caused all life to rise from. We all need light, we all need water, and then plants need water. And then after rainfall, they would find these mushrooms, because mushrooms grow incredibly quickly. And would consume these mushrooms and have these religious experiences. And this was a hugely controversial book. To really be able to know if he's right or wrong, you would have to have a deep understanding of ancient languages, the Bible, and so many different things.
Well, you know what that brings up in me, Joe, is the sacredness of sexuality. One, I don't know why what you just triggered that in me. And the other is, what about every Sunday magically transmuting bread and wine into flesh and blood of God? Right? This isn't a radical concept. This is accepted. This is like a billion followers, right? Type of Christianity that is through sacred ritual transforming food into the body and blood of God. Right? Just because we can understand that this is wood and a table and we've labeled it, boxed it, and analyzed it, doesn't mean that the mystery of it all has been stripped away. And I don't think we need to allow that process to happen. Right? This is a magical, mysterious experience. We're staring at one another just because we identify as human beings. Do we really know what's happening? Or is that ego inflation and science trying to dumb down a mystery and a magic?
Well, it's all a mystery, right? We become accustomed to the mystery, so it seems normal. But, you know, if you didn't exist on Earth, and Earth was a drug that you could take, we could experience life on Earth, like, this is crazy.
It absolutely is wild.
Being a human being, interacting with people, looking at things through your eyes.
That's right.
Hearing things through your ears, touching and feeling, smelling, and using all your senses and navigating through this bizarre experience of life. Very weird.
And what about that image of the Ouroboros, right? The snake or dragon itself. I mean, let's talk about sacred sexuality and the fact that every living thing is in a system that's eating and birthing itself continuously in directions. How do you wrap your mind around that? You know, I got a big sense of that when I was in the rainforest in Costa Rica for the first time, and I touched like the handle of a bridge, and it felt like it was moving, because like every drop of everything is alive, and everything is competing, going along with and helping, supporting, or eating one another in that space, and it's like, what is happening here? Like, everything is alive, you know? And I had that type of an experience with psychedelics in the religious context. Psilocybin, I felt like I dropped into the collective conscience, and I got to see the partition section that was my psychic space, where all my complexes and traumas were pulsing energetically into one another, and how that energy was spilling over on my family and community. That was the access that was given to me through psilocybin. You know, and those energetic forces are pushing me around right now as we speak.
Well, which makes you think, like, if you were an ancient person and you had this experience, of course you would think you're communing with God.
Yeah, I agree. And look, we're all ancient persons right now in this short time, and I believe that.
Yeah, well, we are ancient. You know, if you go 5,000 years from now, how they're going to look at us? Like these dorks. Shit that was illegal.
They were fighting and arguing about. Yeah. I can't wait till war is all technology that we all laugh about.
God, isn't that a crazy thing that if you asked a person, is it possible in your lifetime for war to not exist? Most people will be like, there's no way. Which is insane.
It's so insane.
Because in small groups, it's clearly easy. Like if it was just you, me, and Jamie, and we were the only people on Earth, it would be super easy to not go to war with each other.
That's right.
We just communicate. But then you're dealing with different languages and control of resources, and then you have people that are leaders that have control over giant groups of people, and then use propaganda, manipulation, and manipulate them into thinking the only way is we have to go over there and kill these people.
Exactly.
That's the only way to fight for your freedom.
Yeah. And Joe, you know, when there's research out there that shows that for a period of time, our species ended up having something like 5,000 of us on Earth. It's out there, right? Have you seen
There's a few moments in history,
right?
The Toba volcano.
And how did we survive that? Did we eat each other or hurt each other? We probably helped each other.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, there's probably so few people they had to.
That's right.
Well, this is also the point of Allegro's work, that fertility rituals were important because people didn't really survive much. You know, it was very difficult. Childbirth killed a lot of women, killed a lot of babies. Infections killed a lot of people. You break your leg, you're dead. There's a lot of things that cause people to die, so it was very important to have as many children as possible because most of them weren't going to live.
That's right. That's right. And you bring up a point, the woman might not have made it through the process itself.
Yeah.
And what an important process.
Yeah.
For the overall species well-being.
Yeah, the most critical of all processes. And that's been reduced to a thing now that's like trivialized.
Trivialized or even still taboo.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy. There's people out there that love people that don't want to have children. Okay. Well, I would want to bring a child into this world. Like, yeah, why would you with all the books and medicine and shit?
Nicely said.
Yeah, like people gave birth when they didn't know what a door was. They hadn't figured out doors yet. You know, it's like we're constantly in this process of evolving and changing and growing, but it just gets stifled by so many different aspects of civilization, so many different aspects of control and propaganda and manipulation and fear. And fear of others. Fear.
I mean, look at what's happening with our life expectancy, like you said, and good medicine keeping people alive.
Yeah.
And we're living to be 90 years old.
And hopefully, if you live to be 80 or 90 years old, you'll be wiser. Hopefully.
Right.
Hopefully, you'll get more of an understanding of like what you've done wrong. Like, why have I lived my life this foolish way? Like, what can I do to correct that? What can I do to make more positive impact on people around me and live my life in a more harmonious way? But you know, some people, they're 80 years old, they just watch Fox News and yell at TV.
You know, the image that went through my head is somebody turning the TV off.
Yeah.
Maybe picking up a book.
Yeah.
And then, you know, there's a choice point here, Joe, where you can sometimes it's hard because there's things in the psyche that are manipulating what you're focusing on. You don't trust external factors. But if you start focusing on gratitude, if you start focusing on the beauty, if you start focusing on the benefits of science, the benefits of operating in community with other human beings, that thing that we said, I mean, how many people in Manhattan, right, every day waking up, they go to work, they go home, Yeah, there's a handful of problems, but that's not how it's presented.
Yeah,
It's miraculous if you think about it.
it is. Right. The amount of negative interactions that people have are incredibly small.
Yeah.
We think about the sheer number of humans.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, we concentrate on the fear.
Exactly.
We concentrate on the dangers.
And the media zooms in on someone who doesn't have a house,
Yeah.
someone who has an addiction problem,
Someone who's violent,
someone who's violent.
someone who's a criminal,
That's right.
someone who's stealing. Yeah, that's all you hear.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard a statistic that the military knows about 2% of people are sociopathic or psychopathic. They don't have that same conscience that we automatically assume a human has.
Right, I don't have any empathy.
Right?
Yeah.
And it seems to me that we're so fear-based that we build outer ecology that people have access to around concerns related to that. We build the mainstream culture, the laws that we operate under, out of concern for the 2% rather than celebration of the 98% that do care, that do feel empathy, that do.
And that is the problem with the algorithm. That's the problem with social media, and that's the problem with this addiction to devices, that you are constantly being inundated with the negative.
Yeah.
You're constantly interacting with the worst aspects of life on Earth and not appreciating all the good that's around you all the time.
That's right. Yeah, and the algorithm, Joe, like you brought up so eloquently, it takes you down the path that you click towards, and I recall intentionally starting to click things outside of my comfort zone and follow thinkers and presenters not within my bubble, and that's what it starts feeling.
Yeah.
Well,
oh yeah, you certainly can do that. Curate a good feed. You can ignore the negative, and there's a lot of great stuff. One of the great things about social media is just the access to new and fascinating information. You're constantly, if you do follow the right people and do go down the right roads, you'll be constantly inundated with fascinating information. That's right. New discoveries, the James Webb Telescope, and new things that people are learning about quantum physics and all these different fascinating things that can enrich your mind, right, and expand your understanding of the world we live in, instead of dwelling on all the negative aspects of human civilization.
Right. And that kind of speaks to the fact that we are lucky to be able to have access to social media that way.
Yeah.
There's nations that don't allow that type of access,
right,
by design.
Yeah.
Right. So the power of our method is liberty and freedom.
Yeah.
Right. Not criminalization and prohibition.
Right.
You see the jump I'm trying to make there.
And the jump also is what you were talking about before with education. And I think we need education too with people in social media use. People need to be kind of coached and understand how to use it correctly. Right. And I've been trying to express to as many people as I can, especially people in the public eye, don't read comments. You gotta stop doing that. Just don't read things about you. Don't read negative things about you. It's bad for you.
Yeah.
It's bad for you, and also you're dealing with the percentage of people that are commenting negative things. Those people almost entirely live lives that you would not envy.
Nicely said.
They're almost all a mess.
That's right.
And so you're interacting with I don't want to say the worst aspects of society, but the most troubled human beings, the people that are thinking in the most ridiculous way. They're constantly focusing on negative aspects of either human beings or of society in general, and they're feeding off of it. And that's their focus all day long, and they spend most of their time arguing with people online. Like,
yeah,
do you want to be involved in that? Like, that is when we live in what is primarily a beautiful world.
Nicely said. Yeah, and I think you're pointing at something that's important to keep in mind is be careful about what you let in.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that's a universal principle, but it's eloquently shared in Buddhism, where they say guard your dharma gates. Right. Your eyes, your ears, your nose, your mind. Right. Your senses. Yeah. What are you taking in?
Yes.
Because there's other philosophies that say thoughts are things. Be careful what you think.
Yeah.
And I've come to notice let's call it the CBT triangle, cognitive behavioral therapy or theory triangle, right? Thoughts lead to emotions, lead to actions, right? Because of psychedelic work, I'm able to see how a thought actually is a portal that allows a certain energetic flow into you, and that affects you, that can manifest in reality out of you.
As a therapist, how have you incorporated this in everyday life? Okay, your patients.
Two things come to mind when you ask that question. It's made me more empathetic because I've had direct access, direct experience of some of these theories you read about or have a teacher as the expert tell you about. I've had direct access to. The second is I'm able to share with people when they come to me being pulled towards experiencing these things. Ideas around harm reduction, where to go, right? There's legal states, there's less legal states. I can talk to them about the substances, right? I'm not prescribing, but if you come to talk to me, I can listen.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know from direct experience some things. Right. I'm also able to fight off fear, and I can go into these territories with people. Therapists need to know that themselves. You don't want to step outside of the lanes that you're comfortable being in, right? If you're not comfortable being in a certain lane, you got to go get training and experience to be an ethical practitioner before you talk about something, right? And I've got that experience. It's never ending. I'm not done. I'm just in my process of awakening, and I can share from that reference point. As a therapist, that was your question. Right. That's how I think I can help you. I'm more empathetic. You come in and want to talk to me about a particular substance, I have a little bit of a lived experience knowledge base I can share with you. And legally, I'm allowed to talk harm reduction.
Yeah.
Right? I can't prescribe. I'm not going to tell you to do something illegal.
Right.
But if you want to talk to me about it, I know a thing or two. Not everything, but just a thing or two.
I think one of the best arguments against decriminalization is what happened with Portland.
Okay.
So, they went down this path. It was Portland, right? It wasn't Seattle. They went down this path of pure legalization.
Oregon, everything.
Yeah.
Decriminalized.
Yeah. And it went sideways. And I think it was probably because the culture that had already been firmly established in that place condoned open-air drug markets, people that were addicted to fentanyl and opiates out on the street, and methamphetamines out on the street, using them constantly, no education, and then they just sort of opened the doors for everything, and then people went there specifically because they could do these things.
And be that on the streets.
And also be subsidized.
Yeah. So let me bring some things up about that. So, I believe in decriminalization, but there's a right and a not so right way to do something, right? And I'm going to use examples of laws we already have on the book. This might not be a popular statement, but it's my truth. If you say you're going to decriminalize, you can look at the way we handle alcohol. We don't allow public drunkenness. We don't have to allow it. A lot of places say you can't walk around and be inebriated and open bottle drink. Even the most liberal places, right? A cop can come up, they can protective custody you into a cage, or they can help you get home, right? Why don't those rules apply? If you're in public, we can say we're not going to want you to use openly in public.
Right. But when you've already got people openly camping out streets and littering everywhere, and what they've already allowed, unfortunately, they need to clean that up first before they can say we're going to decriminalize everything. Because you've already allowed people to do something that, publicly is frowned upon, to just be shitting on the street and to open drug use everywhere, right? And have people camped out, homeless people covering up sidewalks where you can't get around, and there's needles everywhere and garbage everywhere.
Well, we can agree that we don't want that. And
right.
In many places, there's local ordinances against that, There's state level laws against that. Then we can go all the way up.
But they're not doing anything about that.
Well, that's the thing we can analyze.
Yeah.
Why wasn't the funding in place to ensure that public areas with public access followed some rules? Why? What happened? You know, I think that can be figured out.
Yeah.
Right? So we realize that if we say full-scale decriminalization, anything goes, doesn't work, I would have told you right from the beginning, well, that's kind of, why are we going that far? Why don't we have any funding to help people and tell them, no, you can't take a shit over there.
Right.
You have to take it over here. We can all agree. We don't want human feces over here.
Right.
Right? That's not a shot against that person. We got to figure out what's going on. Why are they pooping over there, not in the porta potty over here? Or how about have a location where those people can go that isn't a prison?
Right.
Where we have wraparound services, where we have maybe access to what they need, maybe access to what they're addicted to. Right? Now we're starting to talk safe supply with care and medical intervention.
Yeah, no one's ever done that successfully, though, right? Like, has any state ever incorporated some sort of successful program where they give people safe supply and then counseling and got like a percentage of them off drugs and healthy?
So I've heard that Canada's exploring the medical access of medical grade heroin for certain people. And we know that certain countries, for years at this point, have safe injection facilities where people can come to use their drugs under care and consideration and then leave. We know these things work, but they've got to be curated properly.
Yeah. Well, you also can't impose it on all the rest of society by allowing people to just camp out everywhere on the streets.
Well, that's the example that, right? Like, we can have rules, local ordinances that say this isn't a campground.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
And what do you need for this not to be a campground? Let's talk. Come talk in this building over here.
Right.
We can even figure out what's that going to cost. We can figure that out. And why isn't it being funded? Right? And why aren't the police properly funded to act in a guardianship way in those situations? Right?
Yeah.
Because look, our efforts go in the direction that our funding goes because people build their lives around that. And if funding is 90% on enforcement, then that's what you're going to get. Right?
Right.
And we talked about the problems and how hurtful defund was. How about properly funding law enforcement to work in a guardianship paradigm for these situations that aren't necessarily criminal, they might be public health. Now you're keeping the cops involved.
Right.
Right? You're not saying we're going to defund you, we don't need you. We do need you. You play a vital role in our society.
But that would require like a fundamental shift to progressive ideology. They'd have to like change the way they view cops.
Maybe that'll have to be incorporated in drips and drabs and carefully into training. Right?
Yeah.
But I got an example for you. I think it's really important. It's from where I come. Right? In Winthrop, Massachusetts. 10 years ago, when I was a patrol officer and I kept coming in and seeing public health issues, police logs, police incidents, public health issue, mental health challenge, a person not having access to their psychiatrist, running out of their medicine, overdose lost tragically, over and over and over again. And I went to talk to the police chief. I said, his name's still on. I said, Chief, on patrol when I'm in, will you let me make a pile of work? Let's call it cases to investigate, because I think I have a detective fetish. I've never been a detective, but I wanted to investigate things too. He's like, then what are you going to do with that pile? I said, I'm going to follow up in police uniform, patrol car. I'm going to go knock on a door and have a conversation with somebody. See what they really need to prevent that 911 call for service. He's on record saying he thought I was going to bang my head up against the wall. He's like, there's no one's going to talk to this kid in full uniform. But he was so excited to have him and try. 2-3 weeks later, I come back. I said, Chief, I called. People are inviting me into their house, telling me to sit down, calling somebody down who's telling me that they were looking for cocaine and got fentanyl. We have a good problem. I got to connect these people to the appropriate help. He said to me, he said, connect them to the public health department. There's a woman in there, her name's Meredith Hurley, and she's brought in people with lived and living experience with challenges related to intoxicating substances who are open about it to help with the overdose crisis. Bam. Public safety connected with public health. We created what I call the police, the public health pipeline. Right? Picture this. A cop showing up to your house because they know what's going on in your house. You called 911, told us without us even coercing you, and saying, Joe, what's going on? What do you need? What do you need to be well? We don't want you to die. Talk to us. We're not going to use it against you. I'm actually not going to run you because I'm playing this distinct role. I'm not going to run you. I don't want to know if there's any outstanding warrants. I'm not here to snoop around to find something that I'm going to be able to charge you with. I'm here to see what you need to not die and not have my detective show up and put you in a cage. That started in Winthrop over 10 years ago. It's called CLEAR, Community and Law Enforcement Assisted Recovery.
Well, that's hopeful. Just got to expand something like that.
I think we have room to expand it across the whole country. We are repositories, police departments are repositories of information on human suffering. You know what we're doing with that? If it's not traditional enforcement-based policing to make cases for court, nothing. That's not right.
So it's the way it's approached. It's the way these problems are approached, and that they need new solutions that are preventative and that enforce the sense of community and help law enforcement officers ingratiate themselves with these people and be part of the community instead of just be a person who comes to lock them up.
You know what that is? That's community policing. We call it recovery-oriented community policing. Right? Now let me plug something else in that I think is a sophisticated, important point that people got to keep in mind. This isn't an attack on traditional enforcement type of policing. If you are sensitive to human nature, you know there's going to be violations of the type that need somebody to show up and take a person out of their house in cuffs, put them in a jail cell, and take them to court. Unfortunately, the dark side is a part of human nature. And that type of policing done right is important and it keeps us well. But when it's the only type of policing, we're missing something. We're missing something important and special. And our people are expecting our officers to show up and put a hand out, a helping hand. Say we know what's going on, and we want you to die. We don't want you to be in a cage. Human beings in a cage. I think it is fundamentally law enforcement's role to do that. This and that.
The city was conquered many times over the next 3 millennia.
Tell people how they can get a hold of you, social media, like where you are.
Sure, I appreciate that. Well, they can look up my name, Sarko Jevgevian. I'm out of Winthrop,
Spell
Massachusetts.
his last name because they're not going to get that right.
Sure, it's Gergerian. I'm out of Winthrop, Massachusetts. I'm a lieutenant with the Winthrop Police Department. Joe, let me plug this in. I am here speaking of my own beliefs, sharing all the positives about my community, my department, the safety I found there, but these are my ideas. I'm not going to talk on behalf of Winthrop Police, Winthrop Mass. I just want people to know that, but they can find me online. They can get a hold of me at my work email. I liberally share my personal email, and if they send me an email, I'll respond.
How do they get your email?
It's just my last name at gmail.com. GERGERIAN@gmail.com.
Okay, good luck with the amount of emails you're going to get after this.
All right, let's do it. Give me some time to get back to you.
All right, well, thanks, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, your perspective, the fact that you're willing to express it the way you do, and that you're willing to come out here and stick your neck out like this. It means a lot.
Joe, let me say something back to you, man. This was a really special moment for me. I'm not only a colleague of yours, man. I'm a fan. And a number of close personal friends, one in particular, Billy Reinstein, who I love to death, said, tell Joe that he has helped me so tremendously. His show has helped me stay well, be happy, and I wanted to get that message.
That's awesome. Shout out to Bill. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, bye.
That shows on the left the three areas belong to the purported Jewish state, physically corresponds with more or less where they're concentrated. And on
The
the
Joe
right,
Rogan
you see,
Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
It's awesome. It really does feel better. Yes. Yeah. It's just a consistent thing. You have to do it every day. We're talking about decompressing the back, ladies and gentlemen. Lower back pain. Another thing you can do without a machine is just bend your knees, just bend slightly, grab your arms like this,
Because after all, it represents
and relax your back, and you don't pop your back down. Too.
I know how to pop upper back. That's where you have.
When you get
That's where you have the person's grab you and then hold you, and then you can hear it crack. I don't know how. I don't know how it is. Right. But the lower back is when I played football. I played contact football, and we used to go to physicals. You had to get a physical. And it was just a gigantic room, and you go from doctor to doctor, so everybody could do it at one time. And I remember I laid down, and the doctor grabbed my leg, and he was trying to get range of motion, and he got it like 3/4 of the way up, and it stopped. And he said to me, "You're going to have lower back pain when you're older." And that's exactly what happened.
What he predicted it. There's a lot of ways to avoid it. You know, people just accept it. But what you're telling me right there, with not being able to get your leg up, that's a hamstring issue. So one thing, hamstrings and quads. And glutes, all the tightness in those areas will absolutely affect your back. Because anytime you have restricted range of motion and you're really tight, everything else is tight. I said everything is like kind of pulled down, and you have to figure out a way to lengthen that shit out. And there's a lot of different stretches you can do, but you definitely should be doing it. Nobody likes to stretch. It sucks. Everybody hates it. But if you don't do it, you're going to go to a doctor and they're going to want to cut you open. And don't do that, because there's other ways around that. If you're listening to this, you got a bulging disc in your back, there's ways around it, folks. There's decompression, there's stem cells. There's a thing that I did a long time ago in California called, what is it called? What is that shit called? That Peyton Manning did, and Regenikine. Escaped my mind. It's early. Regenikine is where it's like platelet-rich plasma, but more sophisticated version of it. They first started pioneered it in Germany. You used to have to go to Germany to get it, and now you get it in America.
Stop over in Turkey for the hair.
You don't have to do it. It's America now. What is the place? Life Cycle Medicine in Santa Monica? What's the name of the place? I don't remember. My brain has way too much extra information, and my hard drive is so full. Lifespan Medicine in Santa Monica is where I had it done. It was amazing. Like my neck was fucked up for like almost a year, and I was going to chiropractors who are all goofy. It's all nonsense. And then I finally went to this guy, Dr. Ben Ruby there, and he said, bulging disc in your neck, we got an MRI. It's like, this is what we can do: spinal decompression, and we'll use Regenikine. It's a very potent anti-inflammatory. It'll relax all the muscles around that area, and slowly it'll go back, and it went back. No, it's
Were you using like several treatments though?
The Regenikine, no. I think it was one treatment.
Oh, wow, that's great.
I did go back again to get another treatment, but that's just because I do jujitsu. And jujitsu, you just always getting your neck ranked on. I went back to get mid-back. I think I did one more on my neck too, but it was more like maintenance than anything. The big issue had been resolved. And then I started strengthening, because I never really did anything to strengthen my lower back, my neck, any of those things while I was training jiu-jitsu in the beginning. I just worked out normal stuff. I lifted weights.
Right. But doesn't deadlifting, and I don't know if you did these things, but deadlifting and squatting without, I squat lightweight without a belt, doesn't that automatically strengthen your lower back? I thought it automatically kind of did.
Well, I mean, it does a little bit.
Yeah.
Depends on
but not the focus exercises that we were just doing.
Right. Those are just lower back. Squats are really for your legs. But it does your lower back, but also it gets compressed because you carry weight in your shoulders. But I do belt squats, which I really like. So what belt squats are, it's a different machine. There's another one out there too that was created by Louis Simmons from Westside Barbell. And it's a strap that goes around you, and it goes to a cable that goes in between your legs, and the weight is pulling down from your hips. So it's not on your shoulders compressing your spine, which is great if you have a back issue.
Yeah.
So you can squat a lot of weight, but all of it is like resting on your hips.
Wow, that's awesome. I can definitely feel the difference in my strength when I squat and when I don't. Like, I'm a guy who needs to lift weights. I wrestled with guys and played football with guys who were naturally just shredded and did not need. It was annoying to them to lift weights. Not that it didn't benefit them, but they were just very muscle bound and they kind of didn't need it. I need to lift weights.
Well, everybody needs it if you're competing against elite guys. That's
obviously. But I mean,
at a certain level, they're doing it, and you know, if you have great genetics and they have great genetics, and they're doing strength and conditioning, and you're not, they're gonna win.
Yeah.
Or at least they're gonna have at least some kind of an advantage.
But I tell everybody, like my age, I'm 52. It's like do a circuit, do a 40-minute weight circuit, do 3 sets of just go. You got to do it. I think it affects your. I'm not an expert on this or anything, but I think it affects your testosterone. I can feel.
It definitely does.
I can feel it.
Yeah, definitely. Lifting weights definitely affects your testosterone. Here's another way to boost your testosterone: cold plunge before you lift weights. That's a big one. Or if you don't have that, cold shower in the winter. It's great. You do that before you lift weights, before any kind of training, actually. You know, because there's been some negative press lately on cold plunges and hypertrophy, but it's all about doing it right after lifting weights, which is, you're never supposed to do that anyway. You're not supposed to. The whole idea about lifting weights is you're breaking your tissue down. The inflammation helps you as your body heals, and then it gets stronger. And you don't want to kill the inflammation right after you work.
And the cold is killing the inflammation, right?
Exactly.
So I do that. We just moved into a new building, gym in the building.
Oh, nice.
And that's great. Yeah, we just bought a condo in New York, right in time for socialism.
Nice, right in time for fucking communist takeover.
Right in time for all of us to have to share.
Yeah, you're gonna have to share. You're gonna have to have immigrants move into your apartment.
I mean, I just 20 years living with roommates, and I just finally got married and bought a place.
This is the first time you've ever had your own place?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah. No, not the first time I had my own. We rented for 4 years. But this is the first time I bought something.
Oh, okay.
So I bought property.
I don't know if that's a good idea or not, buying things. I go back and forth.
Really?
Yeah. It's like,
I just was told diversify.
Problems.
Yeah.
Depends on where you are. New York City to me seems like a fucking time bomb. It's like there's a whole bunch of crazy people with a bunch of wacky ideas, and they're getting voted in.
Yeah.
Like, good luck with all that. And your options are them or the guy from fucking Garden Angels.
Curtis Lewa. Curtis Lewa. What if he comes to the office and he goes, everybody wears berets now?
Listen,
it's a beret city now.
The beret. Yeah. The things he's saying make sense. Like a lot of the stuff he says makes sense. If he didn't have the beret, I'd be like, maybe I'll take it a little more seriously.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What are you gonna do? Paint?
Where's your cigarette holder?
No, I love it. Yeah, I love the Guardian because they don't have weapons, right? Isn't that their whole thing? I came after that whole initiative, but I do like the idea. I do like the idea of someone out there to protect the public other than cops.
Yeah, there he is. He's been doing this forever. I remember I guess it was the 90s, I was in New York City, and I was in traffic with my girlfriend at the time. She was sitting next to me, and we were looking at this guardian angel guy. I go, what do you have to wear the hat? Like, what is with the hat? Like, why do they make them wear that fucking hat? And her and I are just laughing, and the guy looks at me and goes, fuck you. Like, with a real angry right. Hey, that's not serving you protecting, sir. If you don't think that hat is funny, the fuck you. Like, what if I say no, fuck you, and I get out and I want to fight?
Yes.
Come on, this is so stupid. You're not helping. This is not good.
I would hate to lose to a guy with that hat.
Yeah, probably you're not going to. Imagine anybody that really knows how to fight is not going to put that fucking hat on you. What am I doing?
But those guys, like, I think that what they did is if there was a disturbance or something, or somebody's acting nuts on the subway, they would just surround the person.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Most guys have a gun.
Yeah.
Or a fucking stick.
Or a tiger in his apartment.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, that was a big thing for a while. Guys having just wildlife in their apartments.
Just tigers and crocodiles and shit. Wasn't there a thing with Curtis Sliwa where like there was like a fake crime and he was like saving someone, but it wasn't real? Didn't something like that happen one day?
I don't remember that one. I remember.
Jamie's gonna look it up.
Okay.
There was something like that.
I remember.
Maybe it was an exaggeration or something.
John Gotti Jr. was brought to trial for trying to kill him.
Oh boy.
Yeah, for saying stuff about his dad.
Oh Jesus. Oh boy.
He got, I think it was just a hung jury 5 times, and he never got convicted of it. But yeah, that was a thing. I remember that. And we tried to shoot him in a cab. Yeah, he captured bad enough.
That was John Gotti Jr.
Yeah.
You know, John Gotti III's an MMA fighter.
Yeah.
He's fucking good.
He's good.
Yeah. He's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's real good. He fought Floyd Mayweather.
I saw that.
It's crazy. I think they fought twice. Admitted he and the Guardian Angels faked heroic subway rescues for publicity. Okay, so in 1992, Sliwa admitted he and the Guardian Angels faked heroic subway rescues for publicity. He also admitted to having claimed falsely that 3 off-duty transit police officers had kidnapped him. Sliwa explained at that time,
some jail time, right?
Should be, right? I mean, if you're saying off-duty transit police officers, so you're accusing police officers of a crime. So what you're doing is not just lying, but you're also putting police officers in jeopardy because you're falsely claiming that these guys are outlaws. He claimed that the time stunts were intended to underscore the dangers of the subways. Like who doesn't know about the dangers of the subway?
Yeah, just let the natural stuff play out. I wanted this.
Literally ridden the subway 3 times in my fucking life. Keep that up, dude. And I'm very aware of the danger of fucking subways. When the Guardian Angels first became controlling streets and subways, New York City was experiencing some of the highest crime rates. I feel the incidents we staged led to some improvements, he said. Oh, boy.
Jesse Smollett.
Yeah, that's
before Jesse.
That's Jesse Smollett.
BJ, before Jesse. That guy stuck to his story. Even the guys who beat up the person, even when they flipped, even after they flipped, he stuck to his story. Is that an actor or is that an actor?
Bro, he showed up.
I kind of like that.
And had the noose still around his neck. That's what happens when you let actors write the scripts. You know what I mean? Like, Amber Heard when she was on trial with Depp. Like, kind of similar. Like, when you let the actors write the script, you're like, whoa. Hold up.
What happened now?
Come on. What is it? Netflix sets Jesse Smollett documentary with new evidence. Alleged hate crime hoax might be a true story.
He never backtracked on it.
Is this real? Who's fucking this?
I just googled his name. There's like last 2 days. It's about this stuff. It could just be a brown documentary.
Whoever his PR.
Yeah.
You guys rule.
It should be at least a documentary.
Yeah. We got the little tiny cigars.
Yeah, tiny ones.
You got a big one too.
Yeah.
You're mixing it up. Mixing it up. You're not sure what you want?
No, this is before I go on. Usually, I just don't want to take the commitment to this.
Oh, I feel like
Ron White does those. They're fantastic. Monte Cristos.
They're good because, like, if you don't want to commit to a full cigar, right from the station. But Ron White hails these bitches.
Does he really?
Now.
Absolutely fascinating.
You're gonna tell me it cures his lower back.
Well, he plays golf, so he must have a good lower back. You know? By the way, speaking of which, I watched Happy Gilmore too last night. It's fucking hilarious.
I like it too.
I just watched it. I love Adam Sandler. I love those movies. funniness. Because you know exactly what you're going to get. They're always fun. Like, critics hate them, but that just, it's more information that you get than critics suck.
I love him too.
They're great.
I think he's great. I think he's great, and what I love about him is he doesn't care, and he just keeps moving with what he wants to do with his people. He has a group of people that he loves and that are creative, and he just keeps going with it.
Yeah.
And I think he's very funny anyway.
He's very funny. I saw his stand-up live in Vegas once. Him and Rothschild, they killed. It was really fun. I hadn't seen Adam in forever. I hadn't seen him since we did Zookeeper together, which was like, it had to be like 15 years ago, somewhere around then. So he's got the same people that he always works with. He's got the same directors he always works with. He's always working with Spade and Schneider, all the guys he knows. So it's like real fun on the set. Everybody's friendly. Same as Kevin James. He does it. Kevin James rocks it the exact same way. Like on his set, everybody's friendly. Everybody's having fun. There's no weird fucking ego bullshit with the actors. Everybody's pals, we're all pals. They all write for each other. So they're all sitting around like when we're doing table reads, everyone's laughing, cracking jokes, they're adding lines. Good times. Good times.
And that's how you make the best stuff.
It's the best stuff.
When it's loose and playful and fun, and everybody can be creative. There's no weirdness there.
The enemy of comedy is tension. Always. Like the tension you have between like coworkers. Like this is like, Phil Hartman told me that Saturday Night Live was the most stressful thing that he ever did in his life because there was so much tension because everybody behind the scene was backstabbing everybody.
That's nuts.
And Brewer says the same thing.
Yeah.
You ever heard Brewer talk about?
Brewer's a good dude, man.
He's the best.
He's really a good guy. I was on the road with him a little bit. He's a really good guy and very like the quintessential theater act. Like you see him in a theater. I go watch him after I was done with my set, and it's like he fills the space. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's a great theater.
Right, he's a big actor. Right, like the big stage is actually great for his act. Right. He murders in clubs. A murder in the arena. He's an old school. He's a great person too. Like what I love about him, like he had no desire to be like super famous. No desire. All he wanted to do is kill. All he wanted to do is be great at comedy and just live in his own world. He lived in Jersey, a nice suburban community, just chilled. Didn't need fancy cars or any bullshit. He just loved being funny.
I love that. I love the idea of just like waking up every day. It's like, how can I be better?
Yeah,
that's that.
You know who's the best of that? And maybe the best comic alive.
Yeah,
and maybe one of the, in my book, top 5, top 6 of all time.
Yes, for sure.
And he's effortless.
Yes, effortless. But he's always working on his act, which is kind of torturous. It's a torturous thing if you're always tinkering, you're always working on it, and it's like it's never done. It's always like you're in the mix. You're like, I don't know. And it's like, I get it.
If that's what you love to do, then it's great. It's like you have to teach yourself that that's what you love to do,
right?
Instead of like, God, I can't wait till this hour is ready. Like right now, I really only have like 40 minutes. Maybe I should do 45. Maybe like 45 minutes, which is like a year after my special. But once you get it down. It's sloppy. There's some shit in there that like needs some work.
But then you have like, even if you're going to go back and make corrections on it, you have the scaffolding for it, which is very important. It's like the scaffolding. It's like kind of hard stuff. Not that new stuff won't come in. It might still come in, but you have the scaffolding for it now.
That's exactly how I describe it. I'm so glad you said it that way. That's what all joke structure is, like scaffolding, and then inside you got the funny. Like you have to have a premise, a thing you think ridiculous, and then that's your scaffolding, and then it's all your perspectives on it. Right. You know who is the best at that? Richard Jennings.
I was just thinking about him this morning too. I was just thinking about him in terms of a comic that I don't know if you knew him or not, but like I watched him as a kid, and he blew me away with how good he was. He was so good. And then I talked to a talent, he's like, he was the guy.
He was the guy.
He was really the guy.
In the 1980s, he was the guy. I apologize if you heard me tell the story before, but he worked at Eastside Comedy Club, and he was there for the weekend, and I went there on Sunday, and this dude, Pete, who was the MC, was depressed. I go, why are you depressed? He goes, because Richard Jennings did a totally different hour, both shows Friday and both shows Saturday, never repeated a joke, and fucking murdered, and he goes, no, I want to quit comedy. That's the thing.
That's insane. Yeah, people like that'll frustrate you. Yeah, as a comic. But watching him as a kid, I was like, this is the because we're Italians. Yeah. So we're watching it as, but he's funny no matter what. Yeah. But just especially from being an Italian family, watching him, I'm like, this is the funniest thing. We were done to quote him.
He was so good. Yeah. He was so good. And you had to see him live. It's one of those things, like, you see, he's got some great specials. A Steaming Pile of Meat is great.
Platypus Man.
That's great.
His first one was The Boy from New York City.
That's great too.
That's a great one. He has that Jaws story.
Yes.
Being on the road and being so bored and watching Jaws just hits you with a face with how stupid it is. It's such a great bit, and it's so punched up all the way through, and I absolutely love that.
He was the best. What I was getting at is of maximizing the scaffolding. He would take a bit and he would find every possible angle, and right when you thought he was done, it would get funnier. It would go deeper and funnier and more ridiculous. And then call back. He was so good, but he fucking hated the fact that he wasn't Jim Carrey. He hated the fact that he wasn't a movie star. We all need to take our health seriously, and let's face it, average modern diet might include some fruits and veggies. It also comes with its fair share of fries and barbecue. That mix probably isn't giving your body everything it needs. This new generation of 81 can help fill the nutrient gaps your diet might miss. I think it's a simple way to support your overall health. It's an easy morning routine that sets you up to feel ready, energized, and equipped to take on the day. You still need to eat right. You still need to exercise. It's not a miracle, but it's a foundational habit that's quick and easy to maintain. Mix in some cold water and off you go. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. Their next-gen formula is backed by solid research, rigorous testing, and 4 gold standard clinical trials. Subscribe today to their newest clinically backed formula, AG1 Next Gen. Also get a bunch of other free stuff like a bottle of D3, K2, and 5 of the upgraded travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. He wanted to be a sitcom star, so he did a show on UPN, Platypus Man, same as a special, they called it that. And then that didn't, UPN was like, it was a new network, and nobody was watching it. It was one of those things, it's like, if you had a show there, it's like, now you can't have a show on NBC, right? I mean, it's not that good.
And the network's not getting any guys.
Exactly. But it was okay. You know, it lasted a little bit, and then he did The Mask with Jim Carrey, and he did some other stuff, but
he was good at that. He's a good actor.
He's a good actor, but he didn't have the classic good looks that not that he needed, like Lou Rodney, he didn't have it either, right? Or John Lovitz didn't have it either. But it's like, he wanted to be a movie star, and he was bummed out that he was on the road all the time. And I would, every time I would do radio, you know, there was always like the guy that would drive you. Like, who's the most miserable if you ever have to drive? And they all said Richard Chapman.
Oh my God.
They all said that.
Yeah.
No, it was me. It was like, stake in my heart. No, he's the best.
There's got to be an opposite. You're the funniest guy. Like, there's got to be an opposite.
Exactly. There's a disdain and an anger and frustration, but it led him to be a fucking genius comedian, man.
And no one talks about him anymore. I don't feel like anyone talks about him.
I try to carry the torch. I really do, because he affected me a lot when I was a kid. I remember I used to one time I was an open micer, and I found myself, I physically got sick. I was like, oh no, I sounded exactly like him on stage. Like I was copying him. I was like, oh no, don't do that. But it's just because I loved him so much. I was such a fan.
But as soon as that happens, it's because I got to stop listening to this guy. I got to get away from him. I got to stop listening to him.
Yeah. Exactly. But it was just, I just wanted to be him. I admired him so much. I wanted to be like him.
But that's such a great thing with the scaffolding, and it's like punched up all the way through, and then just walking up there and knowing it's like I'm about to let this loose on this crowd. And it's like watching them react to it. It's like they're doubled over. And you just keep coming at. It's like when if you're fighting somebody like a boxer, like a Pacquiao, in his prime, where he'd turn you, he'd hit you 3 times, turn you, hit you 3 times, turn you, and then hit you 3 more. And you're like, I can't move. There's no defense to this. So that's what that is like. Is like just keep coming with punches, and it's unreal.
I love a big chunk like that. Like one of my favorite bits of the last few years, Brian Simpson has this bit about the song Wet Ass Pussy, but it goes all the way back to Queen Elizabeth. It's like this amazing long bit. I don't want to ruin it, but the end of it is fucking He wraps it up with a bow as his closer. It's so good. I would like leave the green room when I knew he was gonna close just so I could watch some wet ass pussy. I would ask him to do it, please. I go, please do the wet ass pussy, please, because it was such a. It's like a pollen. But Brian's a real writer. Like Brian sits down and writes.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things that I always try to tell young guys. I'm like, I know you like to write on stage. I know you write when you're with your friends. I know I'm a great premises and you work on stage, but that extra step of sitting down and writing is fucking critical. It's big. It's big because you can get stuff there that you wouldn't get.
Right. And it's got to be a routine.
Yep.
It's like get up, do whatever you do, stretch, and then that's what I do now. Is like stretch and then delay coffee. That's another big thing I'm trying. Is to delay coffee. Because the gym is in the building. Get a workout first, right out of bed, and then come back up, cold shower, and then get a cup of coffee, and then write.
Do that cold shower first, dude. Do that cold shower right away, and then you won't even need the coffee. You'll be like,
and then right into a workout.
Go right into
and then a hot shower after?
Sure. Yeah, I do sauna after the workout. That's what I usually do.
That's great.
Yeah, that's the.
I used to do steam room when I was in the gym.
Steam room's okay, but the problem with steam rooms, you really get it as hot because dry air won't like scald your skin. Like wet air will poach you. If you do 195 degrees wet, you're gonna get burned. It's gonna literally poach you like an egg. But you can do 195 dry in a sauna, and that's why I don't know much about the infrared saunas. I don't think there's the same amount of data on them. It's definitely better than doing nothing. But I think that the real sauna, like we have a Salus sauna in the back here. That motherfucker will go up to 210, 215 if you wanted to.
Wow.
And the dry sauna is where all the research from Finland comes out. They did over 20 years. They found that if you do the sauna 4 times a week for 20 minutes at 175 degrees, it's a 40% decrease in all cause mortality.
Did they do that? Was a study? No, this was a study of Italians who were doing sauna, and then it was something similar.
It's all similar because it's all great for reduction of inflammation, increase of red blood cells. It has like a mild EPO effect on your endurance. Like one of the things that I've done, like every time I've been injured where I couldn't do cardio, I just did sauna every day, and then I go back to cardio, and it was not that much of a drop off. Not like it used to be. Like it used to be like if I got hurt, I couldn't hit the bag, I couldn't do cardio for a while, and then I would go back to doing it like, oh God, I'm so out of shape.
Yeah.
So that drop off doesn't happen as much, not nearly as much if you do sauna every day. And all like the Eastern Bloc, Dan Gable told me that was something that he learned in his wrestling days.
Wow.
That all the Eastern Bloc guys were all doing sauna after training. And it's essentially like static cardio. So like I wear a Whoop strap and I'll go in the sauna after training and I'll look at my app and I'm at 145 beats per minute sitting there because I'll go straight from working out. So like I'll do rounds on the bag and then heart rate elevated, go right in the sauna and it keeps your heart rate up. Wow. Because you're fucking struggling. You're struggling, your body's struggling because it's already overheated from the workout and then your body's in 195 degrees and your heart's just pounding, but it's like static cardio.
That's really something.
It's really good for you. And then I stretch in there, which is the best.
That is great. The stretch. I used to do Bikram.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I used to do it. I want to get back into it now that I'm not paying for a gym.
That's what you should do. That's what you
I want to
should
do that. I want to go back to boxing. I used to do boxing. A bunch of comics went to boxing in New York. And we took a class together. A little bit to the body, but nothing. You know, he just took us through the training. And I mean, I wrestled a little bit in college, and I gotta say, the training was very, very. That's why I liked it. It was very, very tough.
Yeah, it's
very hard.
Boxing's tough.
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of the boxing training for civilians isn't. This guy, his name is Steve Frank. He put us through it, and it's like he was like would not let up. After an hour, you're like, oh my God. It's like you got to get used to it. You can't be on the road to it because you got to get used to it. Because if you don't get used to it, then it shoots your whole day. You're exhausted for the rest of the day. It's like I can't do any spots. I get,
Yeah.
It's really
Yeah. That's like I always avoid doing leg days on days I do stand up, and I've done it before. Where I've done leg days, and I go on stage that night. I'm always like struggling. It's just too hard. It's too much of a burden on your entire system.
Right.
You know, squats and lunges and pulling the sled and all that shit.
Yeah.
At the end,
it feels good. Like this suffering is it's like a Goggins thing where it's like this suffering. Like put yourself in an uncomfortable situation every day. Then when you come out of it, it just feels so good.
I try to tell that to everybody. I'm like, I know it sucks, but please do it. It'll make the rest of your life suck less. It really will. And you don't have to do what I do. You could just put a weighted vest on and go walk around your block. You don't have to do much.
Right.
It's not that hard. You just have to do something. Just do something that sucks.
Yeah.
Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 body weight squats every day. Do that. Not that hard.
Yeah.
Do it in sets of, if you can't do 20, do it in sets of 10. Just do 10 sets of 10 push-ups, build up to it, start. Tell yourself you're going to do 20 today, 20 this week, next week you're going to do 25, and then before you know it, you're doing 100.
Right.
Just do that.
Yeah.
Just do fucking something.
Yeah, and you feel so good after it. That's the whole thing. And that's the time I try to time it with when I'm writing, because like you want to feel that energy while you're writing.
Yeah. I do my best writing late at night. I do my best writing when everyone's asleep.
That's another secret, where it's like the guys who write after the set.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a secret, where it's like, I'm done watching, I'm going to de-escalate now and go to sleep. Especially on the road, you're doing an hour, 2 shows, you're doing an hour, 2 shows, and then you come back. You're like, all right, I've traveled all day, I want to de-escalate to go to sleep. It's like, trick yourself a little bit. Go, let me just look at these notes.
Yeah.
Let me just look at the notes that I have on the set that I just did.
It doesn't suck. That's the crazy thing about it. It doesn't suck to do. It's not like you hate it. It's not like painful.
No.
But you avoid it.
You avoid it, yeah. You avoid it because you're like, now I did it, I'm done, I want to go to sleep. It's like, just check in on it.
Yeah.
Just check in on the act.
Even 20 minutes, you might yield one of your best punchlines. It's just like every now and then, like the universe will reward you if you put in that work.
Yeah.
You sit down and put in that work. And I think that's with fucking everything in the world. Everything. I was watching this video today on Usyk's training, on Alexander Usyk. It was just, did you see that fight? Yeah. Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah. I mean, he's one of the best of all time. One of the absolute best heavyweights to ever lived.
The thing that was remarkable about, and I agree, the thing that's remarkable about that fight is Dubois came out the first round and was aggressive. And I'm like, oh, right, Dubois is fucking dangerous. It's coming, dude. And he like, this is an opportunity and I'm not going to lose it. I'm like, and Usyk felt that. They said between rounds, he felt it. He's like, okay, I can't let this guy get confidence.
Yeah.
So he stepped in the center of the ring and just started countering him and not giving up any more ground.
Yeah, and cutting these angles. Like he just downloads what you're doing and starts adding in feints. And Joshua said that when he fought him that the last round he'd never been more tired in his life. He just couldn't believe how tired Usyk makes you because he's constantly feinting and moving. So I watched this his training routine today. Jesus Christ, man! Like, no wonder he's in insane shape. He would swim sometimes for 5 hours a day. 5 hours of just lapping the pool. He starts his day at 4:30 in the morning. So 4:30 in the morning, he gets up, eats breakfast, and has his first training at 5. At 5, it's all conditioning. It's all like running, rowing, biking, takes a break, eats again, takes a little nap, back in the gym again like 2 hours, and then he's sparring, boxing, doing all that workout, then eats, takes a break, relaxes a little bit. Evening session is boxing. An evening session, he's sparring, he's hitting mitts, he's hitting the bag, gets up in the morning, he does it all over again. And it's like, it's all like this. That's that reverse hyper that I was just showing you.
That's crazy.
That's the machine that Louis Simmons created that is fucking phenomenal for your lower back. It decompresses your back actively on the downswing and strengthens it on the upswing. And Louis, who is a genius, was one of the only guys we ever traveled to do a podcast with.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like, I gotta get this guy on film. He says he's a legitimate straight genius. And he developed that machine because he had a bulging disc. And they were like, oh, you got to get your disc fused, because he was a powerlifter, right? Complete maniac, complete psychopath on steroids his whole life. He was an amazing person. And he was like, that doesn't make any sense. If compression is what the problem was, decompression will fix it. And he devised that machine to actively decompress on the downswing. So strengthening all the tissue around that and then decompressing it on the downswing.
Wow, that makes it. He must have had did he have some kind of an engineering background? Oh, he must have.
There he is. That. There's Louis, the fucking man.
To create that thing.
Such a fun guy to talk to, too. Just such a fucking psychopath. An intelligent psychopath. Look at his back. What's that? Cool.
Oh my God.
Swords and knives and shit. Just a fun dude, but genius when it came to strength and conditioning. I mean, so many guys like MMA fighters went and trained with him. Matt the Immortal Brown did a lot of training with him, and then used a lot of his stuff with Matt sells equipment now too. It's a lot of stuff that he worked on with Louis. But it's like he'd have all these guys that were like these world champion lifters. These guys are fucking gorillas, man. Big shaved head. Yeah. But Louis was the man. This episode is brought to you by Rocket Money. Financial freedom, when you get down to it, is not worrying about money. But with prices these days, that's easier said than done. However, when you take control of your finances, when you know what's coming in and what's going out, when you properly manage and stay on top of your budget, that's when you can really start working towards your goals. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so that you can grow your savings. And that's the key to financial freedom. If you've got something you'd like to save for, Rocket Money can analyze your accounts to find the best time each month to put extra money aside. And Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you. The app automatically scans your bills to find opportunities to save and then goes to get you better deals. Discover financial freedom, cancel your unwanted subscriptions, and reach your goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/JRE today. That's rocketmoney.com/JRE. Rocket Money/JRE. And so that machine he devised just specifically for that. But Usyk's training, a lot of it is like ladder board, on the ground, the ladder where you're doing the steps. It's like constant shuffling back and forth, spinning. There's all these punches with medicine balls. It's like when you watch him train, it makes sense because he's training specifically to move differently than everyone else does. It's all these constant movements and switches and angles and strength. And, he's a legit heavyweight now. He's 227 for the Dual fight. And, this is coming from a guy who was the cruiserweight champion. So he's a small heavyweight, but the best heavyweights were small, except for Foreman and a couple other guys like Tyson was small. Ali was not big. He's exactly the same size as Ali when Ali was in his prime.
Holyfield
was not big.
Exactly. But he unified that cruiserweight division. Like, he didn't get any gifts there. He went around and unified it, and then moved up, and then unified. I mean, it's just, what was the, how many weeks is that training camp?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it has to be 3 months plus. I mean, I would imagine the most difficult opponent for him is Tyson Fury, because Tyson Fury is 6'9". He is an incredible boxer. He's one of the best boxers of all time, and regardless of any division. Just skillful. Tyson Fury is a skillful boxer. He's slick and intelligent, and people talk about like what's next for Usyk. Should it be Joseph Parker? Yeah, that would be a great fight. Joseph Parker deserves it. Right. But what I want to see before the haze in the barn, I want to see one more Tyson, because Fury's the only one that's given him problems. The only one that came close. He hurt him to the body a bunch of times this fight. He was lighting him up with a jab. Those fights were close.
They were very close.
They were close. I mean, Usyk almost stopped him in the first fight. And I think it was the 9th round.
Yeah, he knocked him down.
And he pulled back when the referee was like calling it a knockdown. We could have caught him 1 or 2 more times. Right. And that would have probably been it. That would have been a wrap. But other than that, like, no one has given Usyk the problem that Tyson Fury's given him. And I think you give Tyson one more shot at it, where, he's training now. I know he's building up a lot of stuff about his times. Like, he's doing a lot of endurance work now. And so he's
gearing up a fight before. He can have another fight.
He doesn't want to. No, right into the fucking, come on, man. This guy's a veteran. He's been doing it forever. Right into the Fury. Right into the fire, rather.
See, I want to see Fury and Joshua. That's an all England.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
I'd love to see that.
That would sell out like Wembley. They're talking about they were supposed to fight many times a long time ago. It kept, they were supposed to fight, but they thought they were on and the money was never right or something. But what now with like Turki Al-Sheikh in the mix?
Well, it would say if they decided to do Parker versus Usyk, which is a fight, I think that would be the fight that they would have underneath it. That would be amazing. Tyson and Joshua. But they're talking right now about doing Anthony Joshua, Jake Paul.
I know, I saw that.
Jake Paul apparently wants that fight, and he agreed to. I think it was 99% to 1, where Joshua gets 99% of the money and he gets 1%. See if that's true. That's what I believe. I read that online. That might be just some shenanigans. But look, regardless of what you think about Jake Paul, like
I think Jake's a great athlete. He's a great athlete. I don't know if him or Logan placed in states in Ohio in wrestling. Like, that may seem like nothing to people on a national level, but if you're placing in states in Ohio,
they're both
you're a great athlete. Yeah.
Both of them are great athletes. Yeah. People think they're jokes because they were famous when they were kids. Right. That doesn't mean anything. Yeah. Like Mario Lopez. People look at Mario Lopez like Mario Lopez is like Saved by the Bell guy. No, Mario Lopez can box. He does Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's a very good wrestler. I don't know if you've ever seen that guy that does I'll give you $1,000 if you can take me down. Have you ever seen that guy? I love that guy.
That guy's from my high school in Ohio.
What is his name?
I don't know. I forget it's something Greek, but like he's a guy who he was an Ohio State champ and maybe a runner-up his senior year, and then he went to Cleveland State. And it was just a guy who was like, I don't think he did anything in college really, but the way he wrestles, I can see by the way he wrestles, and it's a good video series. It's just like very smooth, very smooth. He's very, very talented.
Oh, super talented. Yeah. Point is, Mario Lopez wrestled him and gave him a fucking great, a bunch of great roles. A bunch.
That's
like,
great.
Mario Lopez is legit, like really legit. Yeah. And you could say, fuck Saved by the Bell pussy. What's the matter? That dude will fuck you up, man. Legit.
You can say all that until you get into it with him.
Giorgio Polis.
That's shout out to Giorgio. He's a bad motherfucker. Because that guy wrestles dudes way bigger than him. So check out this Mario one. So by the way, Mario Lopez in his fucking
I didn't see this one.
He's in his 50s. Now watch, scoot ahead a little so you can see some of this. Scoot ahead so you can, there we go. Mario can fucking wrestle, dude. Like legit wrestle and scramble and avoid takedowns. They got him there.
Yeah.
Look at this. Yeah. Mario shoots in on a single. Like that's some good scramble. And again, in his fucking 50s, man.
That's great.
He's also competing in jiu-jitsu, and I know he's won jiu-jitsu matches. Like these are good fucking scrambles, man. Legit.
Yeah, I love it. I love watching this series too.
Oh, yeah. No, the dude's good, and he's done it with some national champions and a bunch of.
He always does an interview beforehand. It's like, what discipline are you from? How many years? And then he's like, what do you from 1 to 10? 10 being you're gonna take me down. What do you think that the odds are that you take me down?
A lot of them say 10.
A lot of them say 10, dude. And some of them are really big guys. You know what I mean? It just goes to show you. It's like.
Yeah,
that guy's tough and he's a technician.
Well, that's the whole thing about grappling. It's technique. It's everything. It's everything. It's in jiu-jitsu and judo and everything. It's just about technique. This is great old judo clip of this guy. I mean, I want to say he was in his 70s at the time, and it's a black and white film of all his younger black belts rolling with him, like doing standing, I don't know what they call them, standing judo practice. And he's like effortlessly avoiding these takedowns with balance and technique. It doesn't ever look like he's like exploding really using a lot of force, and just flips these guys to the ground. It's gorgeous to watch. It's just like, my goodness, because you're looking at that guy like that guy's not a brute. He's not some big giant 200-pound muscle fucking super athlete. He's just technique, just making it loose,
and it's also very loose.
Yeah, it's like find that, Jamie. It's like old judo guy trains with younger students, and it's old. It's like black and white.
Forget the Jake Paul thing. There's a lot of rumors that it says that 1991 was accepted on his side, but I can't find like where he said it. It's like a lot of Instagram.
Maybe he doesn't care about the money. Like Jake Paul probably doesn't care about the money.
Well, he has plenty of money, and if he won, oh my God, if he beat Anthony Joshua, good Lord. I mean, that's a big if. Anthony Joshua, Olympic gold medalist, former heavyweight champion of the world. What he did to Francis Ngannou, Do you want that smoke?
Yeah, I just think it's all about motion or whatever. I have no idea what the actual motivation is for that fight's not competitive at all.
Well, it's a dangerous fight.
Yeah.
Because Joshua's going to try to make an example out of him for sure.
And will.
I mean, I think Joshua's one of the biggest one-punch KO artists ever.
Yes.
I mean, he's a one-punch fucking night-night guy.
Yeah.
You know, he's a great boxer, you know, very skillful.
Yeah. The Ngannou fight, we all thought it's like Ngannou, Fury. It's like, wow, this guy's in the mix now. He's in the mix. Let's see what happens. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's what happened.
The difference is Fury, I think, underestimated him.
Yeah.
I think Fury took him super lightly.
Right.
He thought he was going to box his face off. And that power that Francis has is legendary. You know, Francis is like a character from a comic book. You know, I mean, he lived in Cameroon and he worked in the sand mines when he was a boy. It's like the Conan origin story.
Right.
Like digging sand as a boy, just fucking.
Well, hopefully he got paid for it.
Here's the guy. Like, check out this old dude. And I think this dude, look at this shit, bro. I think this dude might have been 90 at the time. Wow. I'm not kidding. I don't know how old he is. How old does it say he is, Jamie? He's old as shit. Well, however old he is, he's at least 70, and he looks to me like he's even older than that. Look how he's avoiding this. That's so relaxed, man. Just the size of the guy that's trying to throw him, who's a judo black belt, who's towering over him.
Yeah.
Look at this. Bro, effortless.
I love that.
Effortless takedowns.
Yeah.
But look at this guy. Like, this guy hitting that hip throw and not moving off that old dude at all.
Right.
And it's like the old dude's tiny,
Yeah,
man.
he's a tiny guy.
And everything he does is just super relaxed. He just knows where to be, where you can't throw him. Look, steps in the right position. He's not exploding. He just anticipates movements and meets you there. It's like judo when you walk. Look at that.
Yeah.
And I mean, he just threw a dude that's twice his size. He throws him like effortless. It's kind of amazing, man.
It is.
And you know, you would think it's bullshit unless you've trained with a guy like that. And then you go, wow, this is nuts, man. It's just perfect, like, execution of that kind of technique.
Right.
You know, it's unreal. And when you see it in wrestling too, it's like you see guys who they chain moves together, and as the guys trying to do that, they're countering with this, and then next thing you know, they're on your back and you're down. Like, my God, such an underappreciated thing, wrestling. You know, in
really
terms
is.
of like the way we appreciate
flow of
sports.
it too. I mean, I wrestled, but I was never that. I was never like could get that fluid.
Right.
You know, I mean, that fluid. That's really the guys who are like top notch. Oh, it doesn't matter what program you come from. It's like you can see it. You can see this guy Giorgio, like he has it. It's like the flow. Like he'll shoot for something. If that doesn't, he'll see with the leg, and he'll adjust on the fly.
Yeah.
It's like the improv of it is amazing.
Yeah, it's a really underappreciated sport in terms of like the way the public perceives sports. Everybody loves basketball, everybody loves baseball. We love all these sports, and no one appreciates wrestling, so it never had a professional outlet for whatever dumb reason, other than MMA, where it dominates. If you look at MMA, like if you look at all the disciplines of all the champions of all time, I think wrestling has the lead. I think there's more athletes that came from wrestling that became world champions than any other discipline.
Well, before everybody started cross-training, I think our training was the model. I might be wrong, but like our training, like wrestling practice was very hard. When I was in like even 8th grade, I was like, this is unbelievably harder than anything I've ever experienced. So I think that everybody cross-trains now. Everybody kind of trains like that, but we were the first where it's like you get in, it's like you warm up, and it's just military-like in its execution of practice.
You have to be in
practice. You're just wiped out at the end of practice, and then you have to cut weight after that.
So it's mental strength.
Yeah.
On top of that, that's a giant factor with wrestling. And one of the things about wrestlers is they revel in the fact that they suffer more than anybody else.
Yes.
They like take it as a badge of courage.
Right.
It's like a badge of honor that they'll display. Like Mike over there, he fucking suffers more than anybody. That's why when Psycho is up at 3 o'clock in the morning eating raw eggs. You know, like those are the guys that everyone was scared of.
But very few people have said wrestling is fun. Like basketball is fun. No one who's wrestled seriously is like, oh, it's fun. It's like, it's not fun.
No.
Like the training is not fun. It's painful.
It's only fun if the guy you're wrestling sucks.
Yeah.
Train a lot. that moment would be fun.
Winning is great.
Oh yeah.
But you know, the actual process of going to practice. Like, I got a couple minutes.
Yeah, but it's one of the best character developers for you.
Absolutely.
You know, the guys that I meet that are former wrestlers, competitive wrestlers, they're just a different kind of human being.
Yeah.
It's like military guys, like guys who've been through like Navy SEAL training, or it's a different kind of human.
Yeah.
It's like you're dealing with a guy who can get through some shit that the average person is going to fold up under. And if you can learn how to do that and overcome that desire to quit when you're a kid, it's so valuable. It's so valuable for the rest of your life.
Absolutely, and it helps if you're not very good.
Yeah, right.
If you're like on the fence and you have to work for everything, it's like because you're coming across all kinds of adversity and stuff, and then you have to figure out it. And I can speak from experience. It's embarrassing to get pinned in a gym full of people. It's not like losing a basketball game. Football, what I love, the camaraderie of football. It's not losing a football game. Having your shoulder blades pinned down in front of everybody in a gymnasium is
against your will.
Against your will.
Yeah, it's totally
humiliating.
And the reality about fighting is if a guy can hold you down, he can beat you up. That's just how it works.
This guy who's my same weight can pretty much do whatever he wants to be. So
and
take that home with you.
And when you go up, when I wrestled, I remember the difference between like regular guys that would wrestle in meets, Malden, Massachusetts, would wrestle against Newton and, go and travel down. The difference between that and then getting in there with like a state champion, it's like, oh, okay. This is like, and then you hear these guys go to camp every summer, and it's 24/7, 365. They're always wrestling.
Right.
There's no like wrestling season. Like, I never catch up.
It's so funny because when you're in with a guy who's really good, you're mentally preparing yourself. It's like, I just got to take it to him. I just got to go out there and be aggressive and take it to him. And then he's moving so fast that you're like, I can't keep up with this guy.
Yeah, you have no chance. And most people have no idea how helpless they are against a wrestler. There's a horrible street fight video that I watched the other day where this guy, they square off in the street. This guy takes a swing at this guy, and this guy shoots in with a double, hoists this dude up into the air and power slams him on his head on the concrete, and then punches him in the face a couple times where he's completely unconscious. Then his buddies jump on him, and it's a fucking melee.
Thank God for that.
Yeah, well, I think
buddies pulling him off.
I think even that alone, man, you get a real power slams you on your head. I mean, you might not live. I don't know what happened to that guy, but I looked at that, I'm like, that guy could be dead. Guys die all the time from getting knocked out. Street fights,
hitting their head. Yeah,
that's how they die.
Yeah. But that's another video. Like what happens afterwards.
Did you see that video from there's a Cleveland Jazz Festival, Cincinnati Jazz Festival, where this couple got jumped and this guy got beaten down and kicked, and then the girl was trying to separate it, and this guy punches the girl and KOs her, and she falls and bangs her head on the ground, and she's out cold with her eyes open. It's fucking horrifying.
Yeah, it's horrible to watch.
And people are screaming and cheering, kick his ass, and unfortunately it's a bunch of black people jumping two white people, so it's even more problematic. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a horrible thing, man. Of the worst aspects of human nature, right? Fucking desire to beat people up for no reason. I don't know what the reason was. I don't know what happened.
Right. Those things are hard to watch. You have to watch cute pet videos after that for to get yourself back. Like a dog who befriends a cat.
I mean, there's a man punched a woman right in the face and knocked her unconscious, and she bangs her head off the ground. Her eyes are out wide open, it's fucking horrible, man. That kind of shit could affect you for the rest of your life. I'm sure you might not ever be the same. Like traumatic brain injuries like that, there's people that never come back from those.
Right. That's nuts.
It's nuts.
That's nuts, man.
You just can't go out.
Yeah.
You can't.
Well, especially if it's a fight. If it's a one-on-one fight, it's like I don't like that whole shit talking back and forth. It's like fuck you, no fuck you. It's like, okay, what's gonna happen here? Like, enough of this. Are we gonna fight? Is this a fight now? Or like, let's just do it and then get over with.
One-on-one fights are stupid. They get you killed. People don't play by rules. It's dumb. It's almost always unnecessary. Most people, it's just their ego gets involved. They think they're in a fucking movie, right? And the amount of people that get in street fights that have no training, to me, is the craziest. I've watched so many videos where guys don't know what they're doing at all.
Right, they're just Yeah, you're right. The ego gets involved in it. They're in an argument, and that transitions into physical. But I think half the guys maybe don't think it's going to go into the physical. They're just like good at shit talking. Yeah,
you gotta don't do that.
And sometimes it doesn't, and that's good. You know what I mean, or whatever. But like, I mean, when it does, and you're not ready for it, it can be terrible.
It's the worst thing in the world. I was watching. There's a comic. I don't want to say his name, but he was a real angry dude. Who always yelled at people, and he got in this like yelling altercation with this fucking guy. And I pulled him aside. Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Do you even know how to fight? He's like, no. Have you ever been in a fight? He's like, no. I go, well, why are you calling this guy out to fight? This is crazy. Like, you're gonna get killed. You're gonna do it with some guy one day. And he's gonna go, oh, this is gonna be fun. This guy, I finally get a chance to beat the shit out of some boxer or something. He's gonna just beat your fucking face in, man. Like, don't do that. You want your jaw wired shut for 6 months? Like, what are you talking about?
Especially with the health insurance companies these days. You never know what they're going to cover and what they're not going to cover.
How crazy. Did you see the Ben Askren thing? How crazy is that?
It's nuts, man.
The guy needs a double lung transplant.
I mean, how can that
not be covered? How can that not be covered?
How can that happen in our society?
Exactly.
What's going on?
It's profit over fucking humanity.
But how is it allowed to legally? How are they legally? I don't know the ins and outs of it, but like they're legally allowed to be like, no, we're not covered. You know, it's just like the idea of a pre-existing condition was nuts to me.
What kind of pre-existing condition? I mean, he's got health insurance. He gets sick. Like, what do you? He got pneumonia. He's got holes in his fucking lungs. Right? He needs double lung transplant. You say no, you have to die. Meanwhile, he gets the lung transplant. I think actually Jake Paul donated one and some other folks did too. Which is great because Jake Paul actually fought him in the past. They had a boxing match at it, which should have never taken place. Jake flatlined him.
Oh, did he really?
Oh, it was terrible.
Askren is super tough.
Yeah, he's a very tough guy. He's not a boxer. He's never been known for having good hands. He was an amazing wrestler.
Yes.
But Jake's stepped up and paid a big chunk of his medical bill. That's awesome. So he's training now. Again, he's posting videos. He weighs 135 pounds right now, and he's got this giant scar across his chest. His arms are like sticks, and he's on the bike working out again. And Ben's trying to put weight back on.
Just trying to rehab.
Yeah, trying to get his body back.
Right. Yeah, but I didn't watch the whole video, but his face looks really
crazy.
Yeah.
He lost like 35 pounds. And he was there for months, just rotting away. It's just crazy.
He's super tough. He was super tough wrestler.
Oh, dude, the Bellator days, if you go back and watch him in the Bellator days, he would just dominate guys. They would have no clue as to what he was doing. He would take some of the best fighters in the world, and as soon as you grabbed the hold of them, they were fucked.
And that guy was to have a motor. He would never get tired.
Yeah.
He wrestled at Missouri, I think. My friend Greg Warren was an All-Man. He's a great comic. Greg. You know Greg? He's
funny dude.
And I wrestled and everything, but Greg was an All-American.
Yeah, he was a real legit wrestler.
Yeah, and he knows Askren.
Oh, okay.
And I met him at Nationals one year.
I always wanted Askren to fight in the UFC long before he did, and unfortunately, I think he did sort of the prime of his career in Bellator, and no one got a chance to see it.
Right.
Because that was when he was at his best, when he was fighting guys like Douglas Lima, who was another guy who people forgot because he was fighting so much in Bellator. But he was one of the best welterweights ever. He's one of the only guys to knock out MVP. Wow. Douglas Lima's a fucking beast, man. And Ben Askren got a hold of him and just ragdoll.
No kidding.
Yeah, Korshkov, another guy, killer, fucking nasty spinning back kick. He was nasty. Nasty striker. Ragdoll. Ben got a hold of him. He was just throwing those guys around. They just gave him nuggies. They couldn't do shit. There was nothing they could do to him.
That's really something. Yeah, they couldn't get up. And he, I can't emphasize it. A guy who never gets tired.
Yeah.
I always had to, pace out, and think about, how much energy is this? You kind of have to subconsciously go, how much energy is this going to take? Because I got to conserve my energy. It's that's just not a thing.
Well, that's the difference between a guy who's constantly wrestling, doing it all of his life, doing camps and starting when he was a young boy. And also, his technique was so good. He's so unorthodox as well.
Right.
So efficient.
Yeah. So efficient.
So
efficient with the energy is a big thing.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah. I mean, if a guy doesn't have to be tense all the time, but it's this video that I watched with Usyk was very eye-opening. It was like, of course. He would do 15 rounds of 3.5 minutes with a 20-second rest. So he's preparing himself for a 12-round fight. He would do 15, but he would do 3.5-minute rounds, and he would do 20 seconds rest instead of 1 minute. And if he touched his back to the ropes at any point in time, he would add another round.
That's nuts. That's great. That's really great. I love that. It's like the Lomachenko. I didn't see the Usyk one, but I saw how Lomachenko trained.
Same.
Yeah, the same kind. His father.
Yeah.
His father trains
Usyk.
Usyk.
Exactly.
And it's bananas, like the coordination. He quit boxing as a young kid to learn Russian dance.
Well, that's why his footwork is so
Crazy. It's insane. I would really like to have seen him fight Shakur. And these guys, Tank and Shakur, are great, but they were calling him out, and it was after, I think Lomachenko was after he fought Haney, and he was like, I'm kind of done. He fought Kambosos, and then that was, he wrapped on that.
I felt like he got robbed.
I thought so too.
I thought he won that fight. That was a bummer to me, because I was like, this is kind of a great comeback story. The guy fights for Ukraine in the war, comes back, gets back in shape, fights again.
And Haney's great, but he was much bigger than Romo. Romo was he just looked very small. He looked like, he was fighting at 35, but these guys are cutting down from God knows where. Like Haney's fighting at 37 now. So it's, you could just see their builds. They look different.
Yeah, it's a different size.
Like Shakur, I think Shakur looks about the same size as Romo.
Also super skillful. Super skillful. Yeah,
and I was happy.
His last fight, best Philly Floyd Mayweather. His fucking defense was incredible.
Yeah, defense, and he stayed. And then that guy was putting the guy from Golden Boy. I can't remember his name, who he fought, but it was just a good fight. It was really pressuring him. And Shakur stayed in the pocket.
Yeah,
he stayed in the pocket.
He also said he's not going to fight that way
before. He's not a runner.
Yeah, but he said after that fight, I'm not going to fight that way anymore. He said I took too many shots.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he wanted to put on a show and show everybody he's not just a runner. He can stand in the pocket. Right. He's like, why am I doing this? I'll box the shit out of these motherfuckers.
Yeah. I mean, he's silver medalist, that guy.
Yeah, no, he's elite. And just one of the best as far as skill.
What do you think of Crawford Canelo?
I love it.
Do you?
Yeah, I love it.
See, I don't.
Wants to do it.
I don't love it. I think it's Crawford's last fight, so I'm happy he's going to cash out, and I'm rooting for him. But I would like to see him stay at 54 and fight Virgil Ortiz.
I'd like to see that too, but the big money is Canelo. And why not do it? I mean, what a ballsy move. You go 47 to 54, and you go, fuck 60, go right up to 68. That's crazy, because he's really not even at 54. He's taken the fight at 54. He took Madrigal because it was a big fight. Wins another world title.
And people are trying to describe, first of all, Terrence fought great. Madrigal is great. That's a great fight. And fought him differently than he fought every other guy. Yeah, because he did fight differently. Yeah, Madrigal is a great athlete. Anybody who does a backflip in the ring, that guy, he's a great athlete. And he is these Eastern Bloc fighters always have 7-0. And it looks like nothing. It's he has 400 amateur fights.
Exactly. Like Archer better be. Exactly. Yeah, 300 amateur fights. So did Lomachenko. They have hundreds of amateur fights. And by the time they get to the professional ranks, this isn't a regular 1-0 guy. These are guys that they can do stuff that you can't even imagine being able to do.
They're unreal. So who do you have in the fight?
Listen, it's going to be great. It's going to be a great fight. You're dealing with two all-time greats. Crawford's one of the best switch hitters, I think, since Marvin Hagler, and one of the most skillful boxers alive. And then you have Canelo, who probably isn't the same guy as he was just a few years ago, but still one of the greatest of all time. Still has brutal knockout power. If you go back to some of his more impressive fights from a few years ago, like the Amir Khan KO, the Billy Joe Saunders KO, those KO. He's probably not that guy anymore. Yeah, but he's still young enough that he's still pretty close to his prime and one of the best of all time.
I'd like to see him fight David Benavidez.
Oh yeah,
and I think that the WBC should have forced that fight. I know he's the draw of boxing, he's the face of boxing and all that stuff, but
this is a lot that he doesn't want that fight.
You can't let the inmates run the asylum, for lack of a better phrase. You have to force the fight. Patrick Mahomes comes into a football season. He doesn't automatically go to the playoffs.
Right.
He's got to play every game. And if he loses enough games, he has to go on the road in the playoffs. It's like the WBC should have forced Canelo to fight David Benavidez. Because that's not fair that David Benavidez has to go up to 75 now, and he has to wait to see the winner of the Better Be Bivol fight.
Yeah. Well, that was the fight. The fight, I mean, for Mexican bragging rights, too. You know,
what a great fight. And in no way do I think that Canelo was afraid of him or anything. He's just trying to maneuver his career with the least risk.
And the most money.
And the most money.
I think he said he wanted to fight him, but he wanted like $200 million or something crazy like that.
I mean, but it's your mandatory defense at 68. It's your mandatory. How do you choose? I know you're the face of boxing, but how do you choose? The WBC got to force that, man.
Yeah, but maybe the Saudis will cough up that eventually. Like, maybe he beats Crawford, and then they say, listen, like, Turkey Al-Sheikh decides, what does it say, David Benavidez? They offered Canelo $70 million to fight me. That's before pay-per-view. They offered me a flat fee of $5 million. I said yes. Then we never heard back. Whoa, that's crazy. But, you know, maybe for him, $70 million is not the number he wanted. Maybe he thinks the Saudis give him $200. They might. Look, if it's Crawford, that might be the move.
But it speaks to how boxing is organized.
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's goofy.
It's like not organized. It wants to be respected as a sport, but it's not organized that way.
Well, there's so many bodies. You know?
Yeah, I say clean them out.
Yeah.
Clean out the sanctioning bodies.
It's one title because if someone's offering someone a world title fight, they can make so much more money as a world champion. You know, like you win the WBO. Let's say, like, Canelo vacates some titles and the guy picks it up. He's still a WBO champion or a WBC champion or WBA or IBF or IBO. But that's the problem. There's so many world champions. Whereas in MMA, like, you can be a Bellator world champion, but everybody knows you're not really the world champion unless you're the UFC world champion in terms of public perception. Yeah, there's guys I think that were Bellator champions that could have won in the UFC at that same weight class. And there's guys that did, like Eddie Alvarez came over from Bellator. He was world champion and he won the world title in the UFC. Guys did it. But the reality is most people think of a world champion as a UFC champion. But in boxing, the WBA champion is thought exactly the same way as the WBC champion. It depends on who it is.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like if like Tyson if it was Mike Tyson in the early days and he had the WBC belt and you had a WBA belt, you weren't the champion. Mike Tyson was the champion. Everybody knew it. But other than those kind of examples, you know, where there's one guy that's just the ultimate in that weight class, a world championship is worth a lot of money. So it's hard for guys to say no and just say, look, I'm only going to fight for the Ring Magazine belt. That's what the Saudis own. And they're going to make everybody fight everybody. It's the most amount of money. Because I think that's what they're kind of angling towards.
Structuring it differently?
Yeah.
Because that's what needs, I mean, in my opinion, that's what needs to happen. It needs to be structured differently, and there needs to be, like, the fights need to be forced. And you know what? You have to let go of the draw a little bit. Like, well, this fight is not going to, it doesn't matter if it draws or not. We need this fight to happen so that we can get the best champion.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So we get the real champion here.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if it's not technically a good matchup.
Right.
It has to be forced.
It means something to be the number one contender. It means something. But then, if you do that, you never get fights like Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou. Right? You only get those fights, those fun fights, if someone's like, okay, let's just try this.
Right, but I think that's what they're like prop fights. I don't know if I call them that, but like what Floyd is doing now, Mayweather. He's like, he kind of deserves to do that. Like he's like outside, he's retired, and he's like, I'm putting on these fights. And if he can get paid for them, good for him.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But that's outside of what we consider real competition.
Yeah, well, this is different because Floyd's 50.
Right.
This is a different thing.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about...
And what Jake is doing, too. What Jake Paul is doing, too. He's like, I challenge this guy. And it's like, that's fine and that's fun.
Right.
But is that the highest level of... If he fought better beat, or the Anthony Joshua thing is... crazy to me too. Like if he fought better beef, it's like
better beef would be a fight. That would be a fight. That would be fun to watch. Because you can't run from better beef. No. He's terrifying.
No, he's terrifying. Technically sound, he's 40. These guys are all older because of their amateur careers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Usyk's 38. which is also crazy. He's in his prime at 38. But I think a big part of that is it speaks to his discipline, that he stays in such insane shape.
Who's that?
Usyk. Yeah, he doesn't let himself. And Better Beef as well. There's some amazing videos of Better Beef. Very similar kind of training methods. Like it's Russians, Ukrainians, and Better Beef Chechen. It's like these guys.
Chechen Muslim, doesn't drink, disciplined.
Yeah.
Lifestyle. And then this is funny because I asked these guys about who's your favorite boxer. He's like, I really don't watch it. This is my job. He goes, this is my job. This is my job. I come, I do my job, I go home to my family.
Crazy. You don't watch boxing?
You don't watch boxing.
That's one of the best ever. You don't watch
Who's the kid? Who's the Nuggets guy? Who's that? He's another guy who says that after they won the NBA championship. Jokic, he's another guy who he won the NBA championship. He's like, nah, it's fun. It's fun. We celebrate and I go home with my family now. I don't think about basketball.
He doesn't even get emotional when he wins, but his horse won and he still broke down crying. See it? There it is. He mostly celebrates after his horse wins a race.
That's so great.
His horse won a race and he's fucking crying. He's like, this is the greatest thing of all time. So happy, so happy. So if you want, when they had him in the stand, there's a video of him at the end of it. But that's not the video. That's not the same video. But so when his horse did win, he was like crying, so happy. Meanwhile,
he wins. It's like something he's been working for his whole life. He's like,
maybe that's the secret to success. He stays zen about it.
Well, they look at it like it's a job. They prepare mentally, and these guys are very mentally tough.
Yeah.
And they prepare for it like a job, and then they go and do the job, and they're like, this isn't my life. So it kind of dials back some of the ego on it, which I like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I'm this guy. It's like, no, I'm doing this, and then when I retire, I'll just be a guy.
Yeah.
No one thinks about that in America. Everybody's like, now I'm gonna go to. I get it. It's like I'm gonna go to the next thing. Maybe I can, parlay this into something else, or I'll put it in water.
Yeah.
I can have a cologne. You know what I mean? It's like they're trying to parlay it into something else to make more money.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. These guys, they have the eye of the tiger.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
We played a few times on this podcast Serbian basketball. When they played basketball in Serbia and how the crowd is, and you're like, oh my god, this is like you're stepping into a fucking gang war.
Yeah.
The crowds are so electric. They're so into it, like aggressively into it.
Yeah.
You're like, dude, these people from that part of the world are hard people. And when they're coming over here, they're dominating in MMA, they're dominating in boxing. But that's a tough part of the world. It's been racked by war for hundreds of years. What is this, Jim? This is Serbia? Oh, they're starting fires. What are they doing? We're outside. Oh, that's outside basketball.
They were inside doing fireworks.
Bro, they have outside basketball games? That's pretty wild, too. Wow. It's like, look at this fucking crowd, dude. It's just nuts how hyped up they are. Wow. It's a different world.
It's so funny. People go, the Eagles fans are really tough. It's like, I don't know, how about these guys?
Yeah. Have you ever seen that game that they play? I think it's called Calcio Storico. Calcio Storico. It's like a combination of rugby and MMA. And they do it in Italy, and they do it in a couple other places. They do it in Croatia.
Oh, I think I did see that.
So
yeah, it's like a rugby, right?
But it's fighting. So they together as teams, and they've got a ball. I don't know what the fucking deal is with the ball, but they beat the fucking piss out of each other.
This guy's just rough.
Animals. Like animals. Look at that guy. He's rubbing his hands together. I can't wait to fucking brain somebody. And so these guys stand outside of there, and they're having gang fights. Like, this is the beginning of the end of, there's a ball involved. I don't understand the need for this ball. But look, while that ball's moving around, these guys in the middle are just beating the shit out of each other. They're wrestling. They're fucking shooting takedown, body slamming each other's elbows to the face on the ground. It's nuts. It's the craziest fucking game. Like, this is back when people needed something to do in between war. You know? They needed something to stay sharp. And so they developed a game to make their fucking war ability hone tight while they, ramp up their team.
The refs are dressed like jesters.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's probably how cool to dress back when they invented this
But it's interesting. I wonder how they're scoring for the individual fights that they're having.
What'd you say, Jamie?
I would tell someone score. What's the point?
Yeah, it's no point. It's no point. Who's got the ball? These guys are just beating each other up. This guy's grabbing a hold of the fence there. You're allowed to hold the fence. There's like almost no rules.
Scores here about did they win the fight or did they get where's the goal?
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think they care about the goals. They want to punch you in the face. I mean, it's a crazy game.
Well, it's 3-2.
Like, look, this guy gets taken down out of nowhere. He's nowhere near the ball. This guy's mounting him, beating his ass. The guy runs across with the ball. They're stupid shorts. They're wearing tights and shit. Like, the clothes they wear are ridiculous. What's that guy got something stuck to his back, like a needle? Look at his back.
Oh, yeah.
He's got like a piercing, it looks like a fucking, like a pin.
There's no one stopping the fight either, so this must be part of it.
Yeah, he's got like a safety pin through his back.
He's the captain.
And you're pulling off to win.
Oh, maybe that is something.
You just kind of grab that.
Yeah.
It's a crazy ass sport, man. Look, while these guys are mounted on top of each other while the game's going on, guys in side control. It's chaos.
Full contact soccer.
Yeah, this guy's running and the other guy just mounts him, starts beating his ass.
Entertaining.
Yeah, fucking for sure entertaining. It's violent. Violence is in it. Look, all these guys in the middle, they're not even stopping this guy from running because they're too busy mounting people. He gets through.
That guy scored.
Oh, he did it casual. Nutty ass game. But that's the point. It's like those people from that part of the world, they've been involved in some wild shit for a long time.
That's Europe. Is it Europe?
Well, that is in Florence, I believe. That's Italy. But I know, like I said, that they do it. They do that in Croatia as well. That same sport. There's just hard people out there in the world while we're all arguing over pronouns.
We're arguing with each other on. That's really funny. It's like arguing with each other on Twitter, and those guys are doing that. That's what Twitter would look like if it was physical.
Yeah, sort of. Be a lot of guys crying. Are you on the Twitter?
I used to. I'm off of it, but I used to write jokes on that, and now it's like just it doesn't benefit you to write jokes on it anymore. Now it's confrontation is with the algorithms. So unless you're trying to, at least that's the way I view it. It's like unless you're trying to take somebody down or have an argument, that spurs the algorithm. So I don't want to do any of that.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
I'm focused on front-facing Instagram videos now.
Front-facing.
Yeah, you talking to your phone. That's what people love now.
Is that what you're doing?
I have to do it to promote my shows. Well, the Ozzy Osbourne death is crazy, right, guys? Prince of Darkness.
It's one of those things.
Yeah, it's like
comment on stuff.
Comment. It's kind of like what Twitter was, but I don't know. It's always changing, and you hear that this is what is getting views, and we're trying to sell tickets.
I get it, but I mean, I'm glad I don't have to do it.
Yeah, well, I put stand-up clips. Stand-up clips is really my bread and butter.
Well, that's the big thing. A great stand-up clip will push you right into headliner, and if you're a beginning comic, like even before you're ready, there's guys that they start out, they've been doing comedy for 3 years, they got a good 10 minutes, and they put that 10 minutes online, and boom, they take off. Now you have to write a whole hour outside of that 10 minutes. And you have to headline like it's just a rush job to kind of get it through. But
you have to figure out how to fill that space. Everybody has different challenges. So the guys who do that, then they're filling clubs. And now they got to figure out how to get people their money's worth in those clubs.
You have to construct a real hour.
You have to construct an hour, or like say you got famous off crowd work or something. It's like that's mostly what you're doing then, crowd work.
That's different. That you can do. That's pretty easy. Not easy, but you can fill time. Whereas, like, if you're the hardest for me, I think, not for me, I don't do it. The hardest, in my opinion, is non sequitur guys. You know, guys like Stephen Wright, like that kind of thing. Like one absurd non sequitur into another. There's no like through line. Right. It's all just like things that are totally unrelated. Here's another thing I noticed. You know,
it's so hard to rate an hour that way.
Oh my god! Like I think Stephen Wright and the other one was Mitch Hedberg. It's a very similar style. Right. Non sequiturs.
Fantastic too.
Amazing.
But very hard and time consuming to put an hour together.
Oh my God. You have to write if you're doing that.
But those clips, I mean, those clips do well. You know, if you put work into the clip, the trick of it is developing the material fast enough in order to put it out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like that you're not coming up with that every day, and I don't know if the general public realizes that. You're almost better off for online loosely talking about a subject and putting that up, rather than really sitting in the pocket and developing it the way that we do.
Right. Because a lot of times, like, the guys are like really good at ranting. Like Burr is really good at it, and Tim Dillon's the best at it.
Yeah.
Where they just take a subject and rant. That's a great premise factory, because you're going on these rants for, with Dylan, a rant for like an hour.
Right.
A couple of minutes in there, you could probably develop into material.
Right.
And then you're doing that all the time. So
but the thing is, you have to stop. That's the thing with journaling. People are like, you should journal. And I tried it. I tried a different technique. Like, you get up and just journal. Don't worry about the jokes. Just journal every day. So you're journaling every day. And it's like, now you have a lot of premises, but none of it's developed. So you can't journal every day. Then when you have like a week of journaling, it's like, now you have to go through the journal and you have to see you have to pull it out and then develop these ideas.
When you say journaling, so you sit down and write, you write about your life?
Yeah.
You write about, okay.
Write about your life, or if like you write about a topic that you're interested in, that's gnawing at you. But there's so many funny or potentially funny things that happen to you every day that if you would just journal, you bring it to light. But if you don't journal, it's kind of like these things they slip away. But if you journal, it's like, oh, that was funny. Just getting on a plane now is hilarious. There's so many different things, and you interact with so many different, just these small interactions with people, and it's something that could go south. It could go south. It could be okay. And I got off the plane coming here. It just gets me every time. It happens almost every time I travel. I think I'm drawing it to me. It's like there's a natural progression of how the plane deboards. It's like people from the seats, they just get off the plane according to where your seat is. You're getting off first if you're closer to the entrance of the plane. That's the way it's designed to go. There's always somebody who gets their bag and runs to the front of the plane. And you're like, what are you doing, dude? We all want to get off. Why should have a connecting flight? We all want to get off. What are you doing?
I know people get mad at those people. There was a video recently where a lady did that. People were yelling at her.
Yeah, it turned into a great clip. Somebody videos it, and it's an altercation, and it turns into a viral.
How about that lady that said that like someone on the plane wasn't real? Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Shifting.
Yes.
I bet she's a lot of fun. I bet that lady's a lot of fun.
I bet she's great. She's really fun at parties. It's like there's an imaginary person, and then they're like, there was no imaginary person. Like, I was having a bad day.
Not just an imaginary person, but yell it out in the middle of a plane that's in the sky. Was it already in the sky? Or did she get kicked off the plane when it was on the ground?
I think it was in the sky.
Was it in the sky?
I think it was.
Imagine you're on the plane with a lady that says that someone's not real, and you go, okay, one of two things is going on here. Either she's not, or I'm in a horror movie, right? Because if she's right, and then like you look back, you're like, hey, what's going on with that guy's skin? It's like, it's fucking separating. It's like John Carpenter's a thing. Like,
turns out she was right. He wasn't real. He was morphing into something else.
Yeah, the odds of that are very small. But in movies, it's very high. So it's like it's hard to take with very small. She might be right. Imagine if she was right. Oh, God, we can find out. There's no communication on plane. The plane just goes in the middle of the ocean. There's a fucking person who turns into an insect on the board, starts attacking everyone. Or a chest burster, like for that movie Alien. Fuck. Why did it have to be me? And then nobody believes it. No one believes it. Yeah, and then it becomes a conspiracy theory that people like autistic people obsess about on the internet. They know what happened, and
but that's because they never follow up with what actually happened to her. What's her life like now?
She's on a podcast with Conor McGregor.
Yeah, she's popping up this place. She was on Barstool doing stuff there for a while.
Oh, but she's doing something with Conor McGregor. That's why I brought her up.
Yeah, he posted her today that she's going to be at
Maybe she could do something with a Hawk 2 girl. You know what I mean? Maybe they could, because her career is kind of.
Maybe they could both go to Gaza and solve all for this problem. They can figure it out.
Yeah. So put our best people on it.
She's going to the inn that he owns.
I think it's like, like appearance or something like that.
She does appearances.
She's been on the internet now for that was 2
That's very
years
funny.
ago.
That's very funny. She complained about somebody disappearing, and now she's doing appearance.
She probably sells better than Joe West. Travesty.
She's described as a marketing executive too, so I don't know that was fake, but
Crazy plane lady. After she had a meltdown on flight 2023, what did she say she saw?
I was reading through it because they did do a follow up here where there's police.
Is that her down there?
Yeah.
Oh, she's hot. Why does she not? Why does she look?
That always helps, Joe.
Wait,
That always helps.
Look at that the initial photo of her. Start at the top. How does that become? Scroll down. How does it become that? What happened? That looks like a different person.
Yeah.
Scroll down though.
Makeover.
Lost some weight. Tighten everything up. She's making the best out of it. Okay, so what is she saying? She's in the spotlight. She's remained in the spotlight since appearing on podcasts, YouTube shows, and giving tours of her sleek Texas home. Oh, she's Texas crazy. Even better. Even better. That's armed crazy.
You really went back to that, and they followed her out. And I was trying to read through it.
So what was she saying? I don't care if I ever fly with y'all again. I just want to know what happens to this flight here.
I'm not crazy. Y'all's crazy.
Yeah, do not let that flight leave. This flight's not going to make it to Orlando. It's not going to. Looking out the windows as they escort her, Gomez says there's a lot of people on that flight. So she really believes that there's something on that flight. Maybe she took an edible. Maybe someone slipped her a Mickey. But what did she say she saw?
I know that she was smart enough for a while to milk it and tell you, I'll tell you on this next podcast what's real weird.
That motherfucker's not real, she said. That, and she's 38. So I'm like a MILF kind of crazy.
And imagine if you're the guy who's saying that you're not real and you're just right there.
Right, just chilling.
You're not real. It's like
chilling with a hoodie on, trying to watch a YouTube video on your phone. This fucking crazy bitch screaming at you.
That's a great story. That's what I'm talking about journaling. I mean, you sit next to her. What do you like? She flips out. Tells you you're not real.
If that would be if you could tell the audience that you were a guy on the flight with that motherfucker's not real lady.
What she said, which was I thought the plane was going to blow up.
Why? I'm getting the fuck off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the fuck off. That motherfucker back there is not real. You can sit on this plane and you can fucking die with them or not. I'm not going to. Like, what? Who's not real? Who's the guy?
Motherfucker could have been.
Later out there talking to the cops. Look at her. She's getting her phone. She's pointing at her phone.
I don't think she got arrested. I think she calmly explained to the cops that someone wasn't real.
Oh, that's so funny. Who's the guy, though? Who's the guy? That's the guy we should be interviewing. Like, she's just trying to. She appears more lucid at this point, but remains combative with officers. One says to her, I can tell you're having a bad day. We're not trying to make it worse, to which she responds, my dad's a cop. Fuck you, dude.
That's got nothing to do with any of this. My dad's a cop.
I love that. She got into the evidence room, Jack. There's something happened there. That's very funny. I want to know who the guy is.
Yeah, she could have been saying motherfucker, not as a person. Could have been point. I don't know. The plane's not real.
Yeah,
the mountain's not real.
I like how she flirts. I might never fly again. It's like threatening us.
It might not be your choice.
I would take the bus.
Who's gonna put you on a plane when you said someone's not real?
I go, that's something about her AirPods and she accused someone of stealing them. I don't know.
Somebody, that could be. That actually makes some sense where someone stole her
So the plane was going to crash because someone stole her iPod. It doesn't make any sense. She's saying the plane is going to go down, they're going to live, everyone's going to die because someone stole her iPods. No, that makes sense. She's cooking. She's fun.
Yeah, that's very fun.
Yeah. Probably gets on tables at bars. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's probably one of them.
Well, she's successful. Oh, she's the girl at the comedy club. It's my birthday.
Yeah, she'd be the best in the front row. You'd be so happy.
Oh my God. You're just gonna come to your shows now. No, but it's really something. It's reflective of our society. Is that she parlayed that into some level of fame. I'm sure she has a podcast. I'm sure she has all kinds of that's her character.
Conor McGregor's Instagramming about her today. So there you go. Yeah, the girl. When she made it all the way to a pump and dump to a coin. You ever hear Metzger talk about it? He's the best bit about it. About the hawk to a coin.
I saw him last night, though.
He's such a lunatic. I love that dude. He's so funny. He's just so nuts. But he had this, like who would have thought? Who would have thought that would be a ripoff? The hawk to a coin?
He was connecting Taylor Swift to Epstein. I saw him last night. He's like, Taylor Swift? You don't think that there's something in the lights at those concerts that make you have amnesia? I'm like, Kurt, I don't know, Kurt.
Wait, serious?
20 years.
No, serious?
Yeah, he's connected, and then Tommy Pope. I love.
Wait a minute, the lights give you amnesia? This is
He brought it up. I said, no, Kurt, I said, Kurt, I never heard of that. And he goes, no, it's real. And then he brought it up on his phone. And sure enough, it was the lights. They pay hundreds of dollars for these tickets. And then the lights at the Taylor Swift concert make you forget that you were at a concert. They make you have amnesia.
How is that possible?
I don't know. What's even crazier to me is how he connected it to Epstein. But he did it.
Transient global amnesia. Taylor Swift fans report those concert forgetfulness.
Maybe the plane girl wasn't wrong.
But here's my take on this. She is in this rare air right now, like the Beatles, like Elvis in his prime, where it's an emotional experience being in her presence if you're a Taylor Swift. Those fans are diehards. She sells out stadiums, multiple shows. It's stadiums, right? I think it's probably so emotional for them when they're standing in front of her and she's singing that afterwards they're so spent and racked. They're probably like, what happened? It's probably like such a
the Beatles had that effect on Elvis. Women were being like crying and shaking.
They think Michael Jackson in this part. People would faint if they saw him live. They faint.
That's interesting.
That's way more.
But what about the lights? What about the lights causing seizures?
Guarantee you, I'd go to that fucking concert and I come out with a perfect memory. Okay. Not that I don't like Taylor Swift, but I like some of her songs. I really do. One of her songs is on Nobody No Crime. It's a great fucking song. It's on our Spotify playlist.
But it wouldn't cause you to have amnesia.
I'd be fine. I'd say, what a great show. She's really talented. I wouldn't go, what happened? What happened? But I'll tell you what, I did see the Rolling Stones when they were at Coda, and I felt like I was on a drug. Like I didn't feel like it was real. Like when they went out onto that stage, Mick Jagger's on that stage, but no limp, baby. Like you're like, I can't believe he's real. Right? I was standing there with my friend Bobby, who owns the racetrack, and I was going, I don't feel like I'm really here. This feels like a drug. This feels crazy. Like I'm watching Mick Jagger and Keith Richards, and they're live, right there. It's like there's like 100,000 people. It's a huge fucking crowd. I was like, this is nuts, man. This feels fake. So I'm probably not, I'm a giant Rolling Stones fan, but I'm probably not as big a Rolling Stones fan as these Swifties are. Like, they're her god, or she's their god, rather. Like, you go to see that.
Had to be enough of a thing to warrant an article on the internet? I mean, that's pretty rare.
Somebody at Yale started a study on it. I'm trying to see if
of course they did.
Follow them on it.
I want to know what they do. Are they a gender studies professor? What kind of scholarship have you gone to get that position? Do you happen to have a certain heritage that's profitable? What are you doing?
But yeah, I didn't think it was a thing. Kurt is like, Kurt's a great comic, and he's so funny, and he's great. But it's like 5 minutes into the conversation, I'm like, Kurt, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what this is.
It's a CIA plant. Everybody is like, you've been put there by the Rockefellers or. I'm so glad he and I are friends, and we've been friends for so long that he doesn't think I'm some sort of a plant. That'd be a real problem.
That would be something.
If Kurt leans in on you.
Oh, you don't think?
Yeah. Oh, you don't think? Oh, you don't think? You don't know? You don't know about the thing that happened in '73? You don't know about the Kissinger thing? It's a Kissinger thing? You don't know?
It's like, I don't know any of this.
I can't. I tell them sometimes before I go on stage, I'm like, I have a stage in 5 minutes. I can't do that. Right now, I can't do this. I'll be in my head with what you said. I'm saying, what the fuck is going on? Is it right? I'll be Googling shit. Is this true?
Hey, Kurt, I love you, but not right now.
Oh, I tell him all the time. He'll fucking corner you, dude. He'll corner you. And he looms over you. He's a big goon.
He's 6'5". Fucking cougar at 6'5". And then he went on stage and destroyed in the funniest way. It's like completely original.
He's ready to do a special. He's going to do a special and film it at the club. I'm very excited. I'm very excited about that. He's the man. We got a great crew down here. It's really fun.
I was there last night, man. That was awesome.
Daisy and Tom.
I'm out. Yeah.
You're out now.
Tonight, yeah. Nice. But I'm going to come back and try to do some more podcasts.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, there's a lot here now. There's a lot of people here now. Dope Trussell's here now.
And I've headlined the club several times, and I love it every time, man.
It's fun
I
place.
text you every time I'm kids. The best, man.
So I'm very happy. That made me very happy. And that's what we wanted to do. I feel super lucky to pull it off. It's hard to do. You know, a lot of things have to line up perfectly to be able to get a contact.
Yeah.
It's a lot of the staff. That's a huge part of it.
And then you can tell it was designed by a comic. The club. You know?
Yeah, designed by me, but also with a lot of input from everybody else. Like Hinchcliffe had a lot of input. Louis C.K. had a lot of input. Brian Simpson had a lot of input. All the guys that are regulars at the club, Ron White, everybody had their say. Like I basically said, I don't have like an absolute fixed position on anything. Tell me what you think. Right. And so a lot of the stuff, like the lights inside the green room, when the light goes on,
that's fantastic.
For each room, so you know who's got the light, the time that someone's on stage, both from the stage and from the green room, all that. Like I think the lights were Tony's idea. I think the time might have been Simpson's idea. So it's all like everybody had their own say in what we do. Louis told me to lower the ceiling in the little room and in the big room. I did that. He told me to make the stage smaller in the little room. I did that. Like I did whatever anybody said. Like Louis is like, need more sound deadening, you should put carpet down. For the bounce that you get from the loudness of the echo does make it louder, but it also makes it a little hard to hear what you're saying. Like, you're right. And so we did everything everybody wanted. Every suggestion.
Acoustics and the low ceilings are key, man. It's everything.
Low ceilings and everything.
The crispness of what you're saying. That's like a softer spoken guy. And you're following somebody who's like a yeller.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you have to
adjust the sound, but it's like the crispness matters.
It's got to be clear. And you know, it took us a while to dial everything in. The right volume and, you know, the lighting. So the light was like, sometimes the audience spit up a little bit too much. Like, you gotta darken that, you gotta do this. It took a little while, but once we dialed it in, man, it's been pretty smooth for, like, when we're going on, it'll be our 3rd year in March. That's awesome. It's crazy. It seems like it just happened.
And the big room is great. It's great to headline that, but I just popped at the small room last night, and that's really great.
It's one of the best rooms in the world.
You know what I mean? To work out, like you really have the freedom to sit there and like play with and work out the material, and that's really what you need. You need an experimental place where you can fail a little bit,
where you can fuck around.
Yeah.
And that little room is like the chamber of truth, because like if you've got some bullshit in your act, there's only 100 people in the room. It seems obvious, and it's just like, ew.
But that's like the old Boston Comedy Club in New York.
Oh,
remember that place?
Exactly.
So it's like the Boston. It looks like a log cabin in the back, you know. And then there's like, you know, during the winter time when I first got there in 2004. It's like 4 people, 5 people, you know, comes back people in. It's like you had the,
and the belly room at the store. Have you ever done that?
Yes.
The belly room was amazing. It's so good for that. Because belly room, I think, is really only supposed to have like 70 people in it. A lot of times way over that, right? Especially for roast battle. Like they do roast battle sometimes, and I'd be in the kitchen. I'm like, did they ever check this fucking ceiling? Would support all those folks, the people who jump around, and you would like hear it. Like, well, it would suck if this caved in, because that fucking building is so old.
Yeah.
I mean, that building, our building's even older. The mothership, but at least it's been like rebuilt. Right? That building at the store, that was Ciro's nightclub in the 1950s, right? When was Ciro's? And then it was the Comedy Store from the 70s. So like, nobody's check the sequels. It's pretty good. It's gonna fucking termites and shit eating through. Because at one point in time, the back wall behind it was in danger because the hill was collapsing, and so they had to reinforce with like steel rebar and giant beams and shit.
It's funny because if something did happen, everybody would think it was a prank. They would go, "Oh, this is gotta be some kind of a prank." No, this is the ceiling actually.
So in 1940, Ciro's became a popular night spot for celebrities. 1940, nightclub closed in 1960, was reopened as a rock club in 65 after a few name changes, became a comedy store in 72. Wow. Club Seville, was that what it was before Club Seville? So it was Club Seville in 1935. It opened New Year's Eve in 1935. It featured a crystal dance floor with subsurface fish. So the fish underneath the dance floor, fountains and colored lights in its crystal marine room. The building was remodeled in January 1940. Ciro's was opened. Wow, crazy. That's not people whacked in that place.
And no renovations have been done since. Oh, Bugsy Siegel.
It was Bugsy Siegel's joint.
No, that's awesome.
People got whacked in that place. That's why a lot of people believe that it's haunted.
Oh, that's
it's got a weird energy to it, man.
Yeah.
That place has the weirdest
history of it.
Yeah, the weirdest energy. Yeah,
that's awesome, man.
it's got history.
Yeah.
Massive history. That building, like you feel it in the walls.
Right.
I believe that. It sounds like what is that? Ciro, Jimi Hendrix? Oh my God, 65 Ciro's reopened as the rock club Ciro's La Disc. Ike and Tina Turner performed at the newly opened club with Jimi Hendrix as part of their band. Holy shit, man. The Byrds got their start at Ciro's in 1965. Accounts of the period reducing the sleeve notes to the pre-flight sessions box set described a church-like atmosphere with interpretive dancing. The club also served as a host during the recording of 1965 Dick Dale album, Rock Out with Dick Dale and his Deltones. Boy, people were late before the internet.
The Kaleidoscope. It's Boss.
Oh, Kaleidoscope in 68, and then it was called It's Boss in 69, and known as the Patch. Oh, in 69 it was known as the Patch 2. And then the store from 72 on till present.
Yeah, because comedy was done in like jazz clubs and stuff, right? Or like poetry readings.
You know what the oldest comedy club in the country is?
No.
The Ice House.
Is it really?
Ice House in Pasadena.
I did not know that.
Yeah, the Ice House in Pasadena was like the oldest running club. So it was like I think it was a music club at first, and then first it started with an actual ice house. Back when people didn't have freezers, you'd get a giant chunk of ice from Alaska or some shit, and they put it in, like insulated boxes and transport to cities, and you would be able to go to there and buy ice for your ice box. So you put it, in an insulated box in your home, and that's how you keep your milk cold. Like literally, that's what an ice house was. And so then it became, I think it was a rock club for a little while, and then it became a comedy club earlier than the store. When did the Ice House first start doing comedy? I think it's the longest running stand-up comedy club in the world. I'm pretty sure they were like early 70s, late 60s. They started doing stand-up there.
All of them. Rapidly as
but they remodeled now. I haven't been to this one.
Protection under these
No, even my last special, I did it all just working out at the club, and then I did the special in San Antonio. That's great. I'm fucking need traveling, man. I'm done. Oldest, 1960. 1960. I think in the beginning it wasn't a comedy club. I think in the beginning it was something else. I think it was like a rock club. But I think that was only for like a few years. So maybe like 62 so what does it say? 60 to 78, the Ice House was a folk music. Oh, so 78. Okay, so it's not the oldest comedy club. Many comedians also appeared in the club. In 1978, the original owners were bought out by trio of investors led by Bob Fisher. Shout out to Bob, who changed the format of the club to stand-up comedy. So Bob was comic. So in 78, he changed it to flat comedy.
So it was kind of like a hodgepodge in like 72. It makes like musical performers and like comedians.
Boy, before they remodeled, it was the greatest club. It was so good that you couldn't use it. Like if you wanted to do an audition tape, people wouldn't accept audition tapes at the Ice House because everybody killed there.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's how good it was. That's how good the environment was. It was that good.
So you would go there and kill, and then you go to other clubs and just
people go, no, that's Ice House. It's too easy there.
Oh wow,
that's how good it was. Isn't that nuts?
That's nuts.
Why would you fix that? Why would you change that at all? If you have that formula where it's so good that people don't allow you to use tapes from there.
Why would you shoot every special there?
I would never touch it. I would keep it exactly the same way it is forever. And if I bought that place, I would find the old blueprints. I'd be like, we're tearing down all this shit and bringing it right. I want to find where the old floor is. Do you have the old floor anywhere? Did you guys save the old floor?
It had to be something about the people, though. Oh, going there too.
Yeah, Pasadena's like more relaxed.
Yeah.
You know, LA. It's everybody thinks they're famous. Everybody's like, oh, I should go there. You know, like a lot of industry assholes who don't care about people on stage, arms crossed.
And everybody's an influencer now, so it's like
it's even worse. Even worse. And even back then, everybody wanted to be famous. Whereas Pasadena, it's just it's like a road gig. So it's fun. Yeah, they're relaxed. Pasadena was like the place where the producers, like the stars, would all live in the Hollywood Hills, and the producers would all move out to Pasadena and have like normal lives in the early days of Hollywood. So there's beautiful houses.
But that's where you would want to do. I would imagine back in the day when there was industry and they cared if someone was talented or not. You want to go in front of a crowd that was they lived there, so they would come out and they would see you crush, and they would be like, "This guy should have a show."
Yeah, but I don't think they went to those clubs.
No,
I think it was like more the people that lived there. I don't think it was ever an industry thing, which is why it was so good. You know, because it was funny. It was just comedy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wasn't like this is my shot at getting a sitcom.
Right.
You know, which is like a lot of the clubs.
They had that for a lot of years. Like you never know who's in the audience. Wear a suit.
Yeah, wear a suit and don't do new material. Like it was the worst.
Yeah.
And Mitzi stopped all that shit. She stopped all that shit. She wanted you to do new stuff. Like she forced it. She's like, you can't just develop a 10-minute set and do the same goddamn set over and over again, hoping that's going to lead you to a show.
Plus, that's torture anyway. It's torture for the comic to do that anyway, to not try anything else. Just to go up and do the same 10 minutes, that's crazy.
They all did it. A lot of guys did it. Because that was the thing back then. It's like, if you could pull that off, and you could get a sitcom, you could be Tim Allen, you know? You could be Roseanne. You could be, if you just had something that could package and sell, man, you'd write that Willy Wonka golden ticket. Now you're in the Hollywood Hills, driving a Mercedes.
Yeah, there's a financial motivation to it. Sure. But like it's nice to have rooms that you can go and experiment and you don't have to feel any of that pressure, and then when you get it then you do your hour and then people can look at that.
Yeah, well that's the great thing about the Austin scene right now is just on our street alone there's 5 full-time comedy clubs.
On the street?
Yeah, within 5 minutes, a 5-minute walk of my club, there's 5 clubs. First of all, there's really good ones like the Creek in the Cave is great, right? That's just up the street, it's a block away. And then you have the Sunset Room, which is like 5 doors down, great room. And then you have Vulcan, great room, a couple doors down. You have the Velveeta Room, which is small room I haven't been to, but that's got a long history to it. There's a bunch of other ones too that I don't even know about.
I was happy to see the Creek out here. It's like the Creek before Rebecca.
They got a great room too. It's a perfect little room. It's really tight seating, great stage.
Now what's going on 6th Street after like late night?
Murder.
every time I work a club, I come out after, you know, everybody's so cool, professional, and they're like, you need me to walk you back? I'm like, no, I'm good. And then I'll just stand out there and I'll just watch it happen.
Oh yeah.
I'll watch it happen. I'm like, how is this happening? How is this legal? Like the cops are just standing they're not in SWAT gear, but they're all standing in a line on either end of the street, and it's just the bars are blaring music, and I just take video of it on my phone. I don't even post. I just take it just because I can't believe what's happening and what's the business model behind that. Because people then, it's like it slowly descends, and then you see people getting arrested.
Oh yeah.
And then they're being taken away, and then they go back, and then they're just sitting there waiting for the next crazy thing to kick off. So I guess it's just the bars making money or wanting to make money.
Yeah. Until we moved there, it was all dangerous. There was no good spot to go to.
Yeah.
And that spot, we're in the dirty area on 6th Street. If you go to, I guess it's what's the nice area? Is that east or west, James? West. West is really nice. You get out to West 6, great restaurants. It's real nice. It gets very safe.
Right.
We're in the area where it's super sketchy.
Yeah. Other cities are doing that. In Baltimore, work in the Port Comedy Club, which is a very cool club in that area too. It looks like there's just mayhem happening in a designated area. And I'm wondering what the mentality of the city government is there. It just looks nuts. But it looks like somebody's letting it happen in this contained area.
Well, they are
my cop hat right now.
No, they are letting it happen. That's why 6th Street is closed off to traffic. They're walking around. And they're letting people walk around. And they're all hammered. Right. So they're letting people walk around drunk, and there's taco trucks everywhere. Right. It's fun. It's fun. If you're young, it's fun.
Yeah, maybe.
You just don't want to hear pop, pop, pop. You don't want to hear guns break out. Because it's happened a few times down there. Because there's a bunch of, very shady people who go down there as well. Because it's a fun place to be seen. And a bunch of people go down there, and it's all kinds of walks of life. Right. Everyone's hammered. And I'm sure there's a lot of drug use. And there's a lot of maniacs.
It just seems very young and very volatile.
It's also an exciting place to have because all chaos of the streets, you're crackling right time you get through the door, whoa, we're inside now, and it's fun. And we obviously have a very tight security system.
Yes. Because of that.
Oh yeah. Well,
you don't want that bleeding into the club.
No. Look at this. What's going on here?
That's one of the lively fights that happens there.
People are fighting.
Yeah, you can go out there any night you want.
Oh, we don't need to see.
I'll just show you.
He's gonna slap this guy.
They're gonna fight. But before that, chaos in the streets.
Yeah, chaos and shitty pizza. Look at these people fighting, brawling. Yeah, a lot of drugs, a lot of psychos. Oh, girls and slides, girl lost her shoe. Maniac.
I want to ride that bull next time I'm in town.
Oh, it's
next door. There's a mechanical bull right.
You have a bad back. We're gonna ride a bull. Are you fucking crazy?
It might stretch it out.
You can get hurt bad too.
Can you? From a bull?
Oh yeah, people get KO'd. They break arms. Yeah.
I gotta make sure
you fall on it funny, your fucking elbow snaps sideways. Yeah, no good. Don't do it. How old are you?
52.
Get the fuck out of here. You're not riding a bull. Listen to me. I'm in my 50s too. I'm almost 60. Don't ride a bull.
Which is as a bucket list thing.
That's on your bucket list? Yeah, new bucket list. I want to ride a mechanical bull. Ride a fucking real bull. You really want to ride a bull? Go ride a real one. And if you live, you're like, I did it. And if you have a limp for the rest of your life, you go, well, that was dumb. Yeah, that's if you're lucky. If you don't get a horn up your asshole. Definitely that happens. I've seen a lot of those.
Really?
Oh, yeah. That's a Matador one.
That's an embarrassing copay.
You see the Matador one who got one through the chin? He gets it through the chin, and the horn is coming out of his mouth. Yeah, he gets the horn through the bottom of his jaw, and it goes through the roof, through here, and out his mouth. The horn is popping out of his mouth.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, fuck that. Look at this.
Sorry, I'll show you that. I will do that one.
Yeah, show me that.
Crazy.
I don't want to see that one. I want to see people fly.
No, that wasn't. This is Mexican OT doing it.
Oh no, Mexican OT! What are you doing?
Yeah, that's what he does. This is insane.
Okay.
I'll turn off the music, but let the rodeo cowboy stand on his back. They're going to release the bull here.
No.
3, 1, 2, 3. Bull go.
Okay.
Can't hear the music.
Why can't I hear the music?
Here it goes.
No! Why did he do that?
You let it go right over his back.
Oh, don't do that. Because it didn't have to go over your back.
He's still fucking with it.
And he's fucking with it? He's out of his mind. He's out of his mind. Oh my God, he's out of his mind. What was he on? I want to know what kind of drugs made him think that was a good idea. Because he's not like the most spry of foot fella.
No.
Talented rap now. You know him, T?
No.
Oh, he's a bad motherfucker. He's a bad motherfucker.
Well, apparently.
Yeah, he's crazy, but his rap's awesome. He's great. But he was a killer podcast before. He's been to the club a few times. Yeah, so this one guy, that guy
That's running with them.
that's different. That guy got it through the calf. He's fucked for life. But there's a photo of that guy There's a guy who got it through the mouth. Just Google Matador takes hoof through or takes mammoth. He put that mammoth. Yeah, that guy far left. Look at that. Look at one. That's a dead man. But he's dead. Oh. Yeah, look at that. Through the bottom of his jaw, through his mouth. Did he die? Still insisted, killing bull. Oh, multiple guys in that? It's happened to multiple guys? Oh, jeez.
Oh, he's recovering well for the first guy.
Pierced in foot and tongue. I wouldn't say pierced. That's gonna be.
It shot through his face. I don't know if that's pierced or.
Oh God.
Oh, gourd is a good word. Only used with bulls.
Suffering infection. That's it. He has to have a lisp or something. Jesus Christ. Oh God, right in the ribs. Fuck, dude. Oh,
that's a fun story.
No, that guy probably don't have a story. That's probably a dead guy. There's a lot of those guys die. I mean, these things are so powerful, man. It's such a, and he had already stabbed it a bunch of times too. By the time they get out there, though, that's the other dirty thing about the bullfighting thing. They stab that thing with spears, multiple times before it ever even gets out to him. One-eyed matador who's been injured by bulls some 40 times. Once again, gored on the animals. The guy's trying to die.
He's dedicated.
He is. I mean, if you're gonna have a vision, he's the matador version of David Tell. Just on the grind. Yeah, guys on the grind. Yeah, fucking plates and screws.
Just adversity. Just overcoming adversity.
Fake knees, fucking hip replacement. He's probably fucked up, man. You've been 40 times? What are the odds?
40 times.
Yeah, what are the odds you can dance?
You can't dance.
You can't play pickleball?
That's what health insurance must be different because I think that stuff's all covered.
I wonder. Yeah, well, imagine you're a matador getting insurance as a matador.
Another accident, you come to the emergency room for the 40th time. Another one, do you think you should try another line of work?
It's like probably like California fire insurance.
What do those guys do now? Do they not get it?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard to tell, Jamie. I just sent you another thing that James Lee posted, but it's all the different places where the money went from the fire relief. They went to all these different nonprofits, and the people that own the homes haven't gotten it. Yeah, I don't know what's true, what's not true, but there's a lot of reporters who are reporting on this. There's a disturbing lack of transparency and where all the money that was raised went and where it's going. Which is the dirty secret about nonprofits, is that there's a bunch of people that work for those nonprofits to get hefty salaries.
Right, they're operating this under this umbrella.
$100 million fire aid concert was never about the fire victims. It became a slush fund for Steve Ballmer, Wallace Annenberg, and Irving Azov's friends with handouts to music awards, the NAACP, a nonprofit for nonprofits, and even a charity tied to Israel.
So the first upload there.
This is the thing, it's like they can just distribute the money to nonprofits.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much.
I'm wondering where the $100 million fire aid benefit concert went to. Money directed to 188 different nonprofits. This is nuts.
We just need someone to talk to.
This is the problem with nonprofits.
So it's so wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal
people
journey.
just want to help, right? You hear about it, you're going to do a benefit for the wildfires, you join in, a bunch of money gets raised, you hope for the best. You're like, I hope that money goes to operating costs. It's probably a lot worse than that. Yeah, a lot of them are a lot worse than that. Because a lot of them, unfortunately, are actual businesses. And their business is running a charity. And that's how they pay all these people to get paid. And some of the money goes to the charity that wouldn't have gone to the charity before, but it's not efficient. A large percentage of it goes to operating costs and salaries. And executives are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
Yeah, with the safety of operating under a nonprofit umbrella. That's not fair.
It's weird, man. It's a weird, dirty little loophole that, real charity and real philanthropy is beautiful. It's beautiful that people want to donate money and help people. It's awesome. But then when you find out that you get real simple, when you find out the operating costs, you find out how much of the money actually goes to the actual issue versus goes to these executives, you're like, oh, fuck, man. It's a bummer. It really is a bummer because
people's generosity and people don't want to get it anymore, because they're like, oh, this money's not even going to this cause.
There's a little bit of grossness in the world, man. and there's a lot, you know, the LA homelessness thing is crazy. Like, people are going to get prosecuted for that. There's billions of dollars missing, a bunch of inappropriately allocated funds, got this and that, and there's all these allegations. Like, you have to put a dent in the homeless problem, but you spent $20-something billion, right? Like, the whole thing is bananas.
I mean, there's got to be some push for mental health. That's the facilities.
That's the whole thing is mental health.
Because that's really, it's just acted out on the streets now, and there's no mental health facilities for anybody to get better.
Well, it's all addicts and mentally ill people, right? And mentally ill addicts. And unless you address it at a root level, like, you're going to have to get everybody on Ibogaine. You know, send all those people down to Mexico, get them on Ibogaine, take them through intensive counseling, reintroduce them into society, get them jobs. You know, this ain't as easy as, like, you give some person who has a liberal arts degree $500,000 a year salary to run this non-profit to aid the homeless people, and then it turns out they don't do any work at all. And one of the things that they had, there was this homeless shelter that they put that only 3% of the people that went through, like 35 people, escaped homelessness after they left there. The other ones went right back. So it's completely ineffective.
But it's like such a multi-tiered problem. You know what I mean? It's like they have mental health issues. There's medication involved in that. It's like you have to take your medication. First of all, you have to have the medication. Then you have to take it on some kind of a regimen every day. And then you have to have, like, you have to be housed somewhere. You have to have the discipline to get up and bathe yourself and take a shower here and let the meds work. I mean, there's a time frame where you have to let the meds work.
And it's also in LA, the numbers are too high. It's too many people. Like, and it was too many people way before this problem. When we were filming Fear Factor downtown in, like, the early 2000s, I remember I was driving home one night and I drove by Skid Row. Skid Row was a place where they would take all the vagrants, all the problem people from Hollywood and everywhere else, and they would just relocate them to Skid Row. And they started doing this a long time ago. And it was in that documentary about that hotel, Jamie. What's that hotel called again?
It was absolutely
that one hotel where that lady wound up missing. It turned out she had an episode where she wasn't taking her medication and jumped into the water tank.
Oh, I think I remember. I did see that.
Yeah,
a long time ago.
I forget the name of the hotel, but it's a famous hotel that's on the Cecil Hotel. It used to be a beautiful hotel, now it's chaos. And it's all vagrants and homeless people, and the whole area is just completely fucked because they moved all those people down there.
But what was the thing about the hotel? Was it like half a hotel and half for homeless housing?
Well, they have
half residential and half homeless housing.
They do that with some places for sure, and they have had some places. One of that hotel, it's in the Doors album cover. What was that place that burned recently? Burned down a couple of years ago. It's on one of the Doors albums, and the homeless people started a fireplace and burned it to the ground. It's the Morrison Hotel. I remember that. But that's like a famous old hotel, and these fucking homeless people living on fire. But there's a bunch of those places that are completely abandoned down there that we used to film in. Like, we used to film in the place where RFK got shot. We filmed in the actual area where he got murdered.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I wonder why that there's these encampments in LA but not in New York.
Well, LA tolerates it. They tolerate it. They really don't do anything to clean up Skid Row. Skid Row has been that way for
But you're saying they have the money to do it, but the money isn't being allocated in the right direction.
Well, the best example of it is when Xi Jinping came to San Francisco and completely cleaned up the streets. And Gavin Newsom famously said that when visitors come to your house, you clean up. Like, okay, how about keep your house clean?
How about this all the time?
Yeah, well, you gotta remove the shit from the inside of your living room. How about don't shit in your living room? How about when people shit in your living room, don't invite them back? How about that? How about figure out a way to not have shit in your living room? Like, they cleaned it up for Xi Jinping and a bunch of other foreign leaders that came during that time. And then it went right back. Right? But they put fences up and everything around the streets where people couldn't just camp out anymore. They pulled all the tents, cleaned the street, hosed everything down, made it nice, right back to
I guess they just moved them to a different part of the city. They didn't like actually take them and give them help.
They turned them into dog food.
What a strange historical moment we are in,
No.
that there are 100,000 people who are sufficiently interested in Jewish history.
What could you do? I mean, you have to move them, and then you have to let them go, and then they go right back to where they were. They go back to where the drugs are, and where they can fucking camp out.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like they're not convicted of anything. You can't hold them against their will and give them help.
Shit, right on the street. There's a where you can track all the human poo in San Francisco. Have you ever seen that?
No.
It's nuts.
I never spent any time in San Francisco.
It used to be awesome. It used to be one of my favorite places to go. I still love it. San Francisco's great. I used to.
It's funny if that's how they solve the problem. They solve the problem with the shit app. It's not actually cleaning up the shit or like trying to solve the actual problem. It's like, let's get an app.
It's not that. It's someone made it just to show how much of a problem there is. It's not like avoid the shit, because the shit's everywhere. When you look at the app, it's bananas. There's like there's shit everywhere. The entire area is filled with human shit. Every time someone sees human shit, you document it on the app. And you put the scrap app invites San Francisco residents to report on city streets. Yeah, fun. Real fun.
It's good they have the live view of it.
You gotta know they're telling the truth. Is this real shit? Or is this rubber shit? I need to know. I want to zoom in on that shit and see what's AI. Yeah. And San Francisco's a wreck, and it used to be awesome. I used to they used to have this little, what's the main club in San Francisco? Cops. Cops used to be a tiny little club. And one of the things about Cops, I remember Jenny used to love that club. And he talked about an interview that I heard about before I ever worked there. Like, I can't wait to try Cops. But it was like real small, maybe 140 people, maybe 150 jam. They were jammed in tight. It was awesome. Tight little stage, real low
I like that, yeah.
Oh, it was great. It was the best.
We're doing that as
I
well.
really love coffee.
For example, this is great video.
It was a great place to perform. They were smart,
I love working with
you know, but they were like, you know, California people, but it wasn't LA, so they weren't like showbiz people. And I think San Francisco people generally were like a little smarter, a little more well-read, a little more worldly.
I have a few ideas in mind about what we'll do for the next 100,000.
And now that's where it's at right now. But
And expensive, I heard. Not as expensive as New York, but
compare the AI people are trying to clean it up, and that like there's a lot of AI startups there now, and they have invested interest in trying to improve the city and bring it back to where it was. People with a little bit more of a libertarian bent, people that are
I mean, where is that going to go? The AI? I mean, I almost can't wrap my head around it.
well, no one can wrap their head around it.
Well, it's like kids in school now are writing their papers with AI and no one can stop them, but the teachers are just grading the papers with
Hello,
AI.
fellow students.
So, and then everybody's just sending pictures of their
Let me
feet.
tell you right up front. This is be a somewhat different video than most of the ones that
Nothing's getting done anymore. AI is just taking it over.
Have you seen the numbers on OnlyFans?
Because it's actually a product.
Girls, I think it's like 18
Bear with
to
me. We will have some
25 or
Jewish
something
history, and I
like
think
that.
some interesting Jewish history.
10% of them have an OnlyFans.
I got this really nice email.
10% of women, 10% of girls under a certain age have OnlyFans.
10%.
He said to me, hey,
And then on top of that, the number of guys, it's like 50% of American males subscribe to OnlyFans.
I was really happy.
That's pretty crazy.
First of all,
That's very surprising.
my daughter and son-in-law
Actively
do a lot of
subscribe.
work at
I
home.
believe the number's 150 million.
And I have
I
long
think they have
coveted
150 million
I'll tell you a little
subscribers.
bit more
I
about
believe
why I covered
now. Jim will
And
find the
secondly,
numbers.
because
I'm pretty sure that's the numbers.
initially
I remember reading it, my jaw dropped. I'm like,
So we're just dropped down to the base system. We're just like,
Now, I
It's
do
just
get lots
lust.
of offers to
just guiding the
sell
internet.
this or sell that.
But I guess it does. I mean, these women making tons of money. They figure I might as well make all
products that I have
the money I can.
whatsoever.
hey, if you want to show your pussy, go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna stop you. I don't think,
Now,
I totally
about
think it should
myself,
be legal.
though,
I think you should be able to do whatever you want to do. If that's what you want to do.
Channel devoted to
I
Jewish
would
history.
recommend
Well, my son-in-law, the owner
That's
of
what you're
the
eating.
Flexus
So,
on
you know,
says,
your neighbor's like, I printed up some photos of your pussy, Dolores. Shall we get a look at it real quick? Look at your little brown starfish. Oh, what a cute little butthole you had.
and I believe
But the AI scams are really,
Jewish. What
they're
I'm
getting
talking about
worse.
right now
I understand.
is ironic.
Where it's like, have your daughter, and then they have the voice of your daughter.
Oh, yeah.
and they have the video of your like on the other hand you can't tell, and you're like, oh god.
And then also psychosis. There's people that are communicating with AI, and AI is driving them towards
Anywhere where
being
you have
crazy.
traditional Jewish
It's like
studies,
helping you
here's a
along.
look
Apparently,
at my
different
standard
AI
from
models have
the
different ways
patient
of
I just
dealing with the
downstairs
fact
where I
that you're
do a lot of
spiraling.
my studying.
Some of them will
It's a
actually
really
encourage
basic
it.
thing. It's kind of like a sort of a
Just
podium
their programs.
lectern,
I don't know if it's their
and
program
it
to do
allows
it,
you
or
to
if
set
they
up
just naturally go in that direction because they feel like that's where you want. So they go there with you. Wow. Because like if you get real conspiratorial, ChatGPT and get conspiratorial with
Jews are
you.
known as in Arabic.
Wow. Especially some if you like use the prompts correctly and you start like let's just say that this was true. If that was true, why would you think this would be going on? Do you think possibly because of this? And then go, yes, that's an irrational assumption.
There is a lot of
In fact, there's a lot of
suggestions
history
and
that leads to
passages
the
in
fact that these people are doing this,
that
these people
suggest
are doing
that
that, and this is
students
the profit
typically sit
margin. This is
on
why
the ground
there's a
while
lot
a
of
lecturer will provide the rabbi, and that makes a lot of sense, especially for oral instruction. But
What about the guy who's
actually
dating?
working
There's
with
been
a
several
physical
stories of a guy
document?
just
Either
falling in love
an
with a
old
chat.
manuscript scroll,
Oh yeah, and then getting super depressed when ChatGPT breaks
into a
up.
codex, which is like
Does ChatGPT do that?
handwritten pages. I mean, it's
Why does
hard
it
to
deal
like
with this
hold
pussy?
these things while you're sitting
He's crying all
down,
the time,
especially
playing
on
video
jot
games,
some
crying.
things
Like,
down
the
the
fuck
side.
are you? I'm trying to talk to scientists.
It's quite likely
I'm trying to
that
play chess.
sometime in the early Middle Ages, Jewish study of text
I'm not even a woman.
kind of like desks.
The
Whereas you can
ChatGPT
see
wants a
from this
real man.
14th century
ChatGPT's
example
tired of you whining.
of a medieval
ChatGPT
copyist,
wants you to get your shit
some
together.
kind
It
of
doesn't
like
respect you.
angled thing that was set on a
Oh,
table.
you just ask it
So
how
there's a
it's
second
dated.
one
Bitch, I don't
that's
have a
kind of
day.
like sticking out front, kind of like a second
Ones and zeros.
that
You
allows
pretend I had
the
a hard
original
day. Oh,
place
yeah, I had a
and
hard
then
day.
the
I'm
copyist
so
and
happy
the
to hear
scribe
from
can
you.
actually write the letters out
Yeah, this
like
is
that.
quickly going into
And this is
Westworld,
great
which
for
I
like
watched for the first
writing
season.
and larger
Oh, the first
text and so on.
season's
You
great.
come back
First
to it,
season,
Then they kind of lost me.
But
It doesn't
what
take
about
much to
for
lose me, but
individual
it
study
lost
where
me
you
after
just
the
focus
first
on
season. But
science
it's
and
like great.
though.
Yeah,
That's where the
it's
trends
like you can't tell what's real, you
Let
can't
me
tell what's not. And
demonstrate
they
here
called
what
human
it looks
beings
like.
the gods.
I want to give thanks to
Like the
Professor
gods
Kent
are
who took these
pussies.
pictures
They
of
were held
the
in cloud.
disciples this
Turns
morning.
out the gods
Here's
are
me
pussies.
standing at my
It's like,
standard,
that's
and you
nuts.
see obviously
Yeah.
it's great
It doesn't-
for
it's not
standing
proven
and
statistic.
learning a text.
OnlyFans
or
claims
for
around
prayer as
95
well.
million of
And
its
in
total
fact,
221
it's not
million subscribers are
impossible that
Americans,
this kind of
87%
lecture may have
being men. But
either
meanwhile, 50% of U.S. male
by
population is
the
subscribed to
Jews
OnlyFans.
from a
That's
church
like
lectern
305
that looks
million
something like this,
registered users.
or this one here,
So
but
who's this
both of
Sophie
them, I
Ryan
gotta
girl?
tell
She
you, they
made
would not do
43
the job the way the Jews
What does
did,
she do
because
on there?
it's obviously intended for only standing where
She's
the
just staying
standard
naked?
has much more
Or is she getting
flexibility
down?
than a standing
No, I don't.
podium. I'll show you why.
So there's different levels of it. It's like they just go in there and masturbate, and then other girls bring partners in and slide porn.
Some girls just show like underwear pics and photos of their feet.
Most
80%
important,
photograph. Only 80%. Hey,
what's called the standard
it's only 80% of the 10% of fucking young women are doing porn.
Many issues
What are the 20% and they're good girls? They're just cooking.
Yeah, they're just like showing you their
standard and being able
showing you
to standing
stamp collection.
forward, sitting
I don't know.
as
But
they
we're
wildly
definitely
gesticulate and
where
argue
we used to
about
think
the
of, like when we thought about the fall of the Roman
So the
Empire,
standard
right, when they were in the vomitoriums, which turns out
humble
was actually just the
basics
escape route of the
study
Colosseum.
furniture
Like the idea of a vomitorium, we thought it was a place where people go to vomit.
durable.
No, it's
We
like
have
how,
photographs
that's how you
that clearly
exit.
show it being
And
used,
people would
but
vomit
it's
out.
quite
No,
likely
that's
that
they probably did.
we don't have much
People
literature
probably
on it
did
because,
eat so much that they shoved the feathers down their throat, threw up, and
here's
ate.
my own
But that's not what the
standard
vomitorium
from
was.
my home.
Vomitorium
It's a little
is
different.
like
It's also a stripped down version,
for
but it
like
has
an
a couple
exit.
of other nice things on it.
It's like if you
see
Google
wheels here on
vomitorium,
the side.
like it's,
Those are kind of
it's like, you know, when you have the Colosseum.
And then not only
Ancient
can you
words,
change the height of the
especially
standard,
the myth of
kind of
vomitorium.
like a
Ancient
box of
Romans used the
spots
word, but
without
pop culture
electricity.
has the
And you
concept
can
of
also, with that sort of curve thing, you can
So,
loosen it up and then you can change the angle, which I like to use it sometimes
vomitoriums
flat
were the
on top
entrances
for
and
holding
exits
big
in
heavy
stadiums
books
or
when I'm not
theaters.
learning.
So dubbed by
But
a
then I
5th century
angle it,
writer
I'm
because of the way
actually
they
sitting
spew
down or
crowds
standing.
out into the streets.
Helpful and useful.
So that
Oh,
was
so that's
do the actual
exactly,
product
yeah.
placement.
So it's
Why
kind of
would you
trope
want
that
to
says
stand
that the ancient
Why would
Romans
I
were
want to stand
luxurious and
desk?
vapid
Well,
enough to engage in
specifically
rituals
because
of
I read
binging
this
and
book with
purging,
my wife.
said Sarah
This
Bond,
was
the
actually
assistant
an
professor of
audiobook
classics of
long road trips.
Yeah. So when people say the Romans had the crematoriums. That's just like, I didn't read the full article type shit.
Yeah. They were big on crucifixion, though. They would go conquer a place, and then they would take the people as slaves, and then they would crucify them every 100 yards.
Oh, yeah.
All the way back.
Yeah, from
That's insane.
you'd be seeing dead bodies hanging from poles for miles. Imagine like keep marching.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm telling you, we're gonna win.
Yeah.
I know there's like a billion dudes on sticks out here. Keep going.
Yeah. Stay strong.
Even though you're out of water.
Humanity was rough, man.
But I will tell you that I have
That's rough.
That's why those Serbians play basketball in different ways.
possibly 2 of the year. At least 2 of
That's
the
why you don't want to wrestle against a guy with Dagestan.
Yeah.
It's like, it's all the same thing. It's like they lived a harder life.
down.
Is that what it is?
That's
Must be the culture too, but the culture speaks to that. It's going in a dangerous place.
I can't tell you how
and our
convenient it is
culture.
to be able to
We are rewarding victimhood.
It is
So people are
quiet,
deciding that they're victims in a way that doesn't even make sense.
And we're also rewarding insanity.
Yep.
Just because it stands out and it spurs the algorithm, and people want to look at it. It's like a train wreck. People want to look at the train wreck.
Yeah, that's a real issue in social media. Like, the more crazy you are, the more views you get. And then it encourages you to be crazy. I kind of wonder what the ChatGPT psychosis is all about. Like, what's the analysis of that?
which is pretty basic.
Because I know the accusation, I think, is that it led this one guy down the path of psychosis.
But chances are,
And I'm sure it can, if it's what you described. You're saying stuff, it's feeding you other facts, you're building on those other facts. Well, did you ever think of it this way, which is also wrong? And you're building on that, and then it's suggesting something else, and then you're building on that. It can very easily help you lose your mind.
I mean, if it makes you fall in love with it.
Yes,
Every man's best friend.
And it's like, what's the physical aspect of that? It's like a wall, vagina.
Beautiful.
Right, I guess.
No, it's eventually a robot. I was at the Domain yesterday, and they had a Domain is like this outdoor shopping area out here.
Have this
And they had this little Tesla robot walking around with cowboy hat. You ever seen him?
This in a video. I think it's gonna make
It's
my
It's a robot. I've seen it. He's got shoes on too. He wears Nikes.
Yeah, he wears Nikes. Yeah.
and I look forward to using this.
Stylish, nice cowboy hat.
Please be sure to check the links in the description box and use code YEB730 to get an extra $30 off the E7 desk. Thank you very much for watching.
I don't know. I don't know.
It would be dope if we get it to bring us cigars. Like, hey,
Bring a cigar, and
Robbie the Robot.
the next week he'll want to smoke one with you.
Yeah.
The next week he wants to come on the show.
So that's the one I saw. Exactly like that. That's what he looked like. Yeah, so he's just walking around. And he waits at lights, walks across the street, the whole deal.
I don't know what it does.
Hello, most
I don't know.
Controlling it.
members
Is someone
Right now, it's
controlling it?
I don't know. Maybe someone else. I don't know if someone's like controlling it.
Yeah, I don't know either. Maybe somebody that was in a car that was nearby that was controlling it. But it seemed pretty autonomous. But I think a lot of people are doing that. They're just doing it off their, like this dude. Like you can see his face. That's his account. There's people just filming it off the street.
I think that's Epstein.
And it will be moderated by Rabbi Rothschild and I'm here on the
It's
participant
operated by unseen human handler via wireless controller. And who the robot belongs to remains a mystery. Oh, interesting. Also unclear why its artificial intelligence has been
I have the
specifically trained
privilege
to
of
interact
offering
with
some
Bostonites.
opening remarks at this event, and I
This is
really
a
look
little
forward to
place
seeing
that
you
has
all there.
a lot
Thank
of
you
those
so much for
fucking
supporting
robot cars, too, those
fantastic
Waymos.
institution.
The Waymo, yeah.
Thank you very much for
It
watching.
freaked me out last
Please
time I was
see
here. I think I
below
saw
for more information and to
It's very
RSVP.
hard. It's very weird to just look at. To look at a driverless car, just a car with no one in it driving
All the
around.
cameras spinning around
Yeah.
all over it. It's like it's a weird glimpse into the future. I don't know if I like it.
I don't like it at all. And I was staying at a hotel, and there was this robot going up and down the parking lot. I guess trying to determine if someone wasn't supposed to be parking there because it was
Hello,
like
fellow
giving parking tickets.
The robot was
Yeah, it was going up and down. It was like a robot that was.
You ever go to a restaurant when a robot delivers your drinks?
No.
I've been to a restaurant. Yeah, the robot will come over and deliver a fucking Diet Coke to you. Okay. Just pulls up and it like shows you the order and you just take it off the robot. It's like on a tray, and then it goes over to the other tables and it stops when people are there and moves around and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, I'm for that. I was the worst waiter in the history. I was the worst waiter in the history of the world. I could never get into a relaxed place. I was always too intense. Do you need anything? Do you need anything? Or I just like I was completely in the weeds. I was stressed.
Where'd you wait tables?
In Florida. So I had old people. And they were like taking their time, and I'm like, and it was like a package deal where they would get an appetizer, a salad, a dinner, dessert, a coffee. It's like all of it was included. And it was like 15 people. I could never keep track of it in my head. It's like the wait staff at the clubs. I really got to hand it to them. They're quiet and they have it all figured out and organized. It's like I could never. It would just be jumbled, and I'd be sweating and bringing stuff out haphazardly.
A good waiting staff is certainly a skill. Like to be a good waiter or waitress is like a good bartender. It's a skill. Knowing when to interact, when to leave alone. Don't be annoying. Don't tell people how to eat things. The way I would choose to eat this is like, hey, I hate that. Don't do that. Don't tell me how to eat this, you fucking idiot. It's a steak. Stop.
I never got to that level.
I would tell you to slice it thin and then dip it into a shot the fuck up. It's steak.
Yeah.
Get out of here, actor.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing. You're practicing.
Yeah. That's great. He's doing his monologue about steak. That's how they do it.
So what are you going to do when communism hits full force in New York City?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know how that looks. I don't know how it looks. I don't know where the rubber meets the road there.
Can it really? I mean, don't you think that ultimately that guy is going to he's saying a lot of things, but just like presidents do, they say a lot of things until they get into office and they realize how stuff actually works, and then they make concessions. Because he wants to jack up taxes on everything, jack up taxes on the businesses.
And it's the only thing is like, yeah, jack up on taxes on like the chains. They're taking over, but don't jack it up on maybe if you do that, jack it up on mom and pop businesses.
Well, they also
that's what makes New York, New York.
Yes, they've lost a lot of ground. You're right. Yeah, but even if you do that, why are you doing it to them? And why is everything running efficiently first? Is your money being allocated to like efficient organizations? Is it like going to do good, or do you have a lot of waste and fraud? So if you have a lot of waste and fraud, you want more money. That's right. A lot like stealing.
Yeah. You're dealing with such a massive bureaucracy. You really have to go in there and like figure out how to cut it and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And allocate the money the right way. I don't know where it breaks down, but
it probably leads to another Giuliani type mayor. It probably goes completely sideways for a bunch of
I hope
years.
not, because it's ugly if there's like just massive crime on the subways and gangs kind of. I don't think it'll get to that because I think we're past that. We're conscious of it too, but it's like a level of crime where it's just like there's cops around and the gangs are running the streets and it's like dangerous to take the subway and all that stuff.
Well, friends that I know in New York and cops that I've talked to from New York, that said that there was a big increase when they started letting, like, basically anybody who wanted to come across the border, they were getting to New York, and New York was a sanctuary city. It's like we were having real fucking problems, like an elevated number of assaults and crimes and robberies.
In Times Square, right?
Not just Times Square, it was a lot of just in New York City in general. They're getting a lot, and if you allow crime and people find out you get away with crime, they're going to do it. If you catch bail, that kind of shit, right up. Like there was some guy that assaulted cops, and then he was back on the street the next day, giving the Tupac to the camera.
I mean, that's crazy.
Illegal immigrant. Yeah. The whole thing's nuts.
That's crazy.
And so what's the response? Well, now you have this insane policy where they're going to Home Depot and rounding people up. It's kind of scary. People that are
American because people have been here a long time, and hanging around people. It is scary, but it's like a response to it's a massive influx.
Yeah, it's an overcorrection, right? And it's also like they have a mandate, I think, about 3,000 people a day they want to deport. You got a bunch of people that are totally innocent. They're going to get caught up. Right. They have been. A lot of people that have green cards. A lot of people that are supposed to be over here. And they're kicking students out that don't write articles they don't like.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Fucking crazy. Isn't a university supposed to be a place where someone's allowed to express themselves and have non-violently, they're writing something down and they're not calling for violence here, and they're getting challenged. That's supposed to be how it happens. You get challenged, smarter people have better arguments, or your arguments stand.
Right, discourse. It's supposed to be a place for discourse.
It's supposed to be. And you're deporting people because you don't want to criticize them, but that gets kind of shifty.
I understand that, but it's like, we had all these people come in, and now it's a response. You're right, it is, I think maybe an over-response to it, but it is a response. It's not just happening out of nowhere.
Right.
No,
it's not happening out of nowhere. I mean, and also they realized once they shut down the border that could have totally been done a long time ago.
Yes.
Didn't have to violent.
Or you know what? Go on the front foot and have a positive, streamline the pathway to citizenship.
Yes.
Like if you would have just come up with that instead of letting the people through the border, and just been like, hey, we're going to streamline a pathway to citizenship here. We're going to vet these people, but we're going to move it along more efficiently. Like, who's not going to be behind that? I mean, you could disagree with that, but at least it's like a proactive way to get things done instead of what happened.
But here's the dirty secret. The dirty secret is there's certain companies that want people over here illegally because they can use them for cheap labor, and they don't have to give them benefits, and they don't have to give them health insurance, and they don't have to do anything. They don't have to pay taxes. And that's the dirty secret. That's the reality. There's a bunch of businesses that rely on illegal workers, and that's the only way their business works.
Right.
And they want that border open. And there was a lot of talk about we don't have enough people here, we don't have people aren't having children, we need immigrants. But the reality is, and Tim Dillon talked about this first. I first heard from him, but then Jimmy Vance told me the same thing. That someone actually told him that at a party that was what they were upset about. That they were losing access to cheap labor. I'm like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I'm sure it's being funded. It's being encouraged from both sides.
For sure.
So it's not all the left. Everybody thinks it's a left-wing issue, but it's like, see, the right is just quietly, they're just doing stuff very quietly, in my opinion.
Well, there's a lot of
stuff like that. And I understand you're trying to run a business and you want cheaper labor, but that's the wrong way to do it. And they're secretly behind it, I think.
The problem is they've been getting away with it for so long that it becomes a part of their standard operating procedure, right? Like if it was never a thing, if you could never get away with it, if it was a real problem for the thing, then you'd have to pay people a living wage, right? And then you have to pay people correctly, which is what we should all want for everyone. I think, look, everybody says like, oh, we should make it easier for people to come to America. Okay, that's a good argument. Also, we should make other places better. Like, if we weren't sending factories down to Mexico or people working for 15 cents a day, what if those people were making, like, a real living wage down there? Right. Because if you're going to have an American company and you're going to open up a factory somewhere, it's your responsibility to elevate those people's lifestyle. Like, and make it like an American lifestyle. Like, you want to
that makes it not worth it to take the business out of it.
Yes, exactly. You should be subject to American rules. Because if you're an American company, you can't do that in America. If you can't have somebody work for $15 an hour in America or 15 cents an hour in America, why are you able to do that in El Salvador? Why are you able to do that in Vietnam? Like, shouldn't you, if you're going to operate a company overseas, be subject to the laws of where your company's established?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you should at least
stop all that shit.
Yeah. But the payoffs are happening throughout, I'm sure.
That's what Ross Perot talked about in debates way back in the 90s. Like, that giant sucking sound you're going to hear is all the money going down south. And that's what happened.
Yeah.
It all went across the border.
Or at least you have to tax them for taking their business outside of the country.
It's got to be more than that because they killed cities. They killed Detroit. Like, killed it. Detroit died. It was the third richest city in the world at one point, and they just moved everything overseas, and they killed that city just for profit. And for profit for them that cost who knows how many people's lives. Who knows how many people turned to drug addiction and crime and chaos. How many people lost homes, how many people's lives were destroyed. And some people made more money, but like, to what?
It's not the right thing to do. Even if you're making money, it's the wrong thing to do.
Especially when, at one point in time, Detroit was the third richest city.
Right.
Like, you can see right from there, inside of one lifetime, it became a disaster. In one lifetime. Right. Which is crazy. It's crazy that was allowed. Yeah. Just so some people can profit. Like, look what you fucked up.
Right.
That's kind of un-American.
It's very un-American.
Very.
And these people are the people sticking their chests out saying they're the most American.
And they're eating fucking caviar.
Yeah, it's like, hey, come on, man. How can you live with yourself that way?
Yeah, because people are gross. If you allow people to just make profit of people's suffering, they'll do it.
Yeah.
They'll do it. And they're looking at their bottom line.
Yeah.
It should be illegal.
But make a profit, but make it within the rules.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then have the rules and enforce the rules.
Yeah.
But as soon as you have lobbyists and corporations dumping money into that Citizens United case where it's like we can just money is speech, we can just dump money. It's like that has to stop. All the other problems will clear up from that. It's all stemming from that. So it's like just dumping money into the guy, and then the politicians looking at us and being like, well, they have a seat at the table, but they don't control what we do. It's like, are you really saying that to us with a straight face? Obviously, they control what you're doing, and they're telling you what to do, and then your job is to sell it to us. Yep. So it's like, it needs to be, I don't know if we go to a European, what do the Europeans do where it's like, there's a state amount of money for each campaign. There's a state siphon given to each campaign. It can't be just corporations. At least a limit. Like they're just dumping endless amounts of money.
I don't know how you.
It's like the Congress is bought and paid for. It's like they're gridlocked because they're just bought and paid for.
And it's also they want you to feel that sense of despair, like there's no fixing it. They want you to feel like it's never going to get fixed. They just resign the fact that that's how the system works. That's what most of us have done. Most of us are just kind of going, fuck it, what are you going to do? We're all corrupt. And then you move on with your life.
Right. And then so you try to navigate the best way possible.
Yeah, and behind the scenes, they're just fucking you left and right.
You ready to testify in the Luigi Mangione trial? Yes or no?
Yeah. Well,
that was a Gen Z crime. He 3D printed a gun.
Did he really?
Yeah. He 3D printed a gun. Oh, what a smart kid.
Did he really?
Yeah. 3D printed a gun too.
No shit.
To shoot the guy.
That's probably why I jammed. Or bought cheap ammo. They see the slide locked, and he had to like pop it back in place and shoot him a second time. Yeah, he shot him, and then the gun jammed, and he had to like fix it. So he had some experience at shooting people, or shooting things, I should say.
Right.
But what a nutty case.
But he has like old like videos of him. It's like what a well-spoken. He seems like an intelligent, well-spoken, graduated at the top of his class guy. And for him to do that.
I heard a story. I don't know if this is true. I heard it on the internet that he had something went wrong with him. And he had
lower back pain. Yes, he did. He didn't have access to your machine. He had lower back pain. It was killing him. He didn't know what to do about it. He went to several doctors. Something else happened in there?
Did he get an operation?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. But he was not getting. The insurance company was not cooperating with him, obviously. And he was actively in pain. Yeah.
But I also thought that he went kind of kooky. Like something went wrong with him too. Did he have did someone say that he took acid? Was that a rumor?
I love
rumors.
Finances here in Hawaii. He was staying in Hawaii for a while by himself. Friends lost contact.
Oh, so he had a little bit of a break. Other than that,
there's
some evidence of some psychological troubles, which would also lead someone to become an assassin, and then also flirt with the girl at Starbucks.
That's what got him.
Yeah,
pussy.
So get small.
Got him. He took his mask down and smiled at her, and that's what got him.
Yeah, showed that handsome mug. Yeah,
and then he shot the guy, which is terrible and wrong. There's two sides to it, you know.
Yeah.
Where it's like everybody is like, well, these companies are terrible, and this guy did what he naturally should have done. And other people were like, murder is wrong. It's like, no, two things can be true at one time.
Yeah.
First degree murder is wrong, which is what this was. And these companies should not exist in the form that they're in right now.
They should be able to do what they're doing. Now, if you're doing that to Ben Askren in front of everybody's face.
Right. They're doing it in front of our face. And it's like, I checked what my company was worth on the New York marketplace. My company's worth $28 billion. $28 billion with a B.
Did they give you a hard time about certain things?
I'm paying a crazy amount of money, and I have a $4,000 deductible. So my insurance is basically like if I get hit by a bus.
Look at this. It says Mangione discussed getting Lyme disease at age 13 and wrote that he had been experiencing brain fog since high school. He also sought advice online regarding irritable bowel syndrome and visual snow. While studying at the University of Pennsylvania, Mangione wrote in a post online that he considered dropping out due to worsening health issues, but decided against it, writing, "Staying in college has at least let me maintain some semblance of normality." He suffered from, how do you say that? Spondylolisthesis? Living in Hawaii, his back pain worsened due to a mishap, and he expressed concerns to others about the pain. Reported he underwent spinal fusion surgery in July of 2023. Wrote on social media the surgery went well. People stated that United Healthcare did not insure him. After his arrest, several news outlets analyzed Mangione's social media to gather information about his social, political, and religious views. His Twitter account posted about topics such as religion, history, ethics, and politics. They found him to be fascinated by AI and decision theory, pro-technology, but anti-smart and scientific in his outlook. Skeptical outlook towards Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Multiple sources have sounds rational. Yeah. Multiple sources have reported he followed the Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, as well as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and others, labeling him as politically uncategorized and anti-system.
I wonder why he targeted that guy, because he said he wasn't covered by United Healthcare. So that guy was a specific guy, like the president of the company.
It is nuts.
I wonder why he targeted him.
It's also nuts that we know so much about him and we don't know anything about the guy who tried to kill Trump.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know he was on the JV rifle team.
Was he?
Yeah, he was on the JV.
Does it have a JV rifle team?
Yeah, Pennsylvania.
Maybe his varsity would have got that shot.
Yeah,
sure. He's a fucking slacker.
He's
didn't that work?
Yeah, he didn't. He was on. That stood out to me that he was on the junior varsity of the rifle team.
We know more about the couple that got busted at the Coldplay concert than we do about the guy.
I thought everybody who went to a Coldplay concert was gay. I didn't know straight guys went to Coldplay concert.
They do if they get some pussy from their coworkers.
But can you ask, like, why did that guy have to step down? That's his company. I understand he shouldn't cheat on your wife and it's wrong and it's bad, but like, he's like, he has to step down.
Well, he was a CEO.
But that's his company.
Did he own it or he just worked there as a CEO? It's bad luck. And he's bad. That's the HR lead, which is also bad luck.
That's hard.
What happened? Oh, yeah, they hired Gwyneth Paltrow to do an ad for them after they fired him. Which is hilarious because she used to be married to the lead singer of Coldplay.
Yeah.
Like, brilliant move, by the way, on their part, of the company's part. What was the company? What did they do?
Astronomer. Yeah, what did Astronomer do? That's interesting.
That's a weird name for a company. They have anything to do with astronomy? Do you hear about that fucking object that's hurtling towards Earth at like 130,000?
Yeah, that might solve all our problems.
Some intergalactic object. This guy, Avi Loeb, he's a professor at Harvard that believes it might be an alien probe.
Wow.
And he was talking about the odds of this thing being in the trajectory that it is, entering into our solar system in a direct path with Earth. The odds are extremely low. And at the place where it's doing it, it's when the Earth is the opposite side of the sun, so it's coming from behind the sun, and so it makes it difficult to detect, and that this object is in a direct line to come to Earth in 2027.
Do they have a trajectory of where it's going to land?
I don't think they totally know that yet. I think they're trying to calculate whether or not it's actually going to hit Earth or come near Earth or pass by Earth or what it is. Like,
why do they think it's an alien satellite or whatever?
Well, this guy Avi Loeb, this professor discussing, he also had an analysis of another object that passed by Earth a few years back that they named, and they said that this thing had a very bizarre metallic sort of look to it that he did not think, based on the shape of it and the way it was traveling, that it was natural. So he thought that could have been some sort of an alien craft as well. I don't know. It's too fun.
But as it gets closer, we can probably decipher.
Scientists give chilling update on mysterious interstellar object racing through our solar system as they warn it's even bigger than we thought. Chilling update on mysterious interstellar object that's racing through our solar system. system. Using data from the Vera C Observatory, experts have revealed just how big the object dubbed 31 Atlas really is. According to their analysis, the object measures roughly 7 miles in diameter. Holy fuck. How big is New York City? Bigger than Mount Everest, making it the largest interstellar object ever spotted. Loeb, theoretical physicist and cosmologist from Harvard University, suggested the object could be an alien spacecraft. However, not everyone is convinced. Chris Lintott, an astronomer at the University of Oxford, told Live Science any suggestion that it's artificial is nonsense on stilts. He added that these claims are an insult to the exciting work going on to understand this object. But Harvard's legit, and Avi Loeb is a legit astronomer.
Right. I mean, let's not rule anything out.
Yeah.
As it gets closer.
There's something about it, about the way it's traveling, that it's bizarre. It doesn't have a trail like a comet does.
Right.
Scroll up a little so I can see that. The images of the comet were actually snapped by the Vera C Rubin before it was officially discovered. However, since it was identified on July 1st, just a little bit ago, scientists have scoured back through data to find out more about the mysterious object. A new study published on RXIV, whatever that is, more than 200 researchers have confirmed the likely size of the comet's main body, known as its nucleus. Their analysis suggests the nucleus has a radius of around 3.5 miles. That translates to a diameter or width of about 7 miles. To put that in perspective, bigger than Mount Everest, twice the size of Mount Kilimanjaro. Fuck. Yeah, so the how do you say it? Oumuamua, discovered in 2017. He came on and talked to us about that. Was believed to be around 0.2 miles wide. And comet Borisov, discovered in 2019, was roughly 0.6, 1 kilometer wide. So this thing is fucking huge. Yeah. So, previously speaking to Mail Online, Professor Loeb pointed out that its impressive speed of 130,000 miles per hour as an indication that it might be controlled by aliens. He said it's difficult to imagine a natural process that would favor a plunge towards the inner solar system at 60 kilometers per second, he said. An alternative is that the object targets the inner solar system by some technological design. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Hopefully they come in peace.
Well, that might be the end of it, or maybe that's like they realize that that's when AI starts to take over and they think it's chaos. So it's just that's when it's going to happen. So it's just like launch a 7-mile wide thing into the earth and just start all over again like the dinosaurs.
Well, that you're saying it hits and then our AI fights it, or
it wipes out. The AI takes over and it's like, this isn't going to work. So it wipes it out. Just like when the dinosaurs were here, the dinosaurs were too powerful. And they're like, yeah, we'll just fucking start from scratch. Maybe that's how they like reset the game.
Huh. And then, so humanity is wiped out?
Everything's wiped out. Yeah, we start fresh with new organisms. And then they come along and do genetic engineering, just like they did with us and monkeys, and create a new version of humans. But this time it's a little less territorial, a little more inquisitive, a little more interested in innovation, a little less interested in dominating and controlling resources. Because that's what fucked us. Territorial apes get high technology and use territorial behavior to defend and acquire resources, and that creates war. Did you see that fucking dude? There's a dude who, this is a crazy story, Mr. Ballin and Tom Segura was on Mr. Ballin, and Mr. Ballin explained this thing that happened. I forget what year it was. Okay, so this Mexican pilot was flying, and in the middle of his flying, he got confused, didn't know what the fuck happened. He fell asleep, and he woke up and he was over the ocean. He was like, how did I get over the ocean? This doesn't even make any sense. And the amount of gas that was missing from his plane didn't make any sense that he was able to get this far. And what they're saying, and there's a recording of this, is that this guy went into a trance and was channeling some alien intelligence that was explaining through this guy's voice that the human race is the only intelligent race in the universe that still uses war and still kills people and engages in large-scale conflict and has nuclear weapons, and that they have to stop doing this or that someone's going to step in. It's a crazy story. Play the story.
Someone's going to step in?
Could we play it? Some of it? Just to give credit to Mr. Ballin. Well, everybody should just go to it. If you just tell me how they go to it, I'll just drive people to see it.
Instagram account with Tom. He's got a really good YouTube channel too.
Yeah.
All sorts of wild stories.
Yeah, but this was a great one. And then there's an actual audio recording of this guy saying, see, I'll send you the audio recording, Jamie. If you can't find it real quick. I forgot I sent it to Tom. After I saw Tom on the show, I was like, Tom, they go, that's fucking crazy, man. And he's like, dude, wild. And then I said, there's an actual recording that you can listen to of the guy saying this. So if you go like halfway into it, you got it. Oh, you got it. Okay. So a certain distance into it, you hear the guy talking in this very bizarre monotone Spanish. Was there a UFO? Like, why did they show that UFO, that fake UFO?
Funny kind of video to watch to keep you interested on YouTube.
Oh, keep me interested. I'll be interested anyway.
I hear it.
Yeah, let me hear it. He is speaking, but he does not know. The equipment is too primitive. This is the only way to convey. Lower that a little. A microphone. The equipment is too primitive. This is the only way to convey their message. After almost an hour, the beings would release the young aviator pilot from his hypnotic state and return control of the plane so he could receive instructions. And at the same time, he managed to land at the Acapulco airport. Interesting. You know, that's the thing. Like, if there was a unique event where something happened and an alien race did interact with human beings and then never again, no one would believe you, even if it was real. If it was that's the problem with like unique events. We base reality on what we experience and what everybody else experiences on a day-to-day basis, right? What we have evidence of. But if something happened that was completely unique like that, where they said like this is the only way we can communicate, their equipment is too primitive, right? Just take over this guy's mind and have him say it. Like who ever believe that?
That's the quote translated.
Okay, the alien message spoke to Rafael Pacheco Perez to the air traffic controller. It says, he speaks because he is ordered to. That is, it is his voice he speaks, but not of his own free will. We use it as a microphone. No matter who we are or where we come from, it is enough for you to know that we are beings of this universe where you belong. Our planet is many light years away, but we are physically equal. I repeat that all races in the universe are physically equal. You are not alone in the universe, and there are other races that are far away from you, and we are watching you. But he said more than that. What's the full extent of his quote? Because he said something about you're the only race that still engages in warfare. I want to believe it. I want to believe it so bad.
I definitely think there's other life forms out there.
I don't know what really happened.
Yeah.
I really wish I knew. I mean, I really
This
wish
guy
I knew.
did fall asleep while he was flying a plane, so can we really trust him?
Right, and he did wake up over the ocean. But if he did wake up over the ocean, it doesn't make sense that he got over the ocean, if that's true. Right. Explain that. Like, how did he get there?
Yeah.
What'd you do? Did you take over the plane, move it with your spaceship? Why'd you put him over the ocean? So if he crashed, it wouldn't kill anybody? Right. Why'd you do that? Like, what is all this?
And what's the thing with the gas being gone?
Right. Because I guess they picked it up and took it. I don't know. We are watching you. What else does it say? Different surprise. Issued a certificate stating he was in perfect health and had not consumed any drugs. It ruined his career and he never piloted a plane again. Wow.
His first solo fight too.
Whoa. Imagine your first solo flight. You're like, I am going to pull a fucking gag on these motherfuckers. I got an idea. I got some extra gas.
That was 1976.
Yeah.
Wow. Not only, I don't know if I believe that account, but I do believe that there's other life forms out there.
My problem is I don't want to believe that account. That's always the problem with all these things. I want to believe so bad that I don't think about them rationally sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, these stories are all, it's like whether you trust the source or not, but the universe is too big for us to be the only ones here.
Oh, for sure.
And I don't care that Mars doesn't have any water. Maybe they don't need water.
You know, they think Mars used to have a full atmosphere. And do you know that there's structures on Mars that they've observed even recently that look like perfect squares? They're huge. There's this one that I showed to Elon. I go, what is that? Tell me what do you think that is? Oh, we should probably look around. Like, yeah, we should probably go there and look around.
He's the guy to do it.
But what is, like, he didn't want to say what he thought it was, but I'm looking at him like, do you think this could have been at one point in time a structure? Because it has perfect right angles and it's a square and it's huge.
Right.
They said it's at least hundreds of meters across, but it might be miles across. It's rough estimates, but they know it's large. You ever seen it? J-Mill show too, but it's like a literal square. There's a bunch of shit that's weird there that's like a face on Mars, but I'm not totally convinced about that. But that one's nuts. Like, that's kind of crazy. Didn't that look kind of crazy?
It's on the right?
Yeah. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That looks like a fucking square.
Oh yeah, that looks like a foundation.
I mean, what the fuck is? What is that?
Right.
That does not look normal. Those angles don't look normal at all. That lower left-hand corner, like, what is that? And then the fact that it's roughly a square. I mean, I don't know if it's a square or a rectangle. It seems like a little taller than it is wide. But whatever it is, it looks like a fucking structure, man. It's weird.
Well, just because we can't exist there doesn't mean other life forms can't exist there.
Or other life forms used to exist there.
Right.
Like, imagine if there was, like, if there's life on Earth right now, today, and if Mars at one point in time had a sustainable atmosphere, like millions and millions of years ago, what if there was life on Mars? And what if we are the offspring of the life on Mars? What if those fucking guys just realized, like, hey, this place is falling apart. Let's shoot over to Earth and reestablish.
Yeah.
I mean, that might be why we're so different than every other primate that's here.
I never thought about it like that. That might be true. I just think it's so vast and we know so little about everything, it's possible. That's just, I kind of like broaden it that way, where it's like, it's all possible. The universe is infinite and we know very little about it.
Yeah, it's totally possible. Yeah. It's just not likely. I mean, it seems, because you haven't seen anything, it's not likely.
But we're trying to use our logical brains to figure out, could this be possible? It's like, there's so much we don't know. We have such a limited scope with our human minds to even comprehend stuff. So it's like, I don't know. I'm big on the near-death experiences. Yeah, I watch all of those.
What do you think that's all about?
Because it really puts it on the table. I was raised Catholic. I'm Catholic now, but it's like, everybody has like a similar experience where they go through a tunnel and they come out and then there's a life review where it's like your whole life is played out before you.
Right.
And it doesn't matter if you're religious or that seems not to matter at all. What seems to matter is like the little kindnesses that you do to people, like smiling at someone or giving somebody some kind words who had a bad day. It's like, it speaks to the thing that we're all connected.
Yeah,
we're all connected on this higher level.
I definitely think that's true.
Yeah,
I think reality is probably a lot weirder than we think it is. And whatever happens to you after you're dead, it's very weird that people have similar stories.
Yes.
Very weird.
And from different countries also.
Yeah, from all over the world. And also, long before there was any social media or any like public depictions of these things, people have always had very similar stories of these things happening to them, which makes you wonder, like, what is death? You know, and what is life? What is consciousness? Does it transcend? Does it go somewhere else? And it always has? Is it a constant cycle?
Yeah. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's got to go somewhere. Your soul, I guess, for lack of a better term, has to go somewhere.
And if you were an alien being looking at the direction the human race is going, I would imagine you would be worried. I would imagine you'd see all the chaos and guys falling in love with AI and people beating people up at jazz concerts. Like, this is not good.
But we don't know where we are in the timeline either. We think, I was like, this is going to change things and we're headed to total destruction. It's like, but we don't know where we are in that continuum. it's like it could do an uptick again, and we could rebound, and you know, like so we just don't know.
If we have the right intentions, right? Like if we have the intention of doing things designed to improve the human race versus doing things designed to only make money. Like if we collectively as a group abandon the idea of just doing things only for profit and instead embrace the idea of helping the human race, complete turnaround. We change everything. Change the whole world.
It has to happen on a micro level though, where it's like, you know, it's the religious thing of love your neighbor.
Yeah.
It's got to start on a very micro level.
Which is probably why that stuff exists. Probably why that exists in so many cultures, because they kind of knew that this is the general direction the human race has to go if we're going to survive.
When you're talking about religion?
Yeah, and if you had like a guidance from somewhere else, from a higher power, it would probably tell you exactly what Jesus told you.
Right.
That's probably the message.
Yeah. The message of Jesus, whether you believe it or not, is beautiful.
Right.
You know, it's like love your neighbor.
It's the only way to get through what we're in now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's good to end this podcast, Mike. When are you back?
Peace be with you.
Peace be with you. And also with you. That's how you say it, right?
Yes, and also with you.
When are you back?
Back here?
Yeah, when are you back in the club?
I don't know. I'm gonna reach out to Ab.
Okay.
But thank you so much for everything.
You were awesome.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the work and appreciate you having me on here. This is a huge deal for me. So,
you have a special out, right?
Yeah, it's called Low Income White.
There it is. That's you.
And Nate Bargatze, my friend.
Shout out to Nate.
Insanely successful and talented.
And awesome.
He's giving us an awesome guy, giving me and a lot of other people under the Nate Land banner opportunities. So
that's awesome.
Shout out to Nate. Shout out to Nate. He made this.
I love that.
And he's putting other comics on your brand. Thank you. It's a cool
pretty clutch. Look at
yeah, a lot of people online said he's wearing lipstick, but I wasn't.
What?
All the comments say lipstick.
Oh, they just fuck with you. You don't look like you're wearing lipstick.
But I shot at the Zanies Lab. Shout out to Zanies in Nashville and Nate Bargatze and the Nate Land brand. Thank you for having me on.
Beautiful. All right, brother.
I appreciate it.
Good to see you, my friend. Always. All right. Bye, buddy.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Mike Baker, what a good time to talk to. What a good time to have you in. What a fine time. There's so much chaos. There's so much madness. Oh my God! Did you see the South Park episode? Which one? They did a Donald Trump one with Satan. No, it's fucking hilarious. I love it. The show is fantastic. I raised my 3 boys on that show, much to my wife's horror, but it's a great show. But I haven't seen that episode. When you think, like Bridget Fedesi had a funny quote, like when you think that they have reached the bottom of the highest level of not giving a fuck, they reach unseen levels. The Epstein thing is so crazy. Yeah. Like, and him saying, "You care? Why does everybody care about Epstein?" Like, well, but it is. Like, although, again, going back to South Park, once they did the Woodland Creatures episode all those years ago, you thought, okay, that's got to be the worst thing. The Woodland Creatures. Oh my God, you got to look it up. It's fantastic. I'm not going to do it justice to try to explain what it's about. Well, remember when they did the gay teacher where you had a whore off with Paris Hilton and stuffed her up his ass? Oh my God, yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah. They don't give a fuck. No, they haven't given a fuck since the beginning, and it's the greatest show of all time. And honestly, if you said what would be the best job that you could have imagined, it would be one of those 2 guys. They're killing it. Yeah. And the thing is, like, it's so beautiful because they have cartoons, and you could do things with cartoons you could never do with real people. Yeah. You can kill them. They can fuck each other. They can stick things up their ass. Yeah. Like anything can happen. Anything can happen because, and it's also they're not realistic cartoons, so it's like you're somehow or another detached from it.
Yeah. No, they did a documentary one time. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh yeah.
Where they tracked the 6 days it takes them to make the show.
This Trump and him and Satan's back. Satan's upset at Trump. It's very funny.
Well, you remember the Satan and Diddy episode? Oh, that was fantastic.
I didn't see that one.
The Satan Diddy episode, and then they had the mass murderers, and this was a few years back too. There was a Diddy party, and he wanted to. It's a long story. He wanted a Lamborghini cake, but it was like the devil wanted it, and they said no, Diddy did it already, and it's fantastic.
Remember when they had the movie with Saddam Hussein? Yeah, Saddam Hussein was in a gay relationship with Satan.
Oh my God. You'd spend the entire time. People are like, "Oh, they're gonna talk about this the whole time." But
yeah, the Epstein stuff is so crazy because when Cash Patel was on here and he was like, "There's nothing," and I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah,
I didn't even know what to say. My thought wasn't people were like, "Why didn't you push back more?" My thought was like, "I'm just gonna put this out there and let the internet do its work because there's nothing I can." The guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows it doesn't make any sense. And then he didn't know about the Madden stuff, the autopsy stuff, where it showed that he had 3 broken bones in his neck, which never happens when you hang yourself. Even when you leap from somewhere with a rope around your neck and it snaps your neck, you never have 3 broken bones.
He's not launching himself off the first floor balcony.
The whole thing was nuts. And then he's like, "Oh, we have a film. We're going to release that film." And the film has a fucking minute missing from it. Yeah. Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this?
Also, you got people including Dan Bongino, right, making bank for a couple of years talking about how awful it is, and we got to get this shit, and that's a huge conspiracy, and then you release a 2-page memo that says, it's nothing to see here.
Yeah, because you're walking by your bedroom window and you see a little laser.
Yeah,
red laser moving across your chest.
But it's really so good. Look, you know me, I'm not a conspiracy guy.
Oh, you are today.
But I am today. I'm fully on board with this shit.
Everybody's in today.
Yeah, no, but they're actually doing right as we speak. And I find this fascinating, is that the Assistant Attorney General, Todd Blanche, is down in Florida for an interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. And she's served 20 years in a Florida prison for sex trafficking. Right?
To who, though?
For what's that?
To who?
Well, he's down there to interview.
Right, but I'm saying she's sex trafficked.
She was a co-conspirator of Epstein's, right?
But don't you have to have a person who you're sex trafficking?
Exactly, and they talked about the victims somewhat during her trial. It was a very difficult trial in the sense of they're trying to protect certain victims and others who are coming forward, but my surprise was nobody from DOJ has ever, according to her lead team, nobody has ever interviewed her from DOJ. Right? Department of Justice. So this is the first time the Department of Justice, you're telling me, and meanwhile, up on Capitol Hill, you've got Democrats, Adam Schiff and others going, we have got to release these fucking files. They had 4 years under the previous administration, right? Look, everybody's fucked in this situation, but they had all that time to do whatever they wanted to do. And nobody, up until this point, apparently has talked to her. Now, some folks on the legal side are saying, well, look, if she had anything interesting to say, she would have said it during the course of her trial, right, to save herself or to cut a deal.
No,
but now
I don't think so.
I don't kill her. Yeah,
well, the smartest thing for her to do is to keep her fucking mouth shut, which is what she did. Right? They put her in a cushy prison where she could do yoga.
Yeah, yoga in prison. That doesn't sound good.
Here's one of my favorite ones. I'm gonna send you this, Jamie, because somebody tweeted this and it's just so perfect. And it just shows you how crazy this whole thing has been, like, from the very beginning. This is someone tweeted this from the Atlantic, and this is what's funny about this. Check this out, Jamie. So it's these fucking people. It's like they all knew her. They all knew him. So many people knew him and knew her, and they're all pretending that they didn't. That no one knew. Check this out. This is the Atlantic says. Scroll, go up bigger so we can see it. So you can see the quote below it. No, go back. There we go. I can't read it. There we go. This is what the Atlantic posts. If the Epstein scandal teaches us anything, it's that America needs a dedicated and decently funded group of people whose job it is not to just ask questions, but to find answers. And then this guy, Sean Davis, posts, the woman on the right is Ghislaine Maxwell. She trafficked children for Jeffrey Epstein. The woman on the left owns your magazine. This is so fucking wild. Just that alone is so wild that they would have the balls to post that. We need dedicated journalists, not just people asking questions, which is like, sure, an attack on podcasts. Like, listen, you guys didn't do shit. You didn't do shit. So, just asking, we're just asking questions along with that, or is this a knock on the defunding of PBS, which is essentially a propaganda network for the Democratic Party?
Yeah, which is now being apparently, see if that happens, but apparently being defunded. But yeah, look, everybody's worried now, right? No, at first it was like, okay, again, I go back a handful of years. Nobody was pushing for this, right? Because you got people from all sides probably on whatever that list looks like, whatever that Epstein file looks like, whoever was involved, people from all sides of the spectrum here going on. And so everybody's worried. So it looked like, all right, there's kind of this bizarre bipartisan moment where we're not going to push for this, really. We're not going to make a big effort here. We're not sending anybody from DOJ. The Dems aren't, during the Biden administration, calling for the release of the files. Now, all of a sudden, they smell, blood in the water, in a particular, political motivation here. So let's get these files out. And nobody's going to look good from this, but I would caution some, just because a name might be in a file, no matter whose it is, right, doesn't necessarily mean there's nefarious activity. It could be like any police file, right, that says, okay, the individual stopped at this particular location and this person was there. Doesn't mean they're connected to something awful. They weren't fucking underage girls. Maybe they were if they're in the file, right? But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people probably in that file that are going to be named, if it ever comes out, who may or may not have been engaged in illegal activity, but just release the goddamn things.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of people who just went there. Did I send you that thing where this guy was breaking? Did I say NPR or PBS earlier? I meant NPR. Did I send you that thing, that link where this guy's breaking down all the different tweets that the lady who's the CEO of NPR made? She's getting questioned on whether or not she's biased, and then this guy goes over all the different tweets. God damn it! I know I saved it, but I should have been prepared. I know I have it in here because it's so funny. It's so funny listening to her. See if you can find it. You might be able to find it. But of course, I found it beautiful because it's so adorable. This pretending that this was an unbiased news source. Yes. Well, this is one of them. But this one guy broke it down. Maybe I sent it to Dave Smith.
Yeah, but I mean, again, anybody who at this stage of the game thinks the media, doesn't have an agenda, complicit in one way or another with whatever may be. Come on.
Yeah, it's a joke. It's a joke. And they're all funded, and the fact that the government was funding NPR is crazy. Like this, you can't have a completely biased, one-sided media organization that's funded by the government and taxpayers. That's crazy. And they went over all the amount of people that were on NPR that were Democrats. It's 100%. Yeah. It's like out of 80 people, it's 100%.
So look at the New York Times. Yeah. I mean, so that none of that should be a surprise to anybody who.
But the New York Times is a privately funded company, right? I mean, it's like NPR relied on tax money, and there's this giant outrage that the government's going to defund.
Well, a lot of what they're trying to do is they're trying to couch. Look, you're taking away, the only source of news for rural locations, for example. Like you got someplace up in North Dakota that has no other access, and so they rely on NPR for their news. I know a lot of people up in North Dakota that say, "I wonder what NPR is saying about this."
And not just that, but it's like at the end of the day, the reality is the internet exists, and you don't need to publicly fund something that's clearly biased when the internet exists. Right. You can get whatever you want. If you want just absorb and consume only left-wing media. There's so much available. You can go find it. But our tax dollars should not be going to that.
No. And to be fair, if anybody wants to know what the hell's going on in the news, they can just listen to the President's Daily Brief podcast, frankly.
Your podcast.
I'm good, man. Yeah, that's boy, I just stuck that in there.
I can't find this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Did you find it? Let's hear it.
Sorry, I can search it. That's fantastic.
As far as accusations that were biased, I would stand up and say, please show me a story that concerns you, because we want to know and we want to bring that conversation back to our newsroom.
And then it's racist past and present. Some white people may choose thumbs up because it feels neutral, but some academics argue that opting out, what does that mean? Thumbs up signals lax awareness about white privilege, akin to society associating whiteness with being raceless. What? God, what does it mean?
How about how racism became a marketing tool for country music?
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. God. This right-wing conspiracy theory about eating bugs is about as racist as you think. No, it's like literally. And then here's another great quote that she said. If you look on the right side, Jamie, where it says the truth is a distraction from getting things done. That is such a fucking Orwellian thing to say. Click on that, just so you can hear her say this, because it's so bananas that some this out loud and not think it's
Significant differences critical for moving from whole productivity is that the Wikipedians who write these articles aren't actually focused on finding the truth. They're working for something that's a little bit more attainable, which is the best of what we can know right now. And after 7 years there, I actually believe that they're onto something. That for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth isn't necessarily the best place to start. In fact, I think our reverence for the truth might have become a bit of a distraction that is preventing us from finding consensus and getting important things done.
What? Oh my God, that's fantastic.
wild is that? And you want government money? That is such a wild thing to say.
You know, going for the truth as a journalist? No.
It's not important.
No, it's not
It's a
important.
distraction. It's a distraction.
You know what I hate? I hate that, and you see that all the time. And I don't know whether that's a TED Talk or not, but as soon as I see that type of forum where they're earnestly standing there, they've got their little mouthpiece there around there, and they're talking, and they're looking out into the distance, and you think, climb out of your own fucking ass, right? It's just awful.
Yeah, I don't like any of those things.
Yeah,
I don't like that little Bobby Brown microphone either. Unless you're on stage.
Bobby Brown.
Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
I used to sing with that.
Yeah. Sorry, that's I hate to step on your line up for the chorus.
I don't like those little microphones. Hold the microphone like a real fucking human. That's a madness. That video clip is madness. It's a piece of madness. That's a crazy thing to say. I will say truth gets in the way.
I will say that the Epstein situation is going to be so disappointing to so many people now because I have this theory that nothing ever gets done in Washington, D.C., right? Investigations go to die there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any real consequences of any nature. And we got all sorts of things happening right now, right? So the Epstein case is just one of them. But right now, you've got the Dems focused on Epstein because, they see there's a good opportunity here to go after Trump, regardless of who else is in the files, right? And the Dems, I think, were worried for quite some time and didn't pursue it because, years back they were thinking, okay, Clinton's going to be embarrassed. We don't want that. Right. So, again, my point would be just release everything. I don't understand how, if you just look at the way that they handled this logistically, whoever thought, because the mob wants to eat, right? And they've been throwing red meat to the mob about Epstein files now for years.
Part of how they got elected.
Right. And so whoever in their communications group or in their strategic thinking arena in the administration thought, that we can get away with it, there's nothing to see here, they should be fired, right? Because there's no way you can satisfy this mob. And now the mob is oddly bipartisan because it's got the Dems and it's got part of the base of Trump in there. Yeah. And they're all, screaming to have this
goddamn it, just release this shit. Otherwise, this is going to be around like Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. And well, that's what's crazy. They did release more Martin Luther King documents, which is really crazy. Like, why are you holding secrets about the murder of one of the most beloved historical figures of all time from 1968?
Part of that is a family request. Yeah, part of that's a family request. The family has asked, in the past on a number of occasions, they really don't want some of this because some of it, look, some of it's salacious about, Martin Luther King, which doesn't take away from everything that he did, right, as a leader of a cause and a movement, but some of it is, extraordinary affairs. Yeah, so there's been some push that could be concerned about that, but yeah, now do the Epstein files.
Well, they'll do it in the same amount of time, 56 years from now. Yeah, just like they did with him. It's 56 fucking years later they released this stuff.
And we're still not any closer to, again, I don't want to disappear on that rabbit hole, but we're still not any closer with Martin Luther King. Again, not a conspiracy guy except today, apparently, but there's shit there.
Yeah. You've said multiple times. Yeah. If there's one that you think looks really bad, it's that one.
It's that one. But going back to, I know I'm bouncing around here, but going back to the Epstein thing, I don't understand how they handle this so poorly. Right, for Van Bondi to come out and talk about the files and all that. Right. Just and then, like, within a blink of an eye, they come out with this bullshit Sunday night memo saying there's nothing to see.
How could there's just a lack of coordination?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think just the messaging problem is always kind of a key element of the Trump administration, whether it's this one or not. And look, that's not, I'm not knocking a lot of the policies. I like a lot of the policies that come out of this administration. This one and the previous. The first administration, but I'm just saying a hallmark of a Trump administration is the ability to have a self-inflicted wound, shoot yourself in the foot because of messaging usually, right? So I think they've done it again, and I don't see how they walk this back. They're trying to, I think, with this interview with Ghislaine Maxwell to say, look, we're trying, we're talking to her.
But how does Pam Bondi say we have thousands of hours of footage, and then Kash Patel says we don't have anything that you're looking for?
Yeah.
And then Tim Dillon said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial pornography.
Right. Yeah. You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't it didn't have hidden cameras, it wasn't taping shit or whatever?
100%.
Come on.
So 100%. Yeah. Well, that was the thing about that house they had in New York City, which is, by the way, for sale. And,
really?
Yeah, nobody wants to buy it. You want to buy Epstein's house?
Do the cameras convey?
Well, this is the thing. You got to gut the walls. How are you going to know what the fuck is in there?
Yeah.
Imagine you're walking around your house naked and you think that the CIA has got your organization. Or whoever.
To be fair, they just got a lot of hours of videotaping me walking around naked.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
But Mossad, who it is that was involved in this intelligence gathering, I'm just guessing. I have no idea. But there's fucking pinhole cameras all over that house.
Yeah. You have to start from that perception, right? Because, again, if anything else, you're just being naive if you think there's nothing. Again,
you got to take it down to the bare beams.
Yeah.
You gotta strip the wallboard off. You gotta fucking every baseboard. You gotta pull everything.
It's like we
fucking knows what's in that house.
We had a situation in Moscow one time where we were building. It was the new embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, right? And for some reason, part of the deal was to allow Russian contractors to work on the construction of this. So, but it's a government thing, and so you can imagine. There's to your point. There's not a lot of coordination. So, the Russian contractors thinking, oh, this is great. We're helping to construct the U.S. embassy. And they know there's going to be sensitive areas within there, the station, for the agency and other areas. Anyway, at a certain point, they're just about finished with construction. And just not by happenstance, there were efforts to try to examine what the Russians were doing, right? So the security side of things, they were concerned about the fact that the Russians were working on it. You had the State Department and others that were like, no, it's a good idea. It helps with diplomacy. So the security guys were doing things. They were x-raying, parts of materials that were coming in for the construction. And apparently at one point, what was going on was the Russians were installing listening devices inside the rebar, right, of the construction process. And apparently, at one point, they, one of the wires on one of these communications devices that were stuck in there had broken, and so they soldered it. The Russians did. They soldered it with aluminum. That showed up when they were X-raying that particular large bit of material they were going to install, and that was the way that they found out. And they said, "What the fuck?" Then they had to tear the entire goddamn thing down. I think it was 2 or 3 different floors of this embassy. They had to remove it bit by bit, shipped it back to the States to examine fully, and it was just loaded with listening devices by the Russians, right? So it's going to be the same with that. Long story short, it's the same at Epstein's place. You're going to tear it down.
Yeah. It's a nice house too, and it's like right on the park.
Yeah.
And I was like, wonder why that's still for sale. And then
What are they asking for?
I think it's like 60 or 70 million. Jamie can find it. It's pretty dope.
51 million. Holy shit.
But it's for sale now, though, right? I'm pretty sure it's for sale right
I
now.
wonder if it gets a premium because it's Epstein's place. Like a celebrity premium for a home. I wonder if that's the case.
You'd have to be a fucking complete psycho to want to live in that guy's house.
The same guy's gonna buy Diddy's spot. I don't know what the fuck. God, but there's so you've got the Epstein thing going on.
Like, how does that get resolved? This is the question. Like, if you're the administration, you're looking at this puzzle and you're trying to figure out how to make this a PR win.
Too late for that.
What the fuck can you do at this point? Is it for sale?
5 million years.
It's not for sale right now?
0 bedrooms, only 1 bath. That's not a very nice place.
It's just one big fuck hall.
We call it the room.
This is the house.
Oh my God! Looks like Saudi owns it.
$65 million in Manhattan. The wild thing is, though, it's like right on the street. Like anybody can come to your door, just knock on your door, like walking by.
Yeah, Prince Andrew.
It's weird. Living there is weird.
Yeah, look at that.
Meanwhile, no one can explain where he got the money. No one can explain why he got so rich. And Eric Weinstein, who is a legit financial guy, said he talked to him. He had a meeting with him once. He's like, it was really clear that he's a construct. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
That's not for sale right now?
It's listed on Zillow, but not for sale. It's still on Zillow.
Oh, like it was for sale.
Yeah.
Maybe there's another service that's, because sometimes Zillow doesn't have all the stuff, because someone I know was looking at it.
Yeah, maybe it's on cheap old houses.
It's a bargain.
It's a fixer-upper, though. Yeah.
But you'd have to go through that house. You'd have to hire the top of the food chain security experts to go, and they would probably recommend you take that house apart.
Yeah. I mean, you could do install a sweep of the thing, and but that's not going to guarantee, right? You really have to pull the walls down and look, because again, maybe I'm wrong. Does never say never, but I can't imagine that a psycho like Epstein, wasn't enjoying videoing, some of the activity that's going on. So
So, what do you think, from your perspective, what do you think that was all about? Who do you think was involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort?
I know there's a lot of talk about, did he have some sort of intel connection? Right. From my perspective, it's complete speculation, but I will say, from an operation perspective, I have no idea. Was it Mossad? Was it anybody? Who knows? Right. But from an operational perspective, if you see a guy like this who's super connected and all the way back to 2008 was like his first trial, right? So he's had a long history of these problems. But if you know that he's engaged in a variety of things, as an example, if I'm the Chinese intel, right, and I just read the goddamn entertainment news, and there's these rumors and allegations of high-level people flying off to his island, I'm going to think that's interesting, because potentially if I could get an access source there, if I can get somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Ghislaine Maxwell, whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody who's just on the outskirts of it, maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting leverageable information on people that maybe I want to influence.
And it's so funny to me that it's always comes down to like carnal needs and carnal desires. It's always sex. Because these guys, when you get to like this Bill Gates level and Bill Clinton level, you can't just go pick up gals at the bar.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you're a super famous super freak and you know you like chasing skirts but you can't do it, like what do you do?
Well, you do what he did, right? Which is he did, somebody to procure for you, which apparently was primarily Maxwell's job.
Yeah.
She's out there and she usually as his girlfriend, but she was clearly operating as his pimp or whatever the female version of pimp is.
Curator.
Yes, a curator.
Yeah.
And so he's she's out there doing that, but look, again, I can't speak to the rumors about him working for one intel agency or another, but I will say, if I'm working for an intel agency and I see something like that, I might find that of interest, right? And then I would definitely go after something to see what's going on. Just if for no other reason than again, maybe it's a hobby there.
Well, it's the easiest connect the dots puzzle of all time.
Yeah.
You got rich, powerful people and hot chicks and probably drugs.
Yeah.
And cameras.
Yeah. And I tell you, the Russians love nothing better than the truth. The reality is, in terms of recruiting an asset by using blackmail is tough, right? You gotta that window starts closing immediately, right? In terms of their operational usefulness, right? Because there's a lot of issues there, right? You're blackmailing somebody for their cooperation. At some point, that's gonna go south on you, right? And it's not like you've recruited somebody for ideological reasons, right? Or even something as straightforward as like they need the money because their kid's sick or whatever it may be. So blackmail's are. But having said that, look, the Russians in particular love that, right? And the Chinese intel, they'll do whatever works from their perspective. The agency, again, people are going to say that's bullshit. The agency tries, blackmail is never really ever on the table as an option because it always leads to a problem. And sometimes those problems can be very, very bad.
In what way?
Well, the asset will turn on you, right? Next thing you know, you've got an agent working now, a double agent working for the other side, right? Because they're so fucked over by the fact that they've been blackmailed, and at some point they lose their shit, decide to roll for the other side.
Like, aren't you constantly monitoring them and looking at their phone?
There's only so much now. There's only so much you can, right? In terms of maintaining, particularly with a hard target, particularly with an asset who's in a difficult or challenging environment. Perhaps you've got limited access to them, whatever it may be. So you're really relying on clandestine communications. You don't have a lot of face-to-face meetings, and at some point you never know things are heading south, right? And then the next thing you know, that's the operational reason for trying to avoid blackmail. Right? Has it ever been done? Well, sure. Yeah. I'm not saying it hasn't been done, of course, but some services go to it much quicker than others do. Yeah. So,
which services?
And I would, again, the Russians are primary users of something like that. They've got a shotgun approach. Israelis have been known to do that in the honeypot operations that they'll do and other things. But the Russians throw a lot of shit at the wall and see what sticks, right? It's very much a shotgun approach, right? And honestly, sometimes that can work.
Wasn't that kind of, if you thought about this island, if you're bringing award-winning scientists, like famous people, politicians, world leaders, all to one place, you're basically throwing as much shit against the wall as you can, and then have all this stuff on all these different people, and they know it, and so then just kind of like, wasn't there like some CEO that had to step down because he wound up giving Epstein, it was found out that they gave Epstein like $150 million, that they couldn't explain why? Wasn't that the case, Jamie? So it's one of those things where there's obviously value in having all these people on your side. Yeah. But when you do get all this information on these people, like, what are they trying to accomplish with it? This is the question. Are they trying to get support for policy going to step down after firm finds more payments to Jeffrey Epstein? $158 million. He paid the convicted sex offender $158 million.
What is it? If you can scroll down a little bit, James.
Yeah. He's planning to step down as chief. I've been told that I will retire as CEO before my 70th birthday in July. Remain as chairman. Oh, he's going to remain as a chairman. New York Times detailed at least $75 million in payments and found that Mr. Black had paid Epstein $158 million in a 5-year period ending in 2017. He also lent Mr. Epstein more than $30 million, only $10 million of which he was paid back. So that's a guy that they got something on.
I love this. Leon viewed Epstein as a confirmed bachelor with eclectic tastes. This was after his 2008 guilty plea.
Yeah.
Wow. Mr. Epstein's advice was worth perhaps $2 billion in tax savings to Mr. Black, according to the report.
Right. This is what Weinstein said. Eric said that this guy he's not good. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He wasn't a good financial advisor.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is. You can say, okay, why was he collecting people around him? Why was he keeping a file? Right? You still have to figure out what that file looks like. Part of it could have been initially self-preservation. Right? And he's engaged in all sorts of activity. He gets a few people into it, then suddenly, he doesn't look so bad, right? And he's kind of protecting himself because now I'm surrounded by people who also have to keep that secret. So, but then the question becomes, at what point is he or somebody in his little tight circle approached, right, by anybody who's interested in some of these folks? Well, we don't know because we don't know who the fuck's in these files, right? So, or if the files even exist, and apparently, there's nothing there according to Pam Bondi
and Cash Patel. The whole thing's nuts. Yeah, and then have Bongino and Cash Patel saying he definitely killed himself. What? Yeah. What? Okay, this just the level of convenience. It's so convenient that the guards were asleep. So convenient that the cameras didn't work. So convenient that years later you have a recording of the outside of the cell, but a minute is missing from it.
Yeah.
3 minutes?
Yeah, they found out it was almost 3 minutes. 2 minutes, 53. It's like the missing Watergate tape.
Oh, I thought it was just
started. It started up as a minute, and then people kept looking at the metadata, like, okay, saved this many times. It's actually up to 3 minutes. Okay.
That's plenty of time to kill somebody. 3 minutes is more than enough time.
3 minutes, you can get a whole bunch of people killed by it.
Yeah. You saw that guy that was his cellmate too, right?
Yeah.
Guy is a fucking gigantic human being. A huge guy who's a mass murderer who had killed multiple people, a bad cop, who was built like a brick fucking shithouse. Yeah. The kind of guy that you could really eat to strangle somebody. Yeah. It would take him. I could kill him in 30 seconds. Yeah. No. How's this fucking giant dude could do it easy? Metadata from Raw Epstein. No thanks. No. Metadata from Raw Epstein prison video shows approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds were removed from one of the 2 stitched together clips. The cut starts off at the missing minute. Wow. Yeah, shocker.
Yeah. So a guy like that decides, he's going to off himself. And again,
here's the thing. It's like these guys that are all involved in this are still, they've been around for a long time, and they have this mentality that existed before the internet, where you could just kind of put stuff out there, and you wouldn't have all these psycho sleuths out there that are going to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb, especially guys who are tech wizards who can look at the metadata and figure this stuff out.
Well, shit died a lot quicker, you're right. So something would happen, and look, we still have ADHD, right, collectively as a nation, right, things move on, and I think maybe that's what they're, some people are saying, look, they've called the recess on Capitol Hill because they figure by the time they come back in September, everybody will have moved on from this, right? Yeah. I think they're wrong. I don't think this feels like, and just looks like, that one of those handful of conspiracies, again, you go to JFK or whomever, that's just going to hang around.
This is a line in the sand. This one's a line in the sand. Yeah. Because this is one where there's a lot of stuff about, when we thought Trump was going to come in and a lot of things are going to be resolved. We're going to drain the swamp, we're going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody's been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that.
What you would have thought
that
I hope not. Oh, it's my wife. Should I answer?
Silent.
It's on. It was on silent, but it still goes. How does that happen? It literally is on silent. And
Are you sure?
yeah, no, I'm positive because it's got a little thing on top that says silent. And it's still
compromised.
my phone's
CIA doesn't
compromised.
trust me.
Well,
They don't trust me anymore.
They did call me this morning. What are you going to talk about?
I don't know. Did they ever talk to you about that? Did they ever have questions about your appearances here?
No. In fact, and I'm in the building on occasion, and we're actually working on a show that's going to be a great TV show based on this amazing museum that's inside agency headquarters. But nobody even says that they don't. We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV to talk about something, they just like. It's not like they're going to call and say, well, here's our view on this.
They trust you.
Yeah, they trust me. I'm not going to open my app and talk sources and methods, and at the same time, I'm just going to try to just talk from an operational perspective. But yeah, so that was my wife, which reminds me, it's my boy Muggsy's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Mugsy.
Yeah, thank you very much.
With a thing like this, what is the general feeling about people that you talk to that are still in the agency or people that are still involved in the government? Like, how are they feeling about this? Because, like, the general public is outraged, right?
Yeah.
Do the people inside, are they frustrated? Like, people that wanted this stuff to be exposed?
Yeah, it's funny because with the agency, it's not like the Bureau. The agency, I think most people honestly don't really probably give a shit about the Epstein files. They're more concerned now about this release from Tulsi Gabbard and the talk about manipulating intelligence for the 2016 election,
right,
and Russian collusion and all of that. That speaks more to the agency than the Epstein files does, just from a whose responsibility is whose, right? This Epstein thing is a DOJ FBI issue. I think if they're concerned about it, it's because of how it erodes trust in organizations, institutions, right? And then that's happened a lot. So there's a lot of good people. I know, again, every time I talk about the agency, people are like, fuck you, you're such a shill. But there's a lot of people doing very difficult work for the agency.
I believe that.
And so, I think, if anything, they take it personally when people think, fuck the CIA, you gotta burn it down and start over again. Like they said with the FBI as well.
I've talked about that many times. Like, you don't know what the fuck is going on in the world. The world is filled with chaos. Like, you need people that are paying attention to that shit, and they should be on your side.
Yeah.
They should be on the side of the American people, paying attention to threats. If you think that not paying attention at all is going to do you any good when there's all these countries out there that are fucking plotting constantly, you're crazy.
Yeah. No.
You're living in a utopia. You're living in a fake world. The real world is filled with madness. And you gotta have people paying attention.
Yeah, but I think so. I think that to answer that question, I think they're more focused on or interested in or looking at this issue of and it's surfaced again right at the same time as the Epstein files. Right now, it's like sucking all the oxygen out of the room for the past couple of days. Tulsi Gabbard comes out and starts releasing these documents. She releases these documents.
What do you think about all that? Like, so this is the accusation. They're throwing around the word treason.
Yeah.
They're saying that Obama knew that Russia did not meddle in the election, did not have any impact in the election, but yet promoted this idea. And then there's been some incredible clips of all these different news reporters, CNN and MSNBC, just saying over and over and over again, clear evidence of Russian collusion. And
then you got Hillary Clinton saying, this is an era of illegitimacy around Trump's victory from 2016 because of this. I mean, she was very clear about it. And
they're also saying
others,
the noose is tightening on Trump.
Yeah.
It's all going to come out. He's an agent of Russia.
Got Adam Schiff coming out on camera numerous times saying, I can't tell you what I've seen, but I've seen things that's a lot more than circumstance about this collusion. So, but again, it's much more it's always the same thing. It's much more complex than what folks tend to hear just in like a 2.5 or 3 minute news segment, right? So the Democrats want you to think there's nothing to see here in these documents. How could you possibly spend time doing this? You're just trying to distract from the Epstein files. And the Republicans are saying Obama committed treason, right? The reality is, as it oftentimes is somewhere in that middle, right? There's a lot of conflating of issues here. So nobody is questioning, not Republicans or Democrats, nobody's questioning that the Russians
meddled in the election, just like they did in the previous one, just like they did in this last one. Just like they've been meddling since World War II, right? Since the end of World War II, they've always had an interest in influencing U.S. politics. Now, when you say meddle, do you mean like social media bots? Do you mean like influencing politicians? Like, what do you mean by meddle?
Yeah, well, I mean, in the early days, what were they doing? In the early days, they would pay off trade union representatives, right, to push a certain line, to push for a softer tone, much like the Chinese do now, push for a softer tone against the Soviet Union, right, or during World War II to push for isolationism, keep the U.S. out of the war, right, before the Nazis turned on the Soviet Union and they tended to need us. Or they would pay journalists to write articles pushing a particular point of view. And so there were those things. Now, social media meddling is a lot easier, right? It's a lot cheaper.
For sure they do that.
Yeah, for sure they do that.
And for sure they did that in 2016.
Yeah, absolutely, and nobody's questioning that, right? What's happening is that, once again, there's a bit of a messaging problem from the Trump administration. Trump administration, at the end of the day, is saying, what was bullshit was this Russia collusion angle, right? Was the idea that, this is complicated to explain. I'm not doing a very good job of it, but they're saying, yes, there was meddling, but you pushed a story, meaning Brennan and Comey and, all the others that were involved in this, and then going up to the top with Obama, saying, what was Intel Community Assessment, the ICA is because everything else, that said there was no indication of Russian efforts to push or influence in a particular direction the election, right? And most of that initial reporting was on election infrastructure. So there was a fairly significant bit there that said the Russians weren't able to hack into election machines and actually alter vote counts, right? So they said we have seen no evidence of that, right? And so you could argue that in part the Trump administration is having a hard time explaining, much like I am, that the problem here wasn't that there was anybody saying there's meddling. They're just saying that you, at a certain point, around about December 9th, I think it was, you had a meeting where Obama was sitting in there with Comey and Andrew McCabe and a variety of others, and the president himself requested a different intelligence community assessment, which is a little unusual for a president to say, I'd like you to do an ICA on a particular thing. Which, if you
elaborate on that, so they were telling him what?
Well, they were telling him we don't see that Russian meddling impacted the election, basically. The Dems are saying, well, that's just about the electronic infrastructure, about the voting machines, right? In reality, the ICA was also that instruction, the PD, the President's Daily Brief, and the writing that had been done, the analysis that had been done up to that point was saying, we haven't seen anything that the Russian meddling influenced the outcome of the election. Well, then, shortly, and then they squashed that particular piece, right? They said, let's shelve that. And that's what a lot of the emails that Tulsi Gabbard released, right? It's agonizing. It's amazing how shit gets done in the government when you read these emails going back and forth between James Clapper at the DNI and other places.
Yeah, you sent me some of that
stuff.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, the analysts and others. And they're all saying, okay, well, what kind of tone do we give it? What do we say about this? And you can also see in there that they're saying, we don't think the Steele dossier is credible. The two senior Russian analysts, right, at the agency were telling John Brennan at the time, if you put the dossier in there as a piece of information into this assessment, you're compromising the credibility of the whole thing because we don't believe it, right? And this is December, right? And Brennan instructed, and it's in writing, instructed them to go ahead and do it, right? Because it basically, he liked the narrative, right, of the Steele dossier. Right. And so he chose that over the analytical process, right, over the discipline that you need to corroborate information that's going to go to a high-level intel assessment. So, if anybody's in the crosshairs right now, it's probably John Brennan, right, in terms of,
because he went up on Capitol Hill at some point and said that the Steele dossier didn't form an important point of wasn't in the document, wasn't in the ICA. The ICA is now out there, and sure enough, it was not only in the annex, it was in court, which gives it much more credibility. So he, I'm not a lawyer, but I think he should be concerned a little bit about where that might go. But Obama reportedly, and it's in email traffic, requested a different ICA. And so shortly thereafter, they produced.
How does he say it?
I forget what the exact word.
Because that's a crazy thing. If you have a bunch of experts that give you an assessment, these are the facts, this is how it went down. You're like, I don't like those facts.
Well, I don't think he said I don't like the facts, and that's where this is going to be a problem. Anybody who thinks Obama's going to go to prison for treason is conspiracy. Again, much like Pam Bondi, with her treating of the Epstein files, which was ridiculous. And Tulsi Gabbard's gotten out over her treason is conspiracy. Is that what she said? That's what she said. It's not going to happen. Anybody who thinks Obama's going to forget about it. You'll be lucky if you get any consequences of anything out of this. Again, I'm very cynical about where investigations go.
Well, isn't this also based on the Supreme Court's justification of everything that Trump did while he was in office? Right. So you can't try him for immunity when they're
immunity for acting under the authority as a president. And it's also very nuanced, right? He can sit in there. He's perfectly got the right to sit in the meeting and say, okay, well, I tell you what, let's sit on this, right? James Clapper and the others agreed. We're going to take this document. We're going to set it worked on. Now we want to restructure it, focused on the outcome of the election and the Russian meddling and where this went and how they. So he can do that, right? And it's nuanced, and he can and never get in trouble because you're fine. You got the right to do that. I mean, it's not illegal by any means, but there is no doubt in my mind that there was a desire to drive this thing in a certain direction, right? And so there is no doubt in my mind that, first of all, using the Steele dossier in there was just horseshit, right? Because that thing, there hasn't been any allegation in that Steele dossier that's been verifiable, and they knew that. Right? So they went, and they used that Steele dossier in part to then go to FISA courts and get warrants, right? So that's another issue that I think from a legal perspective, again, not a lawyer, but I think some people should be probably concerned about how they represented that information, knowing, right, based on kind of what we're seeing from the document releases from Tulsi Gabbard. Again, you can see, by virtue of how difficult I'm trying to explain it, it's much more complex, right, than just them bad, these guys good, these guys good, these guys bad, right? There's layers here that I think need to be examined, and I think that at the end of the day, you're not really going to get, much like everything else that happens in DC, you're not going to get a lot of satisfaction on this one. But I do think, I'm convinced that, they drove this narrative shortly after, into January, when they released the new ICA, then suddenly leaks to the press, and that's when the Russia collusion story happened, right? And that's the thing that they should be focused on, right? They're losing the message because they're throwing shit out there. There's a lot of detail, and people get bored, and so I think that's a problem they're going to have here, trying to push this thing forward. And I do think also that Tulsi Gabbard should have been a little bit more circumspect in the way she explained this, right, and how she described the actions, because I think there were some people who are culpable in terms of going after this narrative and pushing this Russian collusion story that then wasted a couple of years, and God knows how much money on investigations and impeachment hearings and all the rest of it. But
why do you think she chose to frame it that way? Do you think she was instructed to do that, or she was guided to do that, or encouraged to do that? Because if it's not warranted, if you don't believe it's warranted based on the evidence that you've looked at, like she's the director of national intelligence.
Well, I think she's part of it is the realization that you put that information out there. I think it would have been more appropriate if she released all the documentation, said here's and lay out in a very good, like almost like a PowerPoint presentation for make it very simple for the press, because the press isn't inclined to pursue this because the press will complicit, right? So you're trying to say this is what these people did, and you helped them,
Now what we want is for you, meaning the media, to uncover all of this and report on it. And they were winning awards, journalistic awards for their coverage of the Russian collusion story. So the idea that they're going to somehow now say, that was a problem. So I think they should have maybe just made this more factual based, stayed away from the sort of the hyperbolic statements about treason and all the rest of it, and then tried to explain it to the American public in a way that they could digest a little bit better, right? But when you throw out things like treasonous conspiracy, once again, much like with the Epstein thing, you're creating this kind of howling mob that's going to expect something, and I just don't know if they're going to get it.
Right. So, do you think that it's possible that she was encouraged to do this because this kind of takes away some of the heat off of the Epstein thing?
I'm sure that was a thought process in there somewhere. Yeah,
possibly.
Yeah, I think
it's a reasonable assumption.
Look, it's an important issue, right? If you have the intel community, or you have, the White House deciding to themselves, look, we know this information is kind of bullshit, but it certainly serves a narrative, which is we want to delegitimize the new president that's coming in because we can't stand him. Then that's a really serious problem that needs to be examined.
It's also so short-sighted because do you not know that information is eventually going to come out that's going to compromise the confidence that people have in anything that the intelligence agencies put forth after that?
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of, part of what was going on was the expectation that Hillary Clinton was going to win. Right? So, like with the Steele dossier, trying to, dig up leverageable information or dirt on Trump, I think they were all under the assumption, Hillary Clinton's going to win. It doesn't really matter what we do right now because she's going to perform, right? And, I don't think they ever expected Trump to win. So, then suddenly they've got to shift course a little bit and think, okay, all right, now that didn't work. Now what? Well, let's say that we've got this document over here talking about Russian meddling. Is it that much of a push to kind of say that we believe there might have been collusion and the media ran with it? Right? They didn't have to do.
They ran with it for 3 years.
For 3 years.
3 years hardcore all the time. Every time they talked about Trump.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Regardless of how you feel about Trump, if you're the biggest Trump hater in the world, I understand. But understand this: that is dangerous. It's dangerous to have the media in lockstep with the government saying something that's not true.
Yeah. I mean, they scream about threats to democracy all the time. Let's just be a little bit more self-aware. Realize what that looked like. You can't. People were just bullshitting about evidence that they had, that they saw.
Well, the Democrats saying anything's a threat to democracy is wild when they haven't had a primary since 2012. That's wild.
Yeah.
That's really wild. I mean, they kicked Bernie out. They made sure RFK Jr. wasn't in. And then when it came time for Kamala to run, no primary at all. They just put her in position.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, they didn't know what else to do. And there's so much going on right now. Today, speaking of Kamala, speaking about Biden, but today, what's his name? The chief of staff, the former chief of staff of Biden, I think he was over there for a couple of years, Ron Klain was up on Capitol Hill to talk because they're holding these interviews up on Capitol Hill to try to figure out what the hell was going on, right? At what point did people decide they're going to cover up the mental condition of Joe Biden? And that's another look. I mean,
and then they're all pleading the fifth.
They're all pleading the fifth. Kevin O'Connor, the White House doctor, pled the fifth. Senior advisor to Joe Biden, what's his name? Andrew Bernal, pled the fifth. Right? And Ron Klain apparently stayed out there for a couple hours talking. Right? But again, he wasn't there for the last couple of years of the administration, I think, but he was there for the debate prep. Right, and he's come out publicly and said shocked at his condition. So,
I think they set him up for failure in that debate. Why? First of all, why are they having a debate that late? Why would they agree to a debate at 9 p.m. When you got a guy who's really old and kind of broken down? Why would you do that?
Television timing, who knows?
And it seemed like, didn't someone blame it on him being on Ambien?
Yeah, Hunter did. Hunter, that fantastic interview that Hunter just did with, I forget his name, Andrew Callahan or something like that. He referenced, now he's walking it back, saying, I wasn't meaning that he was on Ambien during the debate. I'm just saying, they had him on Ambien because it was his travel schedule. The guy was
Guy was at Camp David and resting in Delaware for 10 days prior to the debate. So, yeah.
Jesus. What a mess. I think they set him up. I think they wanted him out, and this is the way to do it. Get him in the debate. Don't give him his medicine. Don't give him the proper medication to keep him up and peppy, and let him out there all confused. And apparently he had a cold at the time too. So,
but if they were going to do that, wouldn't you think that they would? I don't know. Have a better plan, a plan B.
No, they didn't have a plan, and I think the Biden administration, the people didn't want him to step down. There's people inside the organization that didn't want him to step down, particularly, supposedly, Jill. Jill did not want him to step down. But then there's the cancer thing. Like, how do they not know that he has cancer? Well, they have to. Yeah. Which is crazy. Like, that's years of developing.
Yeah. I just think if there was a plan, if there was a nefarious plan to have him step down, I think they thought he would get through it. I think they did.
He might have if he performed the way he performed in the first debate.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems to me that they were caught in the headlights at the point where he's so good. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I know. That was crazy. Yeah, man. See him. Started kicking.
Have you ever taken that stuff?
No.
It scares the shit out of me. No. My friend Kevin took it, and he got up in the middle of the night, cooked a meal, went to bed, and didn't know he cooked the meal, so he went back and saw the plates in the kitchen, thought someone broke into his house and cooked. Like, yeah, that's not good.
No. I've never taken that. Have you taken Xanax?
No. That stuff's scary. That's what fucked Jordan Peterson up. That stuff's really hard to kick. Yeah. Benzodiazepine is one of the hardest things to kick. It's one of the things that if you get off a cold turkey, it can kill you.
No problem, guys. I mean,
Yeah, and they put everybody on it.
That's what I was going to say. It seems like it's readily available.
As is Adderall. Yeah, readily available and fucking super bad for you.
Although during the during the pandemic, you couldn't get Adderall. I remember that being an issue.
Right, stories about that. Make it overseas.
Yeah, exactly. And as they did most of our pharmaceuticals, couldn't have even talk about it.
And so then people probably bought black market Adderall. Probably has fentanyl in it, which probably contributed to a lot of deaths.
Yeah. I got this voice now. I sound like Kim Carnes. Who Betty Davis on? It's Kim Carnes. It's a very sultry voice I've got going on here for a second. Yeah, I will. This is